Rakabai and the Goddess Felice by Xavier Dakuri. Chapter 1. Rakabai stood there thinking about all he had endured to get this point. He thought of Seraphina. He thought of his kids. He remembered all that happened and how he survived. "What are you majoring in?" Rakabai asked Seraphina. "Child development. I want to teach kids. I worked at a private school for kids for 2 years. It was a pilot program. They really liked me and eventually made me full-time. I wasn't just a substitute teacher. I loved working with those kids. I really missed them." "Well," she went on, "that's what we are going to do here. Farming and children's camp intertwined. Tauren has the little shed above me and is a carpenter and will do our building." "Oh, really?" Rakabai smiled, seeing her flap her legs as she pulled back her golden hair. He thought how a gracious breeze had engulfed the two of them as they tendered their blessings. Water flowed from an Antello run a few feet away. It was just a hose with no cutoff. A farmer's hose. The field spoke to them, singing along as they whispered to each other. "Are you still dating that guy?" "Oh, no. I do love him. But when he found out about my pregnancy, he changed. I had a miscarriage anyway. He was supposed to visit me this week, but didn't show up. He wants me to pay his way over. I can't. I don't have any money." Seraphina scratched at the soil with a stick. "And then Lucy and my friends don't like him. So that's another problem. I like it. I'm looking for a place here." "You're not going back to a thief?" "Yes, but I can't stay. Sumatra's mother is moving in. She doesn't approve of the Black Star-One relationships. So I have to move on." "What a shame." "I know. I get along with her father. He's an awesome guy. Lives in Tetra. A retired doctor. I want to go to Africa one day," Seraphina said. "I had a sister-in-law that went to Africa. It was kind of funny. She was dating this boxer. He was a middleweight champ, back in the 80s. She always said he was the ugliest man she had ever seen. But he was nice to her. Bought her gifts. All the time. Anyway, he wanted her to go to Africa with him. After she got there, she called me, depressed and upset. She said, I called downstairs for someone to fix the faucets, cause the water wouldn't turn on. Someone came up and gave me a bowl of water and said the faucets don't work. Outside it stinks. I'm getting on the next plane out of here. I'm not used to this shit. Flies everywhere. I can't believe this shit," she told me. Rakabai paused for a moment. "My second major in college was African literature," he added. "Achabi and others. There are some writers from Africa. Eventually, their eyes were like two doves fluttering in mid-air, at a standstill, virtually entranced by the will of each other." Rakabai let it be, and flagged down a thought as he sat before her in her release of her dreams. He read her a poem from his deep selection, and within flight, she was no more. Her lips were his to have, her hair his to braid, her arms as open as lychee capsules. They danced within the surrounding fields and found a hill that stood high among others where they could see the other farms laid out in their savory landscape. The corn stalks birthed the colors of her hair. There was a clear spot, bald, like a monk's pate, a cropping of hay in curls and confused balls before them. The sunlight was kissing the earth as Rakabai kissed the pearls of her neck. Seraphina found Felice's lava tubes, and the heat was rising in him. She consumed his wealth of love. Her grapes were his, and he beckoned her to promise. They could hear birds singing their stolen songs as they lay within the virgin softness of the field and partook of her wind. They made love at the four ends of a cross in the field that day. Rakabai thought that he could die for this. They found their way back to her chiffon tent where she began to give him a massage. "I'm so glad I met you," Seraphina said. "I really needed that. I was so depressed." "Well, you should cheer up. If he doesn't want you, I'll be glad to have you. I have a room at the hotel. You can come and stay if you like." "Oh, really? It would be so good to get away from this field and take a shower for a change. I'll have to let you know. I'm supposed to be watching the camp. Whatever. Let me know." The mornings came and went like marbles thrown into some distant lake, disappearing into rainbow shadows and finding time as just another face. Inside, you began to decipher scars. Abdominal scars, facial scars, head wounds, fingers, toes, missing eyes, and they all had a story. After that day, Rakabai often wanted to ask Mare what had happened. Since boy his nephew was working in the laundry, he decided instead to put himself to the test and let time tell him. Damien and Rick bunked in the far corner, one above the other, and Boy in the next bunk over. Boy and Damien were moved to B unit, and Rick was reassigned to a bunk directly across from Rakabai's area. But ever since that D-Day Saturday morning, he was like a shadow. He didn't exist sometimes. That's how silent he became. Although one day he said, "I always beat up Starbone boys. That's what I'm known for." Asked Sarge in the main anywhere. And then along came a redneck with tattoos. He was huge, broad shoulders, German helmet face and head, about 5 foot, 10 inches, bald. Rakabai noticed Rick attaching to him like huge barnacle. It was a scene right out of Uncle Tom's history book. Rakabai had lived this scene, or watched it capitulate itself in his own brethren. "Know thy enemy, lest ye be weary, my friend, lest ye be lost." So this day, like all days, Rakabai awakened early. He had consciously counted the minutes after noticing that the time was 3:15 a.m. When he limped over to urinate, he awakened for his 4 a.m. shift. Immediately, the Sarge walked in with the light. Rakabai guessed that he didn't get a good late sleep in his chair. Later, Rakabai waited for the start of the engine of Troy's rental truck that went to the other prison on Vidi Levu and the main to feed the other prisoners. He waited for the morning's light and for the overhead light to come on in the Zoval Center. Wait for it to shine into the dorm and light up Skid Row. He wrote in his notebook. Skid Row was the area where the bunks were in the center of the dorm, and the Sarge could see everyone from his perch desk. That's where they put you when you got busted for playing cards, or smoking, or any deviant behavior. You would stay there until they felt it necessary to move you back to the main. At the main, there was no freedom. Locked down, 2 bunks, and a toilet. And in those days, an extra sleeping space under the writing table on the floor. When the light came, Rakabai did his 80 sit-ups after, wrapping towels around his ankles, and then 40 push-ups. Decided to wait for a while to do his usual back push-ups off the side of the bed. Luan was watching him, and Rakabai felt his blood boil. Rumblings of his younger days came to mind. But in there, he was in disguise. He had let his starbone beard grow, and his hair was also starbone. "Man, you look old," Rick had said. But Rakabai didn't feel old. The others had no idea. His skin would crawl just like when he was a young boy. Crawl for the excitement of the battle. He could size them up just as easily. 2. Most of those boys were either heroin addicts or users of meth or cocaine or alcohol. He could spot each one accord. Ingly, with alcoholics. He noted the stained skin and bloodshot eyes. They seemed to be staggering in and out as if they were struggling to stand. Heroin addicts slept all the time, and meth users talked all the time, incessantly. Would someone please find a way to shut them up, or at least have them turn down the volume? He would swear softly to himself. Do you smoke? Oh, sure. Matter of fact, I have a little piece here. Not much, but I can get more when I see Jack tomorrow. No rush. The massage is just great for now. She did his feet, his hands and neck, every inch of him. You are a professional at this. I love to give massages. I give them to Tim every day. You do? Rakabai asked. So many observations flooded Rakabai between the time of his trial and his incarceration. The day after Christmas, skipped lunch and trailed toward the latrine to take that immaculate pee. The Zoval's stand was surrounded by 6 Zovals. A pile of envelopes runts, Rakabai thought. In the center of that pile of Intello runts was none other than Sharon, the rudest bee, from his first incarceration at the Main, 5 years previously. Rakabai remembered clearly. He had asked what his rights were. You want me to put you in the hole, Sarge? She was twice as big now as she was then. It was the same with Ito. Along with his stripes for arresting Rakabai, he had garnered abdominal stripes too, along with everyone from that period. They had all eaten themselves almost to death. Rakabai grimaced involuntarily. As for himself, he felt like he had achieved something, and there seemed to be a grand method in this madness. While reading Playland the day after Christmas, Rakabai found a passage where the first-person narrator was in K. San in 1968, just as he had been with his unit. During the trial, Rakabai had learned that his lawyer, to whom he had paid a large sum for his defense, had not even gone to the property to see the distance from the office to the house where the alleged incident had occurred. Photographs, which the state had used to show the work that Crete had done, were actually of the work the alleged victim in the next trial had done. Crete had not done any work, as Rakabai had said. My dearest Sven, Rakabai chanted softly to himself throughout the reoccurring nightmares. Again and again he gave himself the 3rd degree, berating himself, trying to deter mind how he might rescue Sven, bring him back. The Starbonian system, Seraphina, the neighbors, the feds, the local police. They had all had a hand in taking his kids away and handing them over to Seraphina and her seemingly demented consciousness. There was not a day, and so many moments in each one of those, that Sven didn't bob up like a cork in Rakabai's ocean. He was a father filled with misery, longing, and awash in tears. But Rakabai knew in those moments that he had to keep his cool and bring in the reserve strength, for he believed in fate, in time, in hope. And Rakabai knew that Sven knew what had occurred. In the recesses of his little mind, he would remember what they had all done and how they all played a part in separating him from his father. Rakabai prayed that this would not leave a scar on his little psyche. Someday, he would hold him in his arms again. He yearned for all those young precarious years of his life, all that he would miss. It was 6 years later, and Sven was already 8 years old. Kai was now 6, going on 7, and she didn't know her father well. Her mother had left with her when she was barely 6 months old. On Christmas night, the guys on B side chipped in and put an assortment of goodies on one of the tables for everyone to sample. Salmon, Nutter Butters, Oreos, hot chocolate, and trail mix. While they watched Broken Trail, there was great camaraderie among the men. Everyone was laughing and telling stories, mingling, playing blackjack, dominoes, checkers, and chess. 2 televisions were on, and 2 Christmas trees were lit up. Sarge Faz had sneaked in a word or two on the microphone. Had once worked for one of the tour bus companies. It seemed to Rakabai that he loved to hear his voice on the mic, noting that the man often manned it with nothing to say, or he would repeat himself. Jail is supposed to be a place of regrets, but to Rakabai it seemed more like living at his mother's house. There was warmth, care, attention, the sun, the moon, the sky, the birds singing, but no sex. That's the only thing that was missing. As Rakabai listened to the guys tell their stories, it was clear that many, the majority of them, kept coming back over and over again. It was Tuesday night, the day after Christmas. Mo, Rick, Kofi, Joe, and Tone were all playing high cards. Slap. You could hear the slaps like large raindrops hitting the pavement, or horse hooves on wet cobblestone streets. Tog sat up after passing out, his semen to anyone who walked by. The Zovals heard laughter was so loud that it got Faz's attention, and he made his feelings known on the mic. The men dispersed like crows running from buckshot. First Liam, then Kian crossed his mind. Liam was more vulnerable now. Kian was sure of himself, and wise beyond his years. Rakabai days of deriding him were thinning out, fewer and further between, but he still had days when thoughts of the boy gave him pause. While watching the girl next door one day, Rakabai's psychic abilities were displayed to Luwan in a surprising manner. It was a commercial break, and Rakabai had bowed his head and closed his eyes. His legs came closer together, and his hands found resolute spot on his lap. He felt warm, away from the noise of the crowd. He could sense chairs in a huddle and card tables. Card games and chess were going on. He could see red material, Chinese applique fluttering in silhouettes in his absence. Rakabai felt Luan looking at him. He raised his head. There, he stood, startled, in shock, his consciousness obliterated, and his eyes opened wide and fast, just like a garfish caught in a snare. He even stammered and stood back when Rakabai looked him in the eye. He was mere feet away, standing over a trash. Been a suitable spot for him, Rakabai thought. He was talking with the giant. The giant was whispering with his back turned to the Zoval's desk. Rakabai averted his eyes quickly as if he was looking off somewhere else. However, he had made his point to Etienne's bully, who each day had a different story he would tell. The guys about someone he had assaulted and how he had got 10 away with it. Rakabai noticed that there was a nervousness about Seraphina, besides her being, at first glance, a little bulimic / anorexic. She had told him that she was a vegetarian. He had noticed that her eyes fidgeted and weren't in coordination with her hands. Her hands had this way of opening out as she talked or gestured. Her eyes weren't directly focused. They danced around like someone adjusting the moon. It took time for them to settle into place. She had a few pimples on her cheeks that she touched at times. Her arms were thin, but her thighs were massive, he thought. She told him that it was because she rode her bike so often. He focused. Remember Zen. Concentrate on my plans, on ways to improve my life, on ideas for finishing the house in Nassari, on ideas for the landscaping. Think about Paris. Reminded himself. Smell Paris. Dream Paris. Dream peace and salvation into my mind. Dream. Rakabai remembered the first time that he had met attorney Dagwood. He had mentioned Rakabai arrest to Carol, a good friend and a fellow farmer of Rakabai. One day when Rakabai was selling her some coffee trees, she had mentioned Dagwood because he had won a case for a friend of hers. After his arrest and his bond was paid, Rakabai went to town. He first stopped the office of a man by the name of Kane, but he wasn't in. Then, he went to see a lady lawyer by the name of Samantha Matthews. She told him that she didn't work on cases like his. Rakabai then decided to give Dagwood a chance. He was in. That was also when he met Dagwood's secretary, Lynn. She was obviously Filipino, Rakabai noted. A small lady, reserved and direct. She asked him to wait in the waiting room. There were clerks, going and coming. Some were lawyers. Rakabai noticed Dagwood. Immediately. He was demure. A big man, well-tailored. Mr. LaFleur, I'll be with you in a minute, he said. No prob. Lem, Rakabai replied. His office was the penthouse suite, and Rakabai could see that the sky was as dark and foreboding as his life felt to him now. Then Len called him and led him to the foyer, and Dagwood appeared again. Mr. LaFleur, come on. In. The room was neatly arranged. Rakabai noticed framed photos. One was a family portrait. Another was a photograph of the lawyer while he was in college. It read, Dagwood for Justice. There was a crowd around him in what looked like a gymnasium. Various other photos and awards covered the desk, as well as files and more files. Rakabai stood before him. Look, these guys arrested me and said I hugged some girl. Too tight. He was shaking. Look, I'm an artist. This is my portfolio. I've been an artist all my life. She said my paintings were lewd. Look, Mr. LaFleur. He was direct and seemingly cold. My fee is $150 an hour. Who arrested you? Ito. We'll order the files. First things first. I want you to give me $10,000 up front. Mr. LaFleur, you know why they pay me so much? It's because I win cases. That's why. He was a large man, overweight. Rakabai could see that. He struggled with his weight problem. Maybe it was glands, thought to himself. The lawyer left the room momentarily, but returned shortly thereafter. He closed the meeting. We'll order the files, and you pay Lynn. She will set a date for you to come. See me again. Okay? Rakabai was on the verge of fainting. Couldn't believe how he had been set up and railroaded into a trial. But it was real. Dagwood stood up. Mr. LaFleur, remember this. If you don't pay your lawyer, you don't have one. That was it. Rakabai put out his hand, but Dagwood wouldn't shake it. Rakabai was flabbergasted. Dagwood wanted $10,000, and then another $10,000 down the line, and he wouldn't shake his hand. I think this is going to go on for quite some time. His last words to Rakabai. But what can I do? Rakabai thought. I don't know another adder. Nay, I haven't had any experience with attorneys in my life outside of Mina, the attorney I used for my divorce. And she was a joke, incompetent. Rakabai had told her they would set him up. He had fled the island when it all started, and she had called him and asked him to return and to fight for the house and the business. Look, lady, I'm black, he had said. He had known then the outcome. He could read it like a blind man reading Braille. This was Starbonia, and Starbonia is a racist country. It was built on racism. When they made this cookie, the prime ingredient to start the ladle stirring was racism, cheap labor, lies about freedom and democracy. Rakabai had always known where he stood. He didn't live in this country for 50-odd years and did not realize anything. He knew. His legs buckled there at the door. But after Dagwood didn't shake his hand, he decided to pick up his armor and start putting himself back together. If this was going to be a challenge, a nightmare, he was going to emerge from it a stronger man, a wiser man. He would not be trampled by any army. carried with him the faith of the phoenix. Rakabai wondered at times how Keats dealt with this when he was blamed for the same thing. Where was Jane? What was she thinking? Rakabai knew where Kana was. He was another major player in his trials and tribulations, the Judas of Ceres. Time would deal with him and with the others. Thoughts of them made Rakabai nauseous. The county planner knew. How many complaints had he received concerning Rakabai that were just jealous innuendos? He had even called Rakabai once to warn him. What did I do? This time? Rakabai had immediately asked him. Nothing, Mr. Lafleur. Matter of fact, I just wanted to give you a tip on something to help you out. It was human of him to do that. Rakabai had thought. He felt good in his insanity. Coping. The white owl. He knew the spirits knew. Somehow, he truly believed as he moved her charcoal portrait from above the bedroom doorway back to the living room. He had drawn her when he was only 15 years old, his guardian, his connection to the spirit world, his angel of consumption, grandmother, Felicia, the goddess of all his fears, the one that would erase the clouds of doubt and the storms of distrust. Rakabai knew, and he would be patient because of that. There were days for Rakabai when his faith was severely challenged. One such day occurred when Seraphina had been gone a few months. Mina had arranged for Seraphina to come back to him, but it was storming, and the hurricane was bad. It had wiped out the roads leading everywhere, raining for over a month. The streets were flooded, and all of the municipal buildings were closed. Road 8 leading out of Sawanan Acres was wiped out. A neighbor of Rakabai was headed to town as usual when his car plunged into a 3 feet deep current of gushing water where once the roadway had been. It happened next to a farm where a horse had always been stabled. Between roads B and C, the horse had disappeared too. The storm made a path straight through the pasture, creating a deep gulch. And, as it turned out, Seraphina never did return home because she would not go to court. Instead, she went to a homeless shelter. She had been living in AKU with a girlfriend who owned a farm in Breezeway. However, that situation had not been worked out well, and she had to leave. Rakabai sat in the living room, and it was desolate outside. It had been raining niggers and rednecks for weeks. In his mind, he was steadily crucifying Jesus, in his own way, via nails, via neo-Nazis, via FBI, CIA, and last, but not least, via Uncle Tom's. It's not that he wanted to commit suicide. He had had the problem since the war. It was like the plague. It came. It took control of his insides, his spirit, his consciousness, like an overdraft. Was conscious, or rather, he could breathe in between currents, in and out of consciousness. Parts of his psyche could answer as sanity. He went through the steps one by one. What could he do? How could he do it, and why? What would be the outcome? Who might he hurt? What would he solve? It was a cold, dreary day. If I had a gun, he thought, I would put it to my temple and pull the trigger. But what kind of a gun? A 357 Magnum would do it. But, he thought, I wouldn't be organized anymore. It would be a mess. Where? At the market? Go to the market. A voice inside of him said of where it all started, and shoot yourself in the temple on a Saturday on the Sabbath. That would leave a message. Life would go on. The world would churn. The sun would still rise. Sven would miss me. And what about Liam and Kian? They need answers. But I don't believe in guns. The shining part of his psyche chastised him. I could never kill anyone. I don't believe in guns. I'm a spiritualist. I'm on a path Sure, I've been ambushed, but I'm alive. I will survive. I can't submit to anxiety, selfishness, and the underworld. His children were, and always would be, his life. He knew that he owed it to them. They have questions. They need the lantern held up high above them. He knew he was that lantern. Not the system. Not mentally deranged Seraphina. Not Jehovah. It was up to him. He owed them because he had called them. He had cast a ballot, made the decision for them. Now he had to be responsible, be a bridge. For he knew, despite the despair that had plagued him so many times in his life, he knew that he had to survive. And to survive suicidal depression, the one thing he knew needed to be kept in mind is that it would pass. Patience, my son. He could hear her voice, the Goddess Felice. He turned out the light in his room and closed the door. The coffee pot was choking out its last drops. He could smell the freshness of the flavor. There was always hope, he thought, as he reached for a cup. Seraphina resembled the actress that starred in the movie special. Time would prove that she bled her more than just in physical characteristics, but also in a metaphorical sense. There was even a prisoner that appeared in prison that was a urea look-alike. Height, weight, physical stat, and that clipped smile. Big, jolly, metaphorical green giant. Those same large flopping legs and ant-murdering feet. Rakabai was sitting across from the new boy watching the special. He was tall, pale starbone and alcoholic, with a large abdominal area, but frail. He had no upper teeth, but his lower ones were smoke-stained, dark, green-looking. He spoke with a guttural voice, like as if there were holes in his larynx or esophagus. Not on me, B, he says to a prisoner seated across from him. The Zovals called for a sign-up for work furlough, $1 per hour. Hey, old school. There you go. Jeremy used Rakabai nickname he'd assigned to him. Rakabai turned to him and laughed. I don't work for nobody. I'm retired. I'd never work for the state. I'm a Vietnam vet. They pay me to be here. You deserve it, he replied with his usual lightheartedness. Chapter 2. Rakabai was watching the movie and Cretchen kept jumping into his field of view. Cretchen Hunchback of Notre Dame in series. His back was twisted. He had prostate cancer, and only his head moved when he spoke. He was so twisted. His physique reminded Rakabai of his grandmother, how she used to look up at him. Her back had a lump in it, too. Though she was not as deformed as Cretchen, she was a goddess, but he was the devil in disguise. She had a smile which was a blessing. He had a smile on the same side of his face, but it was a curse. Then the scene in the television special when she entered the hotel room caught his attention again. This movie reminded him so much of Seraphina, of all her morphs. Rakabai had met Cretchen at Tim's Pancake House. He explained to Rakabai about the diversified crops available and which ones he suggested would be a good investment. Poi, corn, lettuce, green beans, and coffee. Coffee was the crop that he and his constituents and friends were beginning to propagate. They had just lost their jobs on the sugarcane plantation and were planning to do something revolutionary, something which would give them more control of their lives and finances. He had invited Rakabai to come visit him in AKU. He said he would give him a tour of what they were doing. Rakabai wanted to talk to a few farmers, including the people from whom they were buying the house, do their homework, and then decide. Rakabai knew what he wanted for the future, what he wanted to expose to the world. It was love, not love in the political sense with implications for power, like Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King Jr., but spiritual love. sound universal spirituality gained from human experience. He could see it clearly now, like the colors on the white canvas, like the tomatoes, peppers, and okra that sprouted in his garden and gave him so much hope. They were wrong. He would not fall into the abyss of insanity like Rick, a house filled with guns and his German, Starbonian ethics, or like Sergio, who relived the battle on Hill 881 every day. Sergio spent countless hours filling out forms at the Veterans Office. Rakabai wanted to leave something through his paintings, writings, and actions that would transcend the simple minds of men of greed, of tyrants, of sheep. He didn't want to just use the system to placate his own selfish notions. Rakabai figured that it would all come out in the wash. He knew what had occurred in Vietnam and in his Black Starbonian experience, and he wanted to document it and let the readers decide. Once again, Auntie Lucy in his mind. He laughed to himself, thinking of their conversations. 4 years old now, and showing her age in mental capacity. It amused Rakabai to think how the brain washing worked on her so well, compared to Uncle Matthew, who died around the time when Rakabai was arrested. She loved Starbonia and its politics. Rakabai could get her riled easily by mentioning that she was a Republican. She would burst into lames at him on the phone. I'm not a Republican. Where did you get that lie from? But, Auntie Lucy, what did Starbonia do for you? I mean, you are not an immigrant. You are a slave. Hey, Buster, she would reply. I'm not no slave, and this is my country. I don't know any other. But didn't you pick cotton when you were a kid? Now, someone has steered you wrong. I beg your pardon. She would go on. I've never picked no cotton. I'm a city girl. I'm civilized, domesticated, Buster. You better get that right. Rakabai had many anecdotes about his beloved auntie. I mean, Auntie Lucy, you weren't praying to Jesus in Africa. This man planted this in everyone he colonized. Don't go there. I have never been to Africa. I don't know nothing about those people. I mean the way they treat us in this country. How can you say you like this? I don't know nothing else. But this. Starbonia has been good to me. My house is paid for. I get a social security check. I have no complaints. And then, a week later, she'd seen a case on TV concerning some black that was arrested or killed by the police. And then, she'd go into that rage. You see, now if you was Starbone there, wouldn't be all that uproar. He was set up, I'll bet you. And when the black preacher was brought up for rape, and the trial lasted weeks, now you see he's got money. He knows somebody. He'll get off. Watch what I tell you. If he was some poor black, they would have him in the bottom of the jail. But no, he's a hot shot preacher. He knows he's guilty. So Rakabai and his wife went to see Crutchen. They went on a Saturday since Seraphina had school during the week. They met Crutchen's friends, Ed Green, the two brothers, the boxer, and his wife, Willis, and their adopted daughter. Crutchen's house was right at the end of the street, which led directly east into the hills, Carew side, where they were farming. He had another house on the farmland that he leased from Bainbridge, and another 5 acres right across from the Buddha camp. They went up Carew to the cabin with the 5 acres. After chatting and commingling at the house, the driven around the property. The property was landscaped for trees along the edge of the road, past the macadamia nut farms, which were the bulk of the prosperous farming in the area. They reached an area where they could see the diversification of agriculture on the slope. They drove about 1.5 miles east and then Carew to the cabin on a flowing dirt road. The sun was screaming that Day and a pleasant breeze poured the valley into Rakabai's soul. Seraphina had her legs crossed, and her fingers. She was happy, glowing and, as usual, looking for rainbows. Rakabai was happy, too, as they followed Crutchen's piece. Together Ford Ranger. She reached for his hand and kissed it, and then began to give him a hand massage as they drove through the plumes of dust and the beauty of the Sawanan outback. Most farms were corralled by windbreaks of Flindersia or eucalyptus trees here and there. Suddenly they reached a clear. Ing and Rakabai could see a gated area surrounded by Douglas F.I.R. trees. As they got closer to the place, he noticed a grove of coffee trees as full-bodied as one would have imagined. "Oh my God!" Seraphina cried and held her thin face. "Look at the beans, baby. Look at the beans," Rakabai said in his excitement. Crutchen drove up to a gate, and a man appeared from the grove and unlocked it. Then Crutchen drove just beyond the gate to an area where there was a clearing. They had put some Puerto Rican red banana trees there so that they could plant more coffee. They were leasing this land from Bainbridge was not Rakabai's idea of a bargain. He didn't want to lease anything. He wanted to own it because he knew there were always changes in life, and he wanted to be prepared to face them. Rakabai got out of his vehicle and walked over to the worker, whose clothing fit him like he was born with it on. His cap dusty, sweaty, and grained. Crutchen's eyes were expressive with that everlasting glint like an added decoration to his sales pitch. Seraphina hurriedly departed from the truck and caught up to Rakabai as he questioned the worker beside a large eucalyptus. Rakabai could see the visage of a cabin, a neck in the turn away. But the coffee trees were like ladies in waiting, and they spoke to him, to both of them. Pregnant Seraphina was enthralled. They were happy for each other. Rakabai and Seraphina. Rakabai could hear Crutchen tell the worker, "They want to know about coffee. So, I'm going to give them a little tour." He smiled with that everlasting glint. "This is Caleb," he says, and Rakabai stepped forward and reached out his hand. Seraphina had jeans on and only had to fight with her hair. She stepped forward and curtsied. "Seraphina, nice meeting you." The sweat was pouring from his face and drenching his shirt. Crutchen walked over to an Arabica coffee tree and pulled off some beans. "These are called sherry, and when they are red like this, they are ripe. Now some of them are yellow, which are called yellow Caturra. There are 7 varieties of coffee trees. Arabica is what Milwaukee coffee farmers are famous for. But mind you, Arabica coffee trees originated in Africa. We have Arabica and some yellow Caturra. There is also Utopia ex Sawanan, Brazilian." He began to walk out toward a field that was outside the gate, but adjacent to the gated area where Rakabai could see another worker with a spray bottle. "Now here we are planting cakey baby trees. It takes 2.5 years to get beans and 5 years for the trees to become fully grown. From each tree, after they are picked, 7 pounds of cherries, which are these." He passed them to Seraphina. "You get 1 pound of pure coffee. Each tree will yield at least 5 pounds per season." Seraphina had her tablet out and was writing all of this down. "Now," he walked over to Seraphina, "let me have one of these. You can see as I peel this layer off, there's a bean on the inside, and that bean, after we ferment it for 2 to 3 days and set it out to dry, is called parchment. Then after that, we clean the husk off with a machine, which is done mostly in Milwaukee. They do all the processing, and then it's called greens. Now remember, at each stage, the price changes when you market it. Look at the trees. We plant them 8 feet apart, not like in Milwaukee, all on top of each other. And the rows are 8 feet apart. You can It's your choice. Plant them 10 feet in rows. So, it's easier for your equipment. That's your call. Every farmer is different. Are you getting this? Seraphina nodded. Sure. If I'm talking too fast, just tell me to slow down, okay? Now, every 3 months, unless you are going organic, which is another process, you spray the trees. Not directly on the trunk, but around about a foot out. Once the tree is grown, the shade will keep any weeds from growing underneath. Same as fertilizer, which you can do at your own discretion every 2 to 3 months. Not on the root, out in a circle, so the roots will grow out to them. Now remember, coffee as a taproot. What does that mean? Seraphina interrupted. That means the root goes straight down. He points his finger in theory. Rakabai noticed a missing finger or a nub. He walked a little further. Now, this is the most important part of the growth of the tree and also the aspect of health. Pruning. Follow me, he said. At that moment, the other worker called him over in Crutchin, walked over to him with his head down, his hump more visible than his head. They silhouetted their words in the open field, under the canopy of the sun. Moments later, he returned. Now where was I? Pruning, Seraphina replied. He gave a crooked smile out of the side of his mouth and continued. You prune the tree anywhere below the knee, and after 2 or 3, you chop every tree below the balls. He looks at Seraphina as he says this and gives a chuckle. We cut the tops before they get too tall, about 8 feet, because coffee will grow 40 feet tall. Really? Seraphina asked. They drove toward a KU on the same highway that led to Nautalu's black sand beach where the giant tongues of the ocean licked the cove of the lava rocks and showered the heavens with blessings of salt. There, on the lowest point, the ruins of a Sawanan village stood, silhouetted against the shadows of coconut palm and surrounded by a pond of koki frogs and vines. The tide was at its highest, its scales an hour traffic against the gathering lust of the seashore, where the giant green sea turtle, Honu, laid basking in poetry of its own context. Tourists were mortified by its sheer beauty and elegance. It brought back memories to Rakabai of his first days on this island and the time he had camped there with Sumatra, Liam, and Kian. His heart became the ocean's roar. Along the roadway that sucked down to the lip of black sand, plumerias crowned the roadside, hopping for the day when the pygmy ladies would come to clip their spring flower tips and spread their prescience of high throughout the world. Rakabai found that in his readings at Mons Lahir, though, the selection was not the best that literature could offer. If one looked patiently enough, there were books on the shelf that were worthy of introspection. Oh, I didn't cut it off. The only other possibility was him. Rakabai turned from his snow crab perch and almost spoke, but he caught himself because of the disciplinary code he had laid down for himself. Just don't have a reaction to jail, he chanted to himself. Nothing makes sense. Keep your dogs in their cage. Later that afternoon, found out that the guy had staph infection. Hey boy, he got staph? Yes. Boy, relief. Don't lie to me, boy. I don't need that. I have enough things in my basket already. I don't need nothing else. I told you yes, uncle. They tell us these things. I work lawn. Dry. Boyd disappeared back into the main recreation room. The starbone appeared and says, You got staph, boy? Yeah, you. Want me to move? No. Just keep your towel away from me. Okay. I don't want your shit. Don't make me mad, boy. Okay? I'm not in the mood for it. Okay. At one point, the guy got up from his bunk and stepped on his clothing, which was on top of his boots. It was earlier in the day, and there was a rumble, circled him like a Spanish bull. Don't step on my shit, boy. You hear me? Clumsy fool. He was 25 years in and out of prison, 48 years old, but he was warned. The state had just took his 2 kids from him. Sexual deviancy, he said. It was because he slapped his baby. Boy, he was 5 foot, 5 inches tall, 181 pounds and limping on a bad heel, with a knot in his elbow, scar on his cheek. There were obvious signs of arthritis, and he had survived a heart attack the previous year. His speech was slurred, gurgling, so Rakabai could barely understand a word he said. He was bald, but had a full head of hair when Rakabai first noticed him. After he got upset at the starbone, Uku stormed out of the barracks and mumbled something under his breath. It was the second time Uku had interfered when there was a confronter tie-in with another inmate. The first time was with Ada. After, Uku found out through a visit with his son one Saturday that Ada had attacked his son in Milwaukee at a grocery store. So Uku decided that he would approach Ada while they were working in the kitchen. That day, Uku stormed into the barracks while Rakabai was sleeping. He vehemently said, I told that fool I'm helping her, you want to help her, and he just takes over the job. I mean, when he comes in here, it might just happen. I don't care anymore. I'm tired of this shit. Send me to the main. I mean, I've almost killed a man already, ha ha ha. That's why I'm in. Many men had passed through those walls of community conscientiousness. In most cases, children, boys and girls that were never given the needed guidance by their parents, for whatever reason, whether it was because of their fear of the laws of this country, or just because they thought that children are made to be spoiled rotten and no good, as Timmy says so often of himself, and as Nadia, my ex-wife, had proven so often when she and Rakabai talked. Her boys can do no wrong. Many stories had been told and lived and replicated. The sea was to crow more than thrice before the year would end in 2 days. Rakabai had grown wiser and calmer. He had taken the tea set out, took the stain cleaner out of the old metal closet, and refurbished old values, finding hope within the refuse of the city's garbage dump. Silver sparkles at the gates of Penn and Stripe. Many people came to him from down under, like a yo-yo, boomerang, and then they faded off into the depths of their own insanity. Rakabai couldn't carry them any longer. That was one of the decisions of life, who was worthy of being carried. Their worth was part of the pattern of one's own literacy, intellect, and spirit. Above all else, one needed to have a goal, a focus, a connection to the universe, the galaxy, the spatial anomalies, and closed unconsciousness of what is not known. Rakabai believed, however, that the key was in our own consciousness. Anything man can dream or create exists. Existing was the key. Our consciousness has no walls or boundaries. Many mornings and late nights after the sun had gone to do courtship with another, Rakabai thought of her, as sure as the spirit of Goddess Felice, which danced and sang and swam within the walls of his home that day. She came to him, and he could feel her warmth. Using her hair of melted gold, he metamorphosed her angels and lifted the dust with his whisk, purred tear verbs under the sun that sat in her eyes. He called, he dreamed, and she came to him, his lover for the spited man's unfaithful chime. She had discarded all her woes and stormy days, opening her eyes as he called her heart to him. He felt the valleys of Shah Nubium and the slopes of Yin Yue Valley beneath, the cuticles of his hands against her skin. He saw the moon in her eyes as starbone as the down of snow, and as sure as the lynx floated within his mane. Her kiss was like the ocean under a day's sun, and he was sure he would drown in her release. Is this death the way it would be? If so, it would be recommended, and she would be well sought. Confinement is for men who cannot hold down the drag. Ons, the wolves, the hyenas, the vultures inside of themselves. It is not for men that have spent time with themselves and have gotten to know their spirit, who have discipline and control. It is a place for them to regain their strength and fortitude, to stand up before the blackboard of life, to raise their hands above the alabaster clouds, and their smile would be given to the least of them in need. Everyone who entered into the plane of those acts in which Rakabai was the main character had to answer for something. The judge had disrobed, the lawyer undressed, the girls, the jury, the policemen, the groupies, and Seraphina. Whether it was in a bar at night when the music was reaping its harvest and the blues tainted their minds and opened a door of regret and remorse, or through someone's life, their children's lives, or grandchildren, or through the events of tragedy in their lives, that would in some way be connected to him, whether they realized it or not. During his life, Rakabai had passed by Mon's law higher many times, and its presence would turn on his consciousness to say, "Look at me, here I am." Many times he had passed by that particular plot of land in Nasari and noticed that field, the giant tree, the one he now owned. It was like passing by a graveyard and knowing you could place a bet that you would someday be in that position. There were times when Rakabai dreamed that he was a kid dressed in a red shirt and black pants with white suspenders, trying to climb out of a playpen but could not, reaching for someone to rescue him and being ignored. And if innerly finding that one toy, one piece of hope, and settling down in his only world, clinging to that one magical toy, oneself. There were those who did not have to bow before the altar on Saturdays or Sundays. They bowed, fasted, disciplined, and humbled themselves before the supreme goddess every day, within minutes and within corners of seconds. They could feel the cavemen in themselves and remember the red clay of the battlefields. Rakabai had felt that he had been there before. When he served in Vietnam, he had known and felt the weight and gravity of rope around his neck, the shackles at his ankles. When assaulted or accused blindly, those men could consume the rages of all men within the bowels of fasting and prayers. And they in turn would be sent the pipes of tomorrow to reveal themselves the facets of life. She would rinse her face and brush her teeth with the sins of their sins and with the blessings that emerged from their sacrifice. For wisdom and beauty is in the light, and darkness is all that is not, like the vulture that has no home and eats at death. For it is a metaphor of all that is dead and beyond. Seraphina stood there, eyes lit up like money trees over blue grass, her lips moist and alive like ocean at high tide, her tongue asking for him against white rock, the salt of the sea still in her veins, her hair falling into his face. He was the sky and the field below. She consumed him. He became a fire in her bosom, the forest around them her sea. Tito and Lee were pulled in coffee, and Starbone Boy was painting underneath the house. Eventually, Rakabai sent each one of them into the back field to start planting coffee trees in the one area where it was bald. He was in the front office, and Seraphina was in the house with the kids who were asleep. Seraphina could see the men working out in the field, and she thought it would be a good moment to take her clothing off and dance in the living room. She didn't see anything wrong with it. It was the way of her mind then. I'm just dancing under rainbows, she thought. She knew the living room was exposed to the workers, but she didn't know in the sense of reality. So she danced nude, and they stared and giggled and assumed Tito became entranced with her, and he wanted her. Rakabai didn't matter to him. He wasn't his boss anymore. He was in his way. Tito was living with his mother, hadn't had a woman in years. Finally, on the 29th of December, the day after Saddam Hussein had been hung and the morning of the Chinese sunrise, Rakabai finally had a chance to watch The Streets of Laredo cowboy movie. It brought back memories of his childhood, like the rising dough of morning biscuits. The movie was similar to the present-day Enigma. Mexicans were the villains, and he was a Mexican actor fighting against the Texas Rangers in the range wars. Rakabai had been fed cowboy movies as a child. Randolph, Scott, and Audie Murphy, William Holden and Kofi Stewart. Roy Torrance played an elevated part in his psyche because he would slap the cowboy and always won the fights. Each time he saw them, Rakabai vowed that he would never let a man do him like that. In essence, if he would have hit on him like that, he would kick his ass. His stepfather would always remind him that there'd be a time in his life when he would have to back down and submit. He had been speaking in a metaphorical sense, and those days had come and would come again. Rakabai was swimming in the midst of one of those metaphors now, but he recognized that the benefits were worth the enigma in the long run. Within a particular day's reverie, after a brief stroll to the dining room, Rakabai had thoughts of asking Boo, the black sergeant, if he could sketch his portrait. He headed back to the ubiquitous corner and hurled himself back into the pages of Primitive People. His bowels reminded him of earthly limitations and mortality. As he went to relieve himself, he once again fell between asking Sarge about the sketch and of Seraphina, just about to close in on him. While putting the finishing touches on his relief, he thought of Rachel. If ever there was a love to have, she was for him, he thought. In order to placate himself and his selection of the kind, what women were to him, a choice selected in a traditional mode, where women were the scent of lowers, orchids that rode one's libido out of the gates of hell. They let one's chakras do a rain dance as surreal as Salvador Dali could have imagined or Alfred Hitchcock could have portrayed. He had asked her to marry him, but by the time she realized that he was real, she had made a new edict. He had to be a born again Christian to be her husband. She had returned to the church and could only have sex if she was married. Rakabai would never vow to be a Christian and live a lie just to be with her. So hers would be a road less traveled in his future. Chapter 3. Oshi and Snow arrived from Japan in November, and Kara's son had been on the farm for a fortnight. Rakabai was beginning to realize that he and Seraphina were in cahoots together. The silent innuendos, their body language and psychic euphemisms. Seraphina had been back for only 2 months, and Rakabai did not completely trust her, thinking that her mind was like a laced spring curtain. It was June when she came back from a long stretch out on the dusty roads, steering from one house to the next, from bed to floor, to homeless shelters, to Uncle Willie's retreat, to Sonon shelters, back to a girlfriend's place, back to Ethel. Her objects, DD, had been rewarding men, whom Rakabai had once thought friends. He grimaced at the thought, with the converse of her feminine skills. In the mix were also some policemen and Sawanan males from Nikon, the Sawanan group way to make things right. He knew this because men would call and leave messages, whisper, and then hang up. Once he had received a call from a male who asked for her by the name of Layla. He had told Rakabai that he was her lover and that she gave good head. Another man had called, and when Rakabai had asked who he was, he said he was trying to reach the officer Newt and was told this was where he could contact him. Another male had left his number asking Rakabai to tell her to contact him because they were good friends. Within the Past 2 years, Rakabai had heard voices outside the house, on the old road that ran through Gomer's lot and parallel to the house, no more than 60 feet away. Once or twice, someone had thrown rocks up against the house in hopes of him coming out, or so Rakabai had thought. He had stayed put, as his war Ryer would have done, to suggest to the culprit that no one was there, so he would take chances. However, Karu and Christales barked consistently under the shadows and boxed caverns of the stilts that held up the nightmare of a house. For over 2 years, Rakabai had lived within those walls, only frequenting the neighborhood stores at his conscious wit to douse his despair with spirits, what only an insane man would revert to in such times. But he was not over her yet. No matter how much he bathed, he couldn't wash her away. Her scent was hypnotic, and her kiss was of the witches. She had told him many times that she was a witch in her past life, and Rakabai was under her spell. Nightmares. She had put a spell on the house, and each day the fumes and the flame would consume him, and his mind would wander off into the tragedy of Shaka. He had cared for the field, the 5 acres of lava rock, where they had planted coffee trees here and there in the crevices that were deep enough to contain a tap root. Each day he paced back and forth with the obar and prayers. Chicken manure pellets were thrown to the rain. He started fires with the paper trash and kindling, in hopes of sending smoke signals to the goddess, for who else could rescue him from his misery? He coughed up images of Sven and Kai, trying to imagine the mental toll this tragedy would have on them. He tried to pull in their suffering from the clouds, washing his face with the residual rains. He worked late into the night at times, crying, hoping that within the release there might be a message, a sign. Sometimes his children would appear from within the lava tubes at his feet, like the giant rats that Karu and Christores had killed so many times and left out in the field. He would discover them, and in his fear, send out red needles like the porcupine in his scattered blessings. Sumatra and Rakabai had bought the house in a phone conversation with the realtor whom he had used when he was in a thief. He had told her that he wanted something not far from Dia because Seraphina was going to start school there, and something secluded, where he didn't have any visible neighbors, if possible. On his first visit to see her and look at the proper ties, she had given him a good idea of what he should ask for in the region. She showed him a condo in Dia by the ocean and a few homes in Dragon Acres and Nassari, and another plea of homes in Orchid Land. Rakabai wasn't satisfied with what he'd seen. The prices were great, particularly one in Dragon Acres. There were 2 homes on the property. One of them did not comply with code and was not totally finished. There was a considerable amount of trash that needed to be hauled away, and the house wasn't what he considered choice property. Owner was offering to leave all the furniture and only wanted $30,000. But the other properties were also in that range. It was quite far from the road and was surrounded by a bevy of neighbors. Another place she showed him was a house that was not yet finished. The asking price was $35,000. It had a loft included and more square footage on a paved road, but it wasn't finished and needed considerable work. Rakabai decided to talk to Sumatra about it and get back to her, but he wanted her to keep in touch if she found something a little more to his liking. Privacy was the key, as well as immediate access to the main thoroughfare and profit potential. Privacy was his stress point. He told her so he could write, paint, and farm. Of course, he didn't have the down payment, so he had to talk with Sumatra about helping him out. He returned to Athete and explained to Sumatra his plan about living in Sawana, knowing that he would have to leave her soon and find a place because her mother was coming to stay. It took a little coaxing. She had to borrow the money from her dad, and she was against asking him for anything. Even though he was not well and had enough to give, he was willing always to give Sumatra anything. She was the light of his life. She was happy, but also dying. Rakabai had his own creative ritual to cleanse his home of evil spirits, and despite it being his most focused mission, couldn't find what he expected to see. He searched the house for some object or potion that may have been left underneath, on top of beams, or in some obscure corner, in the cupboard, beneath the staircase, in the corners where the rafters met. His mother had said that Ethel's evil powers were stronger than his. Rakabai did not agree. He believed for a man to strengthen his spirit, he must be willing to set it free from the bonds of material exigencies, which included the contorted and amplified image called the human body. The way to know if one is on the right path is by how the dots from the past connect to the future. They were relative. In one's action of tomorrow will be a piece of the puzzle, and one will feel enlightenment after filling that void. Uriel was only 200 feet west of him. Rakabai quickly realized, while working the fields, that he could see him from every vantage point on his property. This explained to Rakabai why Uriel was so paranoid. He knew what would carry him through this storm, and this was the reason for the glint in his eye, the half-dimpled mention of a smile on his face. It was his psychic abilities and instinctual flair that had shown him his enemies and his soldiers, the latter being his mother spirit, the dogs Karu and Christrace, and the starbone owl. His visions would set him on the path of his days, and in the nights provide him with many overlaying dreams. This was not insanity. He had clarity and discernment, like day to night, or the borders of his intuition and the clouds of his confusion. He had been fasting since a child, and he knew his limitations. He had good control of his seizures. He knew when they would appear, in the times of stress, and he would barely go into a faint before coming out of it in a matter of seconds. He was cautious. Look, these are my hours that I have worked on your case, and it comes out to this. Dagwood showed Rakabai a sheet he had just pulled out of his printer. It had a figure of 50 sand dollars on the lower portion. Rakabai wasn't stunned. He knew that Dagwood would be upset because he had told him that he didn't want to go to a public defender. It was his way of letting Rakabai know that he was expendable. The man was a lawyer. Also, the other case is going to come out of that amount. Also, like I said, I would work it for free if there was any conflict of interest after you work with the public defender. He's my childhood friend. I can trust him. Rakabai remained quiet and calm. As always, this other case is a serious charge. They changed the misdemeanor to a first-degree felony for molesting an underage girl. Unbelievable, Rakabai said, after all these years. First place. I wasn't even there. I went to town to pick up coffee. That's the charge. And believe me, it's serious. Dagwood continued to stand as he always did. He was short and concise with Rakabai. Rakabai always felt that what he had learned from this famous lawyer was that either he didn't know how to distribute his time, or he had underestimated the case and thus lost it. Rakabai had warned him, telling him that there was a concerted effort in the community by starbone groups to guarantee his conviction. Rakabai believed that he had not heeded this fact. Rakabai was sitting outside of the district courtroom of Judge Hera, reading 1,000 Acres. He stood as they approached him. Dagwood was wearing his off-white cardigan, suit with a dark blue tie. He held some transcripts in his hand. This is Lee. He is going to be working with you on this case. They shook hands. He was a thin, tall, Japanese man. I don't want to work with a public defender, though, Rakabai retorted. Well, Dagwood said sharply, you'll have to pay for a lawyer. Then, that's all I can tell you, my friend. And though slovenly they came, his parting was quick. Dagwood asked Rakabai to come with him. As they headed toward the courthouse, he said, look, he's only going to Moni, toward the case. As soon as we see there is a conflict, I will take over the case. Then I can get the state to pay. I'll be keeping in touch with him and watching the case as it goes along. He'll be updating me, so you don't have to worry. They reached the front part of the court on the second floor. Dagwood led Rakabai over to the balustrade and stood looking out. Look, Dagwood, Rakabai said, you know who I am. I have 40 acres of land in downtown Nassari. I don't owe anything on it. I don't want to work with the state. I want a lawyer. I mean, how much do you want to do in the other case? Just give me a price, 20,000. That's my fee. Okay, I can get a loan and give it to you. He cut Rakabai off and began to walk down stairs. All right then. But first, let's win a case, Rakabai said. I'm trying, he replied. Rakabai's first thought was about when he had first met him, and he was bragging. That's why they pay me so much. I win cases. As it turned out, Dagwood couldn't win a third-degree fail, only with no evidence to support it. Rakabai realized that he was in big trouble. Going to another lawyer wasn't going to help him. If Dagwood couldn't clear him, no one could. He was a legend in the area, born and reared as an integral part of the community. Rakabai went to the main jail and was in temporary lock up for processing. A prisoner called out as the deputies were leading him from a county van. Hey, Dagwood, that's your client. And Dagwood didn't say a word, but he chuckled lightly, and one could see an inkling of a smile from his large, pleasant face. His stomach shuddered and his coat flapped like a banana leaf in the wind against his round frame. I wish you were my lawyer, said the prisoner. I could use a good lawyer like you write about. Now, once inside the jail, Dagwood led Rakabai over to the processing station. Hey, Dagwood, this girl's hooked. Rakabai started, but Dagwood cut him off quickly. Don't say anything while we are in this prison. I'll talk to you later, okay? Make an appointment with Lynn. Okay, Rakabai said. The human body, Rakabai thought. It had taken 6 days for him to pass his last turd in the toilet. He had been fasting that long. He felt great. You look tired, Ada said to him at the table for breakfast. The day before, his right knee was giving him some trouble. Perhaps it had twisted somehow, and the cartilage was wearing, perhaps causing a vein to be displaced within the socket. The area had been swollen for weeks, but it was steadily going down. When he kicked his leg out, it seemed to adjust itself somewhat, and then he could walk without discomfort. It was Tuesday, the day after New Year's. He started thinking about the coffee shop again. Maybe he should get another draftsman to do the landscaping of it. It should be built with a drive-up window on the south side, and there should be gazebos around the place for couples, with good landscaping and decorative plants. Wall space for the paintings and the drawings he'd done of the prisoners whilst in jail. The place should be built with a certified kitchen, not just a certified coffee kitchen, so they could expand it later on. Their first product would be coffee. International coffee from other countries, floats and ice cream. Shelf space for the coffee bags. They should have 100-pound bags displayed with the company logo as well. This is all he could think about during his days in jail, how to stay focused on his dream of a combined art gallery and coffee shop building that catered to the tourists. Have the tour buses make it a stop on their rounds. Before being incarcerated, he had called 2 of them, and they were quite interested. The aspect of his incarceration which Rakabai most hated were insensitive jokes that were widespread and even received applause. Any references to blacks were made in a derogatory manner by the majority of the prisoners there. He also found appalling the way the prisoners always found some reference to others by pulling their drawers down and showing their asses, or patting others on the ass as they lay in bed, laughing. Liam was the most open and accepted gay in the dorm. He had the run of the jail house. She was always giving advice to the prisoners about how to approach the judge. Rakabai always felt that he was an inside plant. Just be honest with the judge and he'll be lenient on you. Tell him everything. That's what I did. I told him each time that I did drugs and how I wanted to change. And everything he'd say to each one. There was talking at night. Rakabai took olanzapine. It was hard for him to sleep since he usually sleeps so lightly. When some prisoners like Rick or Mark, Narcisi, or Ada would wake up and want to tell sections of their life stories. And their jokes, Rakabai would be on edge because he didn't want to say anything. He knew that he would get upset if someone responded negatively. He didn't want to snitch to the guards because that's a no-no. One never knew which way the group would respond. He figured that overall, while being incarcerated, the less seen, less heard, and the less questions, the better. Just serve the time and be out of sight, out of mind. An old adage. Judo might have complained. He had been in prison for 25 years. He didn't care, and they respected him. They also feared him, because anyone that had served 25 years in a prison system definitely did not care. Rakabai thought. He had just lost his kids to the system, and he would be getting out in 6 months. The state was putting the whammy to him, and he knew it. His wife was going south on him by alienating his long-time hood friends. Who could blame her? He had a son in Tetra at the prison there. He not Haliwa. He's a tough kid. I've got to do something for him. He's ready for anything. He's ready for the world. I don't know if the world's ready for him though, he'd said one day. There were days when Rakabai lamented about Lewis and how he had taken advantage of him, and also John, his nephew. Nancy had visited him 4 times since his incarceration, and Rakabai was happy to have her handle his affairs. Rakabai thought that she wasn't put out too much by handling anyone's business, let alone her own. Always felt that she was going through a phase of menopause, and he had teased her about it often. At times she took it as an insult, and he would feel bad about it afterwards. On her first visit, the Sarge called Rakabai to a desk which they had positioned outside the 2 main doors to the left of the restroom and the main entrance. She stood there, anxious, tall, blonde and scraggly, black tights, with a faded blue shirt, punched haphazardly down into the tights, and tennis shoes, like a tall rag doll. Look, you have to fill out a visitor's request, the Sarge had said, or they can't let you in here, okay? But I did. Where? When? At the main. I filled it out when I first came in. I'll let you in this time, but not again, he said. Rakabai and Nancy sat at the far end of the table. She held his hands, with excitement in her eyes. She was nervous. Her speech was breathless. The words ran like water going downhill. How are you? She said. Oh, I'm fine. I'm doing good. Dieting, running every day. I've lost 20 pounds. I see you have lost a bit of weight. You look good though. It's all right in here. Just a matter of respect. Living among a group of people I keep to myself. I'm doing a good bit of drawings too. Really? Yes. Well, everyone knows me. Rakabai was pointedly exaggerating. He smiled. Some did, and others were getting to know me, or had heard of me, he added. That's good, she said. So did you go see the house? Yes, I did. How did you like it? He cut in. Oh, it was nice. I like it. I like it a lot. That's good. Are there any doors on it? No, not yet. That's the next thing. Okay? Then he started explaining. She opened her tablet to take notes. You'll have to get a hold of the carpenter. Oh, yeah. He called. He wants his money. And he was really rude, too. Ah, he's a redneck. I figured he'd go south on me. I told him I would pay him by Wednesday of next week. What's his problem? Just tell Kian to get a hold of that bastard. I don't want him to put a lien on my place. They can put a carpenter's lien on the place when you don't pay them. So that's very important, okay? Really? All right. I got that, she replied. Yeah, really. Trust me. How's everything else? He said. Well, I'm working, planting coffee plants, and transplanting the others too. But how am I going to get paid? I'm doing all this work, and I need to know what is going on before I get too involved. I can't continue like this. She had only been there a week, and Rakabai was shocked by this. He had told her that he would pay her $1,000 per month after she was returned to Martha's Vineyard. However, it seemed to Rakabai that everything that he had said to her had gone over her head. She did not come to Ceres until his second week of incarceration, so he didn't have a chance to brief her beforehand. The carpenter was supposed to have finished the house a month and a half previously, but since he had gone south with his attitude, it was delayed. Though he did finish it, it was just 3 days before he had turned himself in. I told you I would pay you $1,000 a month. Don't you remember? Rakabai proceeded to give her his banking information, and she wrote it down on her pad, the pad that the Sarge had let her bring in, though it was considered to be contraband and against privileges. The cars skied by on the ocean of asphalt, and Rakabai intermittently glanced that way, with the world on his mind, its meanderings reflecting his predicament. Now, you'll have to get a hold of the electrician and the plumber. Their numbers are in that book, okay? In the blue tablet you left? Yes. Everything is in there. Just have Kian get a hold of that car, Pinter, and take care of that first. Very important. The day shot itself down as we made love, and geckos roamed throughout the pallet chiffon tent, like cylindrical wind chimes on the breeze. They asked for each other again and again. They walked apart softly, almost tiptoeing to a long oak bench to the left of the public gallery, which rose in strategic tiers to a laminated, grooved wall. The judge, in his black robes and miniature eminence, sat high in front of them, framed in oak and surrounded by computers, monitors, speaker systems, and a swiveling high-backed black leather chair. He faced a clock which straddled the exit at the far end of the room. To his right, an empty box, encased in its own memories, where the witnesses, defendants, and victims would eventually sit, front and below. Between them, like an alleyway, a sloping desk, a slightly higher promontory, there sat the clerks, the stenographer, and two ladies who administered the requisitioning of timetables, the setting of dates, the charging, the openings. So there would be no conflict of schedules between the court, the prosecutors, and the lawyers. Dagwood appeared to Rakabai to be larger than this place, floating above it like a hot air balloon with a contract. One could feel protected with him, win or lose. To the right of Dagwood and Rakabai, and on the same level, were two prosecutors, one Japanese and one Filipino, turning pages like leaves and placing notebooks here and there. They were dressed casually. Dagwood was in his black pinstripe suit, freshly shaven. They each held the indictment in their hands. Rakabai wasn't there. His mind wandered toward the farm. Images of Chris trays lying under the kitchen floor of the house, looking west toward the gate, breathing memories of the past, and looking forward to his return. Lynn, I'm taking a trip to Oregon, and then to my ranch in northern Utopia X. She was breathing hard on the phone. Suddenly, where in northern Utopia X? What are you going to do there? Rakabai's first premonition was that the supposed victim was in that area. He felt it as sure as Felice breathed fire. Lake, we have 100-acre ranch up there. What's the address? She asked. Rakabai gave her the address reluctantly, and wondered why she was trying to protect Creek when he was the client. Rakabai rejoiced in the look of irritation on Lynn's face, which supported his view of her sexual politics, the consciousness floating, massaging the prostate, being a woman, submission, a flower and inclusion, offerings. Rakabai painted him with his smile, braised him with his hands, but he almost couldn't reach. Drawback and be silent, retrospect. Then, a pompous, opportunist gay who had the run of the jail. Small, ribald. He was sergeant and captain's water boy. A fair, skinned Filipino with the local, high-cropped hair. Tall and dark. His lips were purple and ruby red. There was a glint in his eyes with a sign of things to come. Jubu, a lemur-eyed, Japanese. Bald, thin, starbone eyes wide open with no eye. Lashes, eyelids barely discernible. He bunked above Rakabai, and when he departed his bed on the ladder rungs, it felt to Rakabai like God was descending like the Japanese, heavy on the extremities. His heels pounded the floor like thunder. The power resonated through Rakabai bowels, a momentary terror overcome in him. This is not the end of my life, but the beginning. Rakabai thought the leaving behind of the conundrum of spit and spat, where answers are like spoons and forks for a purpose, where the Lins and the Itos and the Itos and the Ethels of the world will in some way hover above the stench of their own bile, world where the butterflies and bees are no longer the functional art of the goddess, to the beginning, where the universal spiritualist deviates from owning the sky or the clouds, fighting for their own kids when it is time, and time to spend with them. This is always assigned by her, for their lessons are not of the politics of the nations, robotic. No, their lessons are from the spirit of life, where the light is sanity, and it will lead them again to their place, for they will know of the path. I do not need the two faces of myself that they deem insane. His inner voice drummed. The face of the spirit. The face of the carcass must be separate. Lean toward the spirit, my friend. For respect is not an honored characteristic of man. He has to struggle to achieve it. That's why he abuses himself and is children. For in his confused state is not a cry to be righteous. It is a grunt to be in the wilderness that is yet indiscernible to him. It is not literacy. It is still the language of the caveman. Jubu was standing by the doorway. His lemur eyes, which Rakabai had never seen blink, looked out toward the Zoval's desk. He had just gone over his release papers. I leave tomorrow. Row. They can't hold me back, he said. You leave tomorrow? Really? Timmy asked. Yeah, they can't hold me back. Was getting dressed for the papier crew, the work crew. Lonnie was at the door, waiting with his tablet and blue jacket in hand. Sun was out that day, running away from the haze. O'Brien was still pacing the floor with a stack of books in his hands. Rick and Chubby from the kitchen were trying to arc a cigarette into the Far corner. Rakabai, in his corner, had just finished another book of Spencerville. He was thinking about his 90-day evaluation coming up the next day. I'm not nervous, he told himself. I'm really psyched up for a 2-year stint considering this other trial and the outcome. Rakabai always looked for the worst, and if the best happened, it was a surprise. He realized he was in a starbone's kingdom. Nancy hadn't visited over the weekend, nor had his son, which meant Rakabai knew that Nancy was still in Idaho, and Kian could care less about him. He was still thinking of ways his son could make money and avoid taxes by keeping records, or stocks like ETT and Zisco, which each day went up at least 70 cents. ETT had always been a solid stock. He kept an eye on mutual funds also, like Frida Temp. He saw where the Selco Electricity Company had a group of solar experts put in hot water solar panels and given great discounts. But Kian never came to see him. He was never home when he called him at night. Nadia defended him at every turn. So Rakabai had decided and was firmly resolved to concentrate on his own future and stop putting energy into people who did not want his advice. He focused on not thinking about them, but instead of ways to help them. Once again, he went over the questions in his head. Why had Dagwood waited 5 years for a trial that was to have such an outcome? Had he believed they had a case? That's not what he had told Rakabai. Why had Lynn felt that he was stupid enough to believe her when she had made awkward and hurried arrangements for money? She had surely been ripping him off, and he hadn't wanted to say anything because he was this masochist. He liked pain. By being silent about what was happening to him, Rakabai had shown a delayed reaction to his problems. He knew what was happening, but he also knew that he wouldn't react until it was too late. That was his psychological problem. How could he explain it to anyone, even his psychologists? Chapter 4. Some mornings, the wall was his only friend. That, and the caution, floor wet sign, basted in yellow, while in the cafeteria with his back turned to the one hung, dread or so prisoners. The silhouettes of some stood on the edge of his privacy as he studied his face in the glass door, way that led to the Zoval's coffee room. His words, the few he spoke, sounded like the mechanics of his brain, and needed oiling. My fevers are gone, and tonight I walk like the checkers, shoulders heavy and swinging. It was when the women did guard duty and the standing head count that Rakabai was most attentive. One morning, it was an elderly Japanese lady in black, with black jacket, burgundy shirt, stoic, traditional, waxen-faced, expressionless eyes. She walked through and counted with her finger, graphically, stopping at each person. First one, farthest from the inmates, then two, and as she was exiting the doorway, it was all downhill. From there, Rakabai mused, and as we think in time, surely the goddess will end this state of affairs. Thus, bowing to even my lowly calm, the earth rolling into a ghoulish flame, a fire of conscience. Bowels spill over like a grizzly, drunk from the taste. Is not this life a journey into the unknown? Lest roads be propped with mannequins? And in this journey, should one not take that road? For I see barbed wire and pits with death on, sticks which point to heaven, hidden beneath my own desires and comfort. Would it be that which is so protected and coveted is harboring a gift that adds to the spirit's wandering chests? So why should I accept a plea bargain from the state when they consider it a deal? I will not wash up on my own fate. The room was empty. He glanced at the slanted glass door, then in his eerie, at a fat free milk carton and 4 empty packs of Cheerios. Rakabai horoscope had said that someone would let him down. Syrup packets with flavors like her kisses, and butter packets like the release of her flower. Then the Starbonian heart association sign came into his focus, and Rakabai thought of Sven, my giant, my king, my prince, my junior. Can they cure a broken heart? He asked this of himself, feigning jest. He stood, and with his poetic plate and strings pulling him toward the trash bin, he emptied his soul into a plastic-lined black hole. It was Friday. Lonnie held the mic. Now everyone except people on work furlough or prepare workers, meet me under the tent. And if you have one medical slip or something, we'll talk about it later. Meet me under the tent too. Everyone aired under the tent. Jeans and green shirts with papaya signs on them. The smoke rolled like poison. Rakabai found velvet at the base of a royal palm where seeds had been falling red, like the coffee cherries in the field, but smaller, poetically lazy, opined, from virginal to its death where the skin has dried and peeled by the lips of the sun in its twirling days. Memories satisfied, and forgotten, jazzed by the footsteps of prisoners' woe. Abraham, where are you supposed to be? Lonnie asked. With coffee in your hand, and everything, you guys. I need the key. The lock is locked on the tool shed. Break the lock. Break the lock? Rakabai said. Break the lock, and you guys go with him, okay? We'd eat, huh? Pearl nods. Now, the rest of you guys. Rakabai raised his hand as Lonnie looked toward him, and then paced off toward his little garden shed. Pearl followed, and Rakabai reached in his pocket and handed him the slip with his name, address, and phone number, as well as Kian's name. Thanks. I'll give you a call, he said. No problem. I also put my son's name on there, so you can get in contact with him. If I see him today on visits, I'll tell him. Okay? Okay, that's great, he said, excited. They reached the small Asian-built garden shed area with its miniature eaves that had tattooed scars on the top of Rakabai's head. It was a tool shed in the rear, a closed area in front, and an outside area where the roof was skeletal, and where he had scraped his head many times as he stood there to pop holes in cans and fill them with dirt. Rakabai began to weed out all the pots and to move pots of gardenia and plumeria clippings and trays of royal palm seedlings to the countertops he had created with pallets on the borders of the fence. Pearl began to weed out the avocado cakeys and the gardenia clippings that were remaining. Rakabai was elated about all the seedlings that had sprouted, especially the ones that were along the fence and in the direct line of sunlight. We'll move all of these potted seeds to this area, my friend, so they can get the sun, because all of these are sprouting. Okay, I see, Pearl replied. I'll walk over to the kitchen and see if they have any more cans, okay? Sure. At the back door of the kitchen, Rakabai encountered bantering with a recognizable, but not known member of the elite group. Any cans today? No, we haven't opened any yet. But look, he admonished. I have some bell pepper starts here, Rakabai. If you can make an area for them. They need wire racks to hold them up. No problem, Rakabai said in his mostly wordless pace. In his mind, the use of words was like a glutton. The less he spoke, and the less he ate, spelled Spartan. His thoughts were like a ranged in lamb. He, the shepherd boy. And in his fasting, he would sharpen his word skills and his psychic renovations. Let it be known only to the goddess. Black holes and evaporation, and silence to the knowledge of fools. He moved off under the leafed passion of the morning sun. carrying his giant on a cloud. In his soul, he would be all right. He would survive. And he would become a prince, a poet, and a great warrior. The warrior is the ascent of diamonds on Neptune, for blood flows toward the ocean, reaching rivers, tributaries, streams, and all is his kin. Formosa cherry tree, the poplars, the wit oak, the embold, end, and the rocks that jazzed the plains of its flow. By the time he had returned to the shed, words rang out for Pearl to go to the office. He was going home. These things happened fast. Rakabai was glad he had given him his address and phone number. It was a good move, for when one gets a chance to leave, he flies. He bursts out like a flame in a doorway toward freedom, like an phoenix from its nest, the fire, toward the heavens. See you, my friend, Rakabai said to him. Okay, okay, he said in his Mexican staccato. I'll call you, surely. And then he was no more. Out of his sight, Rakabai began separating the weeds from the prizes found in the pots and styrofoam cups and tin cans. He had previously thrown a slew of seeds into the small containers, together with dirt and lava rock. He peeled the meat off the seed, and there would be the bark of the seed, tiny strings like those around the inside of old baseballs. Prisoners came and went. Some found it a pleasure to play hide and seek from the Zavals, or Lani, by strolling about the property and hiding under the avocado trees. They would pick starfruit for their own gratification, then continue their stroll under orange trees and commercial guava trees, lychee and papaya, sitting under shaded areas as a group and talking story. Anything but work. Rakabai would notice them, sunning with their shirts off, their tattoos like insignias of fear. Some were quite unique and well done, and they fit the men's personas, fancy knives, dragons, nude women, children's names, and codes for friends. Then there were those who actually thought that they had a job and worked their buns off, even though they weren't getting paid. And there were critics like Bert, who stood by Rakabai, stationed with his rustic look, blue eyes, stubby beard, and muscular contour, and said, "You know this is slave labor." "I know," Rakabai said, and continued what he was doing. For his own zen, discipline, and musical contort, he needed to feel the quality of his dance under this Tuscan sun. His hands were mating with each other, his eyes just witnesses of a love affair, trying to splay the wind, grieving for the imprisonment of the trees, or for their wisdom, or for his own suffering and station among the stars, a parasite, the human trance, glorified by its own subliminal tapestry of selfish words and images. There were men entering the darkness of the shed to get their water from the cooler that rested in the alcove of the two-faced doorway. Mostly, it was an excuse to hide. Some would crawl back into the work area, their eyes darting toward Rakabai, like a crustacean, away from his hook. He could see questions in their eyes, but he would not go there, for they were not his concern. He continued with his canvas of thoughts, his prayer for the quilt of the lychee tree, its leaves in symphony with the wind, the contours of her breasts in green crimped, embossed shades, the multiplied fruits within its coveted maze. She called him to her in so many ways, the goddess of his transformation. After the cans were finished, Sarge stopped by thrice and said, "Take care of these plants now, you hear?" For the press, oneers were uprooting all manner of plants, mostly ornamental, and bringing them over in pots. Why not pull them out of the ground when it's time to plant? He wouldn't ask him, because of the entourage of animals at his heels. Less said, with more time spent was Rakabai's grain. He began filling a 5-gallon plastic container with dirt, and from it he filled the 10-foot steel bins above the fence. There he would put the bell pepper, keikis, the other plants, at his discretion, using wire mesh that he had found lying beyond the fern dragon fruit fence. He lined the bottom, where the planks of wood were 1.5 feet deep. The dirt would not, therefore, disappear as rapidly from the drainage. The cardboard would hold it until the roots had imprisoned its will to escape. "It will be good, my friend." Rakabai said this aloud, but only to himself. He continued his entrance trek from the bend to the island of dirt, passing the canopy of the orifices of the shed, the leaves in starbone buckets, the gardenia, plumeria stems, silver, swords, and lady slippers. The shovel sliced the earthen mound of golden brown terra firma. Worms contorted like whips as if they were screaming, but he could not hear them. What could they have been saying? Rakabai saw some prisoners picking worms from the shop, else and placing them in buckets for the sarge. "The fish are going to love these," he heard one of them say. A smile creased his face. The release of mortal excrement. In his mental vaults, the golden nuggets of wisdom writhed like the worms he had freed from their kingdoms. "The goddess is reaching for me," he thought. Her dress was released, and her breasts were ripe, and she was mentioned to fore. A crowd had gathered under a sago palm, and the sarge was there. It was time to go in. Rakabai waited until the crowd moved forward with sinister lair, for he was with the sky now, a symphony in repose. He would savor her notes, which came from the leaves of the wind and man, held tools and cars, birds, clouds, light, movement of the sun from behind the clouds, airplanes, tractors, voices, footprints, wet grass, the sloshing of mud, cless, spare tools thrown back into the toolshed, movements of men. The taste of sweat start melting within the claws of braised gums and space teeth, passageways. Smoke curled around the heads of this state. The Seraphinas, the Ethels, the officer Edos, the lawyers, the policeman who had decided not to find his hit and run driver, the neighbors that had preconceived plans for him without knowing his conscience or his intent, the dogs that died, Karu, his guardian in starbone fur and blue eyes, whom Urea had killed. The sonata of cryptic invoices was like a summons, a calling, a relay, shavings of ice. In his acceptance, he was becoming whole again. He could hear the mother calling him from afar as he raced through golden fields of love, past her centered hands and into her enveloping arms, and the harvest of her bosom plain, where the sweetness of the morning will give milk, and the evening wine. Her scent is like springtime with kisses of the soft rains of Dia. After moments, within the perimeter of the canopy, he called them into for lunch. Rakabai raced past Lonnie and the herd into his enlightened corner, discarding his shoes, his fermented socks, soiled jeans, and top shirt. He put on his blue shorts and starbone top shirt and rushed to the shower. There was no one there as he reached the doorway. Lifting a bar of soap from the dish above the drinking fountain, he headed straight to stall number 5, with its powerful release that he loved, ignoring the other empty shower stalls, which struggled ineffectually to wash him. The plumbing might have been stopped up, clogged, but he opened the bright orange curtain like he was entering a stage scene. Through his shorts and shirt, towel, and undergar, mince over its graceful place, and released streaming liquid from its captivity. He would be the blame and alone reap its prize. His mind immediately wandered to his case, an objective fight above his lawyer's intentions and his accomplishments. For good lawyer, he knew, could string him out and take the money, making him wait 5 years on a misdemeanor. In his dreams that night, Rakabai could see Maxim greens and purloined reds, tiny flowers morphing into donut shapes, leading him to seances from his childhood. And later, the nights that rained marbles and grain and golf balls. Next came the other, Sabbath, and the tearing off again into the fields, and Rakabai found himself unwinding like a ball of kite string into the wrestle. Nance of the morning. He pleaded himself from the other souls, like some monk released from a time machine. His mother had said when this had all unfolded, with Seraphina at the helm, and with Ethel unleashing her venom upon his presence, that their witch's brood was stronger than his spirit could stand. Even then, 7 years below the sun, he had so wished upon this labyrinth of woes to sink into a black hole, and like the child of the phoenix, find his way out again into a greater light, a reward. Rakabai shifted the pots further along the tables and began to reach for all the clippings that had stood in water buckets throughout the yesteryear. He put them into the cans of dirt, 2 and 3 at a time. Then he laid out all the bulbous starts and the lilies of the valley, finding the wire beneath the steel bins which he had filled with dirt the day before. He planted the keikis, one at a time. His hands relished the red dirt, cold and damp. It was a sensation that took him back to the beginning. Rakabai, the red terra firma of the Russian language. Rakabai, the great Celtic warrior that was like a godhead in annals of Nordic lore. And yet he had a son, Sven Nicholas, his mother, with the blood of that race flowing through her veins. As he shoveled the red dirt into the bucket, myriads of thoughts, scenes, faces, his grandmother, with her enlightened and undercurrent of sufferings, christened him with the red dirt of the Delta, showed him how to plant, how to make rows. What's in a name? Like the needle that the fabric of Arella, tying ship faces, multiplied by the children, pass through them, and it becomes a garment. And in turn, this passes through hands and lives. Within this, there is a story, for that is how one climbs from beneath the devil's plane, by being a needle, with a mind open to potentiality, and letting the threads of life travel through one, so they can mate with the seams and become the valley of the garment, and the hills where with her breast delve their entrance. And why, Rakabai writhed, did Lynn feel obliged to rip me off of my stipend? Was it because she thought the same as Dagwood, that I was guilty and was, therefore, begging for mercy or a break? And being in the predicament that they thought I was in, she felt obliged? Was it because I told her to tell Dagwood to pay them off and rid me of them? That was guilt. That was my capitalistic response, since I knew the details. But Dagwood had mentioned in time, they may drop the case. So that was his hope, I thought. Then my instincts dropped in from within the presence of showers, of flowing streams. Rakabai had grown to like Dagwood, to feel good about him. He didn't seem to be an evil spirit. He seemed very sincere, although aloof. A large, robust man, struggling with his weight. He had great resonance in his voice, and well-formed diction, with a Churchill gait and pose. Large men must balance themselves between the rotund of their midriff and the structural weight of their bones. So they lean back, and their faces sit there, like monuments, with knowledge of their impending size. Did Dagwood believe Seraphina, who was the first to charge him with sexual assault? Did Dagwood believe her? Rakabai wondered, for what he had said before the trial. You know who your worst enemy is? No. Whom? Rakabai asked. Your ex-wife. That's who you have to worry about, Dagwood retorted. Rakabai remembered Kukui, but for days he didn't know From where? Then he knew it was when he had been assaulted by the starbone boy in pure save, but he couldn't remember whether he was with him the second time he had encountered him at pure save, or the time they had stood outside of the gas station. The starbone boy had been standing beside the sedan and was reaching under the seat. The car was filled with people. He had stood there with evil in his eyes, his chest out, standing back on his heels with envelopes running legs. Kukui recognized Rakabai when he saw him, and Rakabai recognized Kukui. Rakabai could only send signals of his impending doom, knowing of the stars and of his dances in battle. For I am a warrior from sinew to blame, using reason and blade, patience and swiftness when foreseen. In the milieu of transience, there was Rick, the jailhouse clown, Rakabai's adversary, the elder, Keeley, afflicted with ad, and Damien, the wispy little guy. After they returned, Kukui started to sing again. A giant Sawanan. He was Samoan starbone mix. 300 pounds, 6 feet tall, with an unlimited expanse of shoulders and very feminine manners. He admitted one night that he used to break into people's homes just to cook and eat. Conversation was stymied by his pronouncement, but he repeated it with assurance, and some laughed. To look at the size of the man, Rakabai thought, who could blame him? He made his money at times wrestling or kickboxing for pennies. Giants against giants. Kyle was Rakabai running nemesis. When at recreation, would always sit sideways in a chair as if he was going somewhere soon. Some unfinished business. A ball of nerves. It was the Sand Dogs Blue Diamonds playoff game. In the second quarter, a coven of guys sat before the screen. Sand Dogs had come back, catching the ball on the 2nd-yard line. Then they were stripped of the ball, and there was a challenge called because the player had dropped the ball. So it was returned to Blue Diamonds. A range of opinions ensued among the group, and Kyle led the flow. It's a fumble. He fumbled the ball. No, it's not. He didn't have the ball. His feet didn't touch the ground. It's a fumble, pure and simple, said the bald starbone, bearded guy. The replay showed the opposing player reaching, grabbing at the offensive player's shoulders, and his right hand touched his buttocks. No, look, Kyle said. He was playing with his ass. That's what happened. He had the ball, then he touched his ass, and then he drops the ball. Nah, it was a complete catch. Man, still Sand Dog's ball. It was 3 months and 5 days into Rakabai's incarceration. The frap was doing a segment on the Rockdale lacrosse case. Young lady says she was gang raped by the team. After year or so of TV coverage, it had unfurled into a farce. During the commercial break, one of the parents said, "Just think if someone has a son across this country and how easy it was for her to make this claim. I would be afraid." Rakabai had seen his son only 3 times. Nancy had disappeared into the snow of Utah. Rakabai was concerned about the status and well-being of his home. When Kian had visited last, he said that he would go and talk with the carpenter who was camping out on the property. Rakabai hoped that Nancy had not left this man the key. He worried that he might be living in his home. It bothered him that someone else's spirit could be staining the consciousness of his abode. Rakabai missed his trips to Milwaukee on Wednesdays, which had eventually led to Wednesdays and Fridays, when he would stop at the Radio Shack to read from his repertoire of poems, with Lisa as MC. It had played itself out just before the day of incarceration, for many reasons, but he had received great reviews. Most of all, he missed the days spent painting at Hosina. He thought about how those good times were cut short by Seraphina's entrance, and the volley of acts by the locals, and the wannabe Sawanans. in the extortion attempt against him. He had been forced to leave under a cloud of suspicion. At first it was a dream, for Rakabai had envisioned the days that he would paint at Hoboken and the scenes along Pater Road. They were in his visions many a night when the moon curled beneath his feet as they faced easterly in his tomb of life. It happened to come to pass at the end of his relationship with Sumatra. Twice, after they had visited her daughter's place in Utah, she had talked to Rakabai about him moving out. Rakabai had relished the thought of walking away from the relationship, taking the few items that he owned, which were mostly canvases, paints, brushes, and a few clothing items, and living on the beach, getting up in the morning and beginning a new life, new adventure. And that's what he did. It was raining that day, a horrible storm that seemed to build as the day flew by. Sumatra had awakened early, as always. She had made her calls and then waited for him to be awake, had told her that he could accept her decision. If that's what she wanted, he would oblige her. But he knew she had wanted and prayed for him to beg to stay on this morn. "We need to talk," she admonished. Rakabai had not had time to brush his teeth or get a coffee. He knew that she had been going to the Buddhist temple in town. She had a relationship with the priest there. He also knew that she was using her monetary offerings for leverage in the relationship. She had beats. She chanted daily. "What do you want to talk about?" he asked. "I can't go on any longer with our situation. I'm not saying that you have to leave. You can stay until you find a place. But we can't go on like this. Look, Sumatra, only one question I have to ask. Don't get me wrong," she interrupted him. "Are you happy, Sumatra?" She hesitated for a while, pacing from the bedroom to the lanai. "No, I'm not," she replied. "Well then, I'll leave. I'll pack my things now and leave." By the day's end, Rakabai had the silver sword plants, and the lady's slippers uprooted, and the lahola starts were on the table, organized and in sections. The lahola plant was used for matting, hats, medicinal uses, paintbrushes, lion cloth, bedding, and many other things. A marvelous plant, Rakabai marveled, with a fruit in the center that retrieves the paintbrushes. Full grown ones guarded the entrance to the pale nani and gave it shade. The blossoms came out as big balls all over the tree. Every part of the lahola was used for something. In Sawanan folklore, whenever you take from the Aina, you must return. So if you cut down a lahola tree, then you have to plant another one. It was the same with death. If you killed a father, then you would have to take care of his family. And one's family came before all else in all dealings. So the flame fell from the sky. The goddess Felice had turned off the light and taken her lover into places unknown. There she would consume him. And we scrambled the minions. We are below the canopy. New age thoughts like the lights flickering as the slight breeze hits the candlelight in a dungeon. And then there was drama. Rakabai had put up with the nuances of the Rick throughout his term in jail, as had everyone. Not because he was big, but because he was beyond dumb, as a good friend of Rakabai had once mentioned. Rakabai thought he looked like the typical bully, all upper body and no legs. Was unable to fathom what it was to be a veteran of the Vietnam War, let alone a Marine who was a member of the Tet Offensive and the 3rd Force Recon Company in the Battle of Khe Sanh. During the interim of his stay, there were incidents that gave Rakabai displeasure, but he would wait them out until the final outcome, which he knew would come. Upon first arriving, he was given a bunk across from Rick and his crew. One day, as Rakabai had arisen from his bunk to relieve himself, he noticed, but ignored the snickering from the corner, Rick's corner, as he left the room. He came back to find rolls of wrappers that he assumed had been thrown at him as he departed. He had not made anything of it, thinking it might be his own paranoia at play. Then, in his fateful luck, Callie, the Kaya player, had mentioned that there was a bunk on the far side which was empty. Many men had been taken, surprisingly, during the night, to the feds. Rakabai immediately took advantage of the situation and went to the Zavals in charge, LT Adams, and asked for the bunk. Adams agreed. Rakabai had hoped that he would be out of sight, out of mind. He knew that they would cross paths again eventually, and they did. Rakabai was sure that his blackness came into play. He had never heard the word nig used so much, or heard blacks mentioned in such a derogatory manner in one place in his lifetime. Even when they had conversations with the rednecks in the barracks in Vietnam, it was never like it was in this prison. In Vietnam, there was often an opinionated barrage, but it was not a situation where one group just blatantly took the stage and continued to belittle a group of people. It was known that Rakabai ran the full 1 hour each day at recreation, 7 or 8 miles. The locals and Rick, with his partly Sawanan entourage, were intimidated by this. Kyle also ran, but usually only 6 laps a day, if at all. Rick began blocking Rakabai path and grabbing at his arm to slow him down, crouching in a football lineman's bend. 1 or 2 of the other guys would do the same. Rakabai was working on his novel at the time, as well as drawing, and it appeared to him that his accomplishments were fueling an incoherent rage. In Rick, he noticed as they would meet in passing that Rick's countenance was confused, crinkled like a boiled piece of brown paper. He knew that in time an act of defiance would follow. Kyle began to run harder, vigorously taking to the track to prove to his cohorts that he could outdo Rakabai. He would lap Rakabai a few times, and then he would quit. Rakabai noticed that he was cutting corners short and running on the far eastern lane a yard inside. Therefore, it was a sleight of hand feat. However, to the doped out pelican sitting on the bench with cigarette smoke hovering behind the canopy, like sizzling poetry, consumed before it was written, this was pleasing. Kyle once slowed down to the slither of Rakabai pace. I've lapped you 4 times, huh? No, 5 times, my friend. Rakabai knew this would fill Kyle with joy. 24 years old to his 58. Off he sped in his demented-like persona and deformed physique. I'm not competing against you, my friend. I'm competing with myself, he silently muttered. Next, it was horseshoes. Rick thought he held the title for the best horseshoe player in those parts, but Rakabai gave him a few examples of how good he was and put in a line about little taste of Louisiana, a little bit of Maloli. Rick was visibly upset, yet he chuckled loudly, repeating it to his friends, so they could be in on this one-line revelation of his. One day, sometime later, he went to Rakabai and they talked. He told him about his charge, assault with a deadly weapon, a gun, terroristic threatening. He said that he was sorry. He was praying to Jesus Christ that he could change, and if he got out, he would never come back. It's hard to get out of the system once it has you stamped. Rakabai told him of his false charge and of the trial. Rick said, I like blacks. Always have. Everyone knows I hate starbone boys. I beat them up all the time at the main. Ask the guards. I just knocked them out. Pound, bro. He laid his hands out, and Rakabai grasped one as he disappeared. It was a tense conversation, and Rakabai could sense Rick's confusion at how to best approach him. He believed that it was mostly intended to instill fear in him like the others. But Rakabai knew all along that Rick didn't like blacks. He had heard him many times voice his low opinion. One night, Rick, Nachisi, Kelly, and Dawn were doing push-ups in the eastern corner of the room, right across from Rakabai, who was holding a conversation with. Rakabai looked up to see Keely, face toward the sky, on the back of Rick, as Rick was doing push-ups on the edge of the bunk. Keely must weigh 2 pounds, Rakabai remarked to. He chuckled, but could see that Rick's antennas were up. What did you say? He asked, vehemently, for he had been bothered and taken himself to the edge of that cliff where his fate would be determined and a new chapter in his life would be entered with Rakabai. Only a day or so previously, Rakabai had asked him if he had thrown a centipede on him. Rakabai was well aware that he was upset because a starbone had come to the barracks a few weeks before, and Rick had been attached to his shadow from that day forward. Rakabai had recognized this, and Rick knew that he had taken account. Rakabai had ignored the starbone with tattoos covering 3/4 of his body and a German helmet face and head, because he could smell a redneck a mile away, and the man was obviously a lifer. Straight shoulders, broad chest, but no legs, and a stomach more pronounced than Buddha's. He ignored Rakabai, too, who would not let him cross his mind unless he was in his path. When Rakabai saw that Rick was spending time with the new guy, day in and day out, they even bunked across from each other. It had disturbed him. He saw it coming. Starbone had left the place with a promise from Rick that he would take care of Rakabai. In that instant, Rakabai knew that this was all orchestrated. It was only that morning that he had asked Sergeant Granger if he could sharpen his pencil. Look, I don't like the fact that you keep coming out of the barracks like that. You understand? I understand, Rakabai said, but he thought it was strange, for he barely ever came out. He hardly ever said more than 2 words to anyone. If he had said 100 words in 100 days, it would be news. Shut up, old man, Rick screamed at Rakabai. Yeah, but I'm not afraid of you, Rick, and you ain't kicking my ass. That's one thing I know. Shut up, old man, before I take you out, pound you out of here. I'm not afraid of you, Rick, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not squealing to the Sarge or anything. I'm staying right here. You ain't nothing but a jailhouse clown. That's all you are, and I'm not afraid of you. I promise you that. You want some of this? That's you, Rick. I'm not running, Rakabai exclaimed with great calm, stayed put, and was completely silent. In the center of any disturbance that he thought was wrong, Rakabai didn't feel that he needed him. The other men in the barracks immediately became silent and looked toward them, waiting for the outcome. Rakabai laid back down on his bunk. I'm not going anywhere, he repeated, and I'm not afraid of you. You go and get stabbed is all I know. Moments later, the Sarge called for recreation time, and everyone milled out into the big room. Rakabai had thought that would be the end of it, but Rick followed the group and continually relayed his boisterous remarks to those who were beside him. Rakabai went to use the restroom, reluctantly, not wanting to fan the flames of this doused fire. Upon returning, he saw Rick playing cards in the corner. Apparently, someone in the group had said something that didn't sit well with him. After returning to his bunk, but before Rakabai could lay down, Rick entered the dorm and sped through to the back and his bunk. The large guy was there, as he became vociferous again. Yeah, Mr. Marine Corps. F the Marine Corps. S offender. Look, Rick. Rakabai stood up. All I want is for you to leave me be. That's all. I'm not afraid of you. Rakabai asked. Huff is what he thought. Don't play his game, Rakabai, he said. Yeah, but I'm not letting him bully me. That's over the line. He'll keep on today, tomorrow, the next day. That doesn't mean anything to me, Rakabai said, thinking his opinion didn't really matter to him. He had made many wrong calls in the past. I'm gonna have to stab the motherfucker. I'm telling ya. You don't need more time, Rakabai, he admonished. Don't matter. I won't be intimidated. Rick decided to make a run toward Rakabai, but the big guy was in tow, trying to reason with him. Rick pushed his hands away a number of times. Rakabai stood up from his bunk and moved into the open in order to better defend himself. Rick moved to where the confrontation originated and motioned Rakabai to meet him there, out of the light of the doorway, where he stood. Come on, motherfucker. I'm not running from you, Rick. That's all I'm telling you. All I'm asking you to do is leave me be. Rick pretended to move forward again, but the big guy stopped him and admonished him in a soft voice. By this time, the Zovals walked in and went over to Rakabai to ask him what was going on. Rakabai explained the situation as Rick continued, his harangue in the background. Snitch huh. Snitching to the Sarge. You do it every day, snitch. I see it with my own eyes. That's why you always get away with stuff. You're the biggest snitch in here, Rakabai replied. It was all downhill from there, Rakabai thought. There he was, falsely accused of a crime, in jail, confronted by the jailhouse clown, and swimming in the potentiality of serving more time if the situation wasn't resolved. Rakabai was moved to be side, which he thought was unfair, for he was in love with his corner. He was intense with the Sarge when he called him out to the lanai. Look, this man should be sent to the main. He's always getting away with bullying people. That's why all those guys in there agree with him, because they're afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. I just think I should move you to the other side so nothing will happen that I can't see. Look, it's your call, but Rick is over the line. I'm not the first. And listen to this. I don't want this to go any further than me and you. He says, in the barracks, that Sergeant Granger says, I'm a sex offender. Neither he nor Sergeant Granger were at my trial. I haven't committed no crime. I'm here. I have an appeal in, and I'm trying to just do my time. But Rick has done enough that he should be at the main. Look, I know Rick is in a, and it would do me the greatest of pleasure to send him to the main, but Sergeant Granger is going to bring him back in the morning. That's how it happens. We don't know why, but certain ones are exempt, so we just don't bother. I mean, just the other day, he stood in the doorway and told everyone that he had put feces in the food he was serving to everyone, and you knew about it, and they all liked it. Some came back for more. Rakabai said, whatever. Apparently the system is not looking out for the good of all. It says it is, but from what I've seen, it's not. So I just have to adjust. Okay, so just move your stuff over, and I'll find you a bed. Yes, sir, Rakabai replied. Bunk number 24B. The last bunk on the bottom. Okay? Rakabai ended up on the south side of the barracks, which he realized was where most of the work furlough guys lived, and also was a more elderly patch. From the pregnant light of the door's glass rectangle, he could see the gardens clearly. It was a painting to be sure, and he began to ferment in his mind the task at hand. To the right of the field that stretched perpendicular to his present abode, and along the road that led to the north-south highway, which would be the farthest point from that thoroughfare, was a row of royal palms at least 30 feet high. Then, clearing of grass. Below and beneath the royal palms were bougainvillea patches. Then one single palm fan sits alone in a bucket, like a child in a field. The fullest line went to the end of the field, where there was a tool shed with lawn mowers, bike parts, old Fences, tools, and weed eaters all lined up at the ready. A brown, leather squaw-peddler couch, a concrete floor, and trash piles, covered with black plastic beneath a large tree. The field that stood in front had an opening for a patch of lawn that was down towards the nether length of the gardening area. Towards the resting place was an area cordoned off by a bevy of lava stones, within sago palms and red tea plants. Next was a scattered cropping of tea plants struggling to grow, as well as the full flourishing, darted expression of pink-tipped tea leaves gathered around its perimeter. There was a cuckooing nut tree down from the variegated lemon tree, and in a line beyond the fenced-in area, which came next, stood guava and lychee. The field that followed along the road was clear with tall grass. There were avocado trees, a lychee, and a young macadamia nut tree right across from the garden shed where Rakabai potted all the plants. Behind the shed was a row of Kyoto banana trees, entrapped by another wall of lava rock. Down below, star fruit trees. An open field flanked the area, where Sarge was having the crew dig circled patches, so that he could plant sections of ornamental plants and send work crews out accordingly. In front, near the road, was a pathway leading from the garden shed toward the road to the barracks' front entrance. Near this path were two pallets crossing, and to each side, 3 dragons and a sago palm. As one traveled down closer to the freeway, there were a scattered bunch of pineapple and then a row of banana trees. In the next patch was a field of poi, enclosed by wire fence and abutting the fish pond, which had a horseshoe bridge over it and was surrounded by plenty 10-leaved laula trees, tea plants of every sort, bedded lady slippers, silver swords crowning the area around them, and giant mullets swimming around in a crystal clear pond. A wall separated the grounds from the freeway, and beyond that was a parking area and a grassy area where the visitors parked when they came. Just beyond the edge of the freeway stood 4 huge laula trees leaning into the flow of traffic like fishermen on a pier. No, his name was Abraham, not Rick. Like the great swimmer, Abraham, the Sawanan, who believed in Jesus Christ. Osborne said a prayer at the dinner table for 3 long minutes each meal as if he would be transformed. Abraham, some Jewish potentate that subliminal figure Rakabai wished was not in his system, Jesus Christ. How many times had he felt, heard, seen those names, ticker taped across his consciousness? And he wondered, hoped that he could find a way to unplug that overstressed implement. The days folded over into nights. Light mattresses were stacked on top of each other, and Rakabai found ways to improvise his knee abrasion by using his towel or his shorts. He dreamt of wooden dolls painted like peppermint sticks, and, as it rained, of Sven's tears upon the rooftop. The bunk above him didn't have the verses from the Bible written on it from end to end. All it had was a few names: Tommy F, K-Boy, R, Silva, 3 times, Cray, L, and a large sign in red that said, I love you. A good omen, he thought, for he believed in images and encounters with all things, people, insignia, voices. They could all be interpreted in many ways, and one's interpretation could be helpful in determining one's next move, like the tuba and saxophone and flute, sounds that bellow out of men's asses at night while they slept, or the grisly sounds when they snored. And when his tears reached the drainpipe and then hit bottom, it sounded like an unmanned drumbeat, annoying and pleasant at the same time, its rhythm and cadence. Rick paced back and forth across the room like a contemptuous stingray. Rakabai had told him that he was nothing but jailhouse clown. You had to hold your hands up for 3 minutes at a time. No legs, no stomach. The sound of men passing, Gas throughout the night sounded like a child just learning to play a new instrument. Rakabai was blessed with the ears of the goddess from above to shrink the extended spaces of time. And it was a jazz ensemble, even sometimes a symphony or cantata. Once again, Rakabai thought about buying a gun, but the Zen in him deterred the progress of that note, and he was unable to go beyond even the image of it, let alone who he would barter it from while on probation. One's circumstances change when choices are made to the extreme, he thought. Other times, he would hear a sigh, soft and purring, like the breath of the goddess had passed through him and exonerated him in his sleep. They sat and started a fire with the wind whipping up vocals around them. Seraphina opened a bag of chips and a bottle of salsa. Rakabai clipped the top off a Heineken and took a long, free-falling swig. An outcropping of hard-to-find stones surrounded the flame where they sat, surrounded by the rare golden brown dirt of lava zone number 3. In the Dia area, everywhere was mostly rock. Theirs was the closer proximity to the passionate Felice and her sighs and moans in overflowing surreal release. To the sane eye, it would appear that Seraphina was as eccentric as Rakabai, and he was not oblivious to this fact, wholly realizing she was not focused. Her mind darted as her eyes flickered and changed their settings. Her hands were not calm, but repelled each other, each finger spastic in its flinching and abstract fidgeting, as if they were attempting an abstract painting. Her thighs were built like starbone falcons, marble, carved thighs of the Madonna, thick and muscular, defined. She had long, beautifully shaped spatula-tipped feet with extended toes, which stretched out like 8 young lambs and 2 mothers grazing in an open field. Rakabai would not judge that which the stars and the sunset had brought to him. For silence speaks volumes and wisdom. It's plain. Swirled her head on her shoulders like a swan. She was telling of their lovemaking, and yet she loved him, or as she admitted, had decided to have children by a black man. Her visions accord. Much later, Rakabai would wonder if it was deeper than that, as to have children to spite her father whom she loved so dearly. To let him know that to be incensed with hate for another human being because of their color was absurd. Her calling, her womb, would be the messenger of wisdom interred. Sit. I'll give you a neck massage, she said. I love the way you do that. I'll do it all the time. You have a lot of stress. You need it. I can read your hands and feet, tell you what ails you inside. Actually, I was a witch in my past life. So, do you think your friends will like me? Sure, they will. They're cool. And if they don't, I'll deal with it. When do you go back? To school? Monday. I have class. I usually ride my bike to town about 5 a.m. to catch that 6 o'clock bus. Once I had to walk, and some guys really scared me. It's dark at that time, and they pulled up alongside me and tried to force me into their car. I ran as fast as I could and started screaming, "Don't worry, I'll be here. I'll walk you to school each time. Besides, it'll give me exercise, and I can run back since I'm a long-distance runner. I haven't been able to run as much in the heat because it's too cold." "That's great," she said. "Look, I'll go into town tonight. You can come and stay with me at the hotel, okay? I'm leaving next week, of course, so we'll enjoy it while I'm here, but I will be back soon. I need to be there for Sumatra's operation." At breakfast the next morning, Rakabai had to wait until they cooked his meal, since he was a special diet, a vegetarian. Afterward, he found himself sitting before a pale, lanky redneck, whom, to Rakabai observation, was obviously an alcoholic. Had a pitted nose and blotched skin, and, as was characteristic of that toothless regime, no teeth. Those that he did have were designer stained by the choices of his intake. He had the tattoos of a bearded redneck biker. Satan's horns were spokes at his temples, and the road less traveled receded into the background. His beard was long and S-shaped like the wind was whispering through it. Functional art. Rakabai mused before turning his attention to the guy next to him. Daniel, the Filipino Thai boxer who also ran the track with flailing feet that pointed east and west like a pointer's hound. Rakabai dialed Dagwood's number as Officer Granger looked on. Tell him the devil made you do it. Rakabai ignored him. He didn't know the man, but he was conscious of the fact that there within those walls resided the same analogy of the good old Portuguese boys as what one found on the mainland, and he could smell a possum a mile off. Rakabai other encounters with Officer Granger did nothing to deter this olfactory scheme. The next time it was the middle of January. The Zavals had cut the lights off after the 7:30 a.m. final head count, and the lights above Rakabai bed weren't on. It was overcast outside and terribly dark as he wrote. He decided to go out and ask Granger to turn on the alternate lights, which he controlled from the desk. Everything in the barracks was controlled by the head desk. There were speakers there for listening and for giving commands. Hey, Sarge, could I bother you to turn on the reading lamps? Sir? Rakabai asked. They're on, he replied. Rakabai returned, and after finishing another chapter in his book, he went back out to sharpen his pencil. Hey, Sarge. He was speaking to Granger, who was now reading the Dia Tribune. Granger wore a blue overall as if he worked in the yard, but he looked to Rakabai as a man who sits under the canopy of his workshop and spills beer down his throat while he talks story to all his cronies that come by like bulbous cattle to the salt lick. He had a barrel belly, and he walked with his legs far apart like he had a bad case of hemorrhoids and a strained groin. Even his arms flailed out to the side as he walked, and his face winced with pain. Rakabai raised his pencil toward the ceiling like it was a verse that had died and needed a breath of life. Motioning to Granger. Look, he said, you keep coming out like this. I understand, Rakabai said. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. And Granger grunts for Rakabai to go ahead. He was in his new temple. It was peaceful, Rakabai thought. Not just in the corner, like in his other bunk area. The whole dorm had a serenity about it. And maybe that was why they called it the old man's quarters. He had completed 200 leg lifts, written sections on the novel, starting at 4 a.m., did 100 push-ups, and decided not to eat another meal until the next morning. At recreation, Rakabai did a portrait of Tomas, his 15th portrait while incarcerated. He had 10 on hand with him. There were 2 articles in the Dia Tribune that caught his attention. That day, the one about vanilla plants and Mr. Kadoka, who was dead now, but whom Rakabai had been pleased to meet, and one about a Mr. Gardner trying to get approval for some storage units, an idea that Rakabai had approached Kian with years before, something quite plausible for their land. Chapter 5. Pater Road. Rakabai saw mirages for turns, blue, green, turquoise, and pink balls of light, the semblance of spirits forming, meditating, dancing into the depths of the West Side's frenzy. Here he would one day paint in clean air, such harmony, such magic of light. He begged, with each trip, that he would put into memory the sketches of what was improvised to him by the Goddess Felice. Evening moon churning above overturned cups of red dirt, scattered into the bent torsos of Muslims, kneeling towards the east in prayer. At many sessions, Rakabai had relayed the magnificence of this place to Dr. Lewis, who, on occasion, had driven this way himself whilst heading to Dia, had remarked to Rakabai that he agreed that this mountain was special, magical, he implied, where black goats lived to the edge of the highway, thirsty and tasting the lingering exhaust from the pipes of passing automobiles. The road across the great forest was like the mind and karma of a snake, carved out in haste with unexpected curves and jagged lanes where one would have to ride the center line, because the edges of the road were so gnarled and rained out. The downhill slopes, particularly those on the outskirts of Dia, were where the farthest reserve was most prevalent, and Eagle's eyesight was afforded just beyond the turnoff to Shah Nubian Observatory, where the fog would cover the road and make tower in the slime of ash, and feminine rains would mean no grip to the embrace of tires and those whose successful navigation depended upon it, at least weekly. During rainy season there would be overturns, a veer off into the outcroppings of lava rock that filled the roadside with its struggling growth of ohias and moss, covered plains just beyond the landscaped red clay, which hydroplaned the vehicles and its occupants. When Rakabai drove this path, he rode with caution, for his safety, and also because it was here his creativity ejaculated upon the frescoes of his spirit's bohemian canvases. Each time he felt as if he had entered a vortex of time and space like the Bermuda Triangle. But in this case, a spiritual awakening occurred. Ecliptic treasures of enlightenment displayed in forays of gut-wrenching guilt, wild stallions pulling the vermilion torsos, aqua lips, absinthe red stone ovaries, chaste green abdomens, unhinged, voluptuous pastry pink, cream-filled breasts of maidens that lay beneath each display of the valley's cryptic invitations. For this is the essence of Ceres, voluptuous, diminutive, imploding, with beauty and flowing with a climactic humility. He would pull to the side of the road on any journey and attempt a sketch, but afterward would chide himself for his failed attempt at what he had felt and seen. For gravity holds our visions in check, and at times drowns our perceptions, snatching our revelations from the next moments of tomorrow's release. After a volley of rains which drenched a fortnight, the hurling disk carving a path to splatter the gardens with its golden, glistening sheen. Fan palms were glistening, cuckoo nut trees massaged the silken sky, lychee fruits swelled in their occupancy. The bullet-sharp sounds of the traffic softened to velvet, lilt against time. Red cardinals and black birds hurried past through the sky like lines listed at the start of an abstract painting. Lipstick palms seemed to melt under its orb as if Felice was going on a hot date and pursed her lips for the brush stroke. Oftentimes, when Rakabai reached the peak and passed the road which lay across from the turn to the observatory and the sacred Sawanan outlook, or why a curtain to his left, he would be draped in chiseled Indian burgundy quilt laced with auburn, black, silver, aquamarine, and bleeding red lines that marked the contours of its diversified forest's graphic edges. Being incarcerated was like a stoppage of time that brought back memories of the Vietnam War experience. On returning home, Rakabai felt that he had been in a time capsule and was just released from a lapse of memory. His disability checks were multiplying. Home building was at a standstill. His easel in limbo, and the canvases that he had gessoed so passionately were imprisoned in their own desire. These outcroppings of starts he had envisioned like flashes of silver salmon, emboldening his passion for the filled spoons of his life, where fields of jewels twinkled in their broth's exposure to the fermenting evening sunlight. The passing of time in jail was like a journey in a gilded carriage with unicorns in the bridles of his destiny, stayed by their ice-green eyes, and hooves chiseling the path, like the veins leading to her heart, virginal spirits at last mating, flights into womanhood and manhood within his frozen gaze. Christening the perimeter of his rising, it was as a lighting star, an aura emblazoned against the galaxy's stretch of night. This journey that I began sordidly alone that day, giving myself to the judge, and him releasing me to guards with Neri, a sole lawyer, nor one of his assistants at my side, nor a family, entity, would test my wisdom and its restraints. Though I had passed many a test in this earthen episode, this would carry me to the crown at the sterling apex of screaming light. October 13th, Liam's birthday, an omen, a fixed marker on the path that I must follow, and in which is recognizable, like Sonia being born on my birthday, and Sven being born on Seraphina's grandfather's birthday. Packed thick voyage to Lava Fall at Nettie with Seraphina's girlfriend, the stewardess. Trek to the end of lava, flows into the ocean with Luce from Oregon. As the evening ebbed, Rakabai was at the bookcase sweeping through the covers of books. He had collected a few, deciding to give them a chance. A complication with the guard, the Starboniano, Silken, Eves, a victim must be found, and McNally's Rusk County in the World War, when he was summoned by Chemo to come to the front desk, where Sergeant Adams awaited him. Sergeant Adams was a tall, look-alike in color and physique, little toy, like man at 97 pounds, tiny, tomahawk profile, wore blue overalls each day, as well as a starbone, stubby overnight beard. He always had a key ring hanging from his belt loop and his left hand in his pocket. His eyes blinked fretfully as if he had something in them. He spoke to Rakabai with his usual shrill yet guttural, just returned from a trip to Dracula's Carpathian Mountains tone. Mr. Lafleur, Kimo asked, "Why were you moved to the B-side?" Rick, "What? I can't hear you." Sergeant Adams walked forward from around the counter. "Altercation with Rick," Rakabai said again, louder. "What?" Sergeant Adams seemed incredulous. "Rick. Did you say Rick?" "Yes, sir." Rakabai relayed the incident. "And you got fired and voiced your opinion?" "Yes, that's the gist of it." But Rakabai elaborated. He wanted the whole story told. He told him about the in-jokes. For he had questioned the sense of these men as dark as himself, calling him a N. And if they had ever lived on the mainland, what do they think they would have been called? There were, Rakabai knew, examples of Sawanan and locals being treated horribly by the penal system, having been shifted from Texas to Michigan and Nevada. He had just heard of a riot in Florida. That was the result of how they were being treated. "I was called an N in Georgia when I was there," Chemo said. He was a big, wide man, reminding Rakabai of a sea ship captain with eyeglasses and a tamed beard. Immediately after his conversation with the Zovals, Rakabai heard Chemo call on the intercom for Abraham to report to the front desk. Many men had come to Rakabai, O'Brien and his bunkie, Liam, to let him know that they regretted what had happened. Rakabai felt more than vindicated. As Seraphina sat before Rakabai on a bucket, he organized more stones around the fireplace for cooking and to burn kindling to ward off the mosquito population. Her arms crossed, his as if to place an arrow in a bow. Their flames embraced. Two sets of eyes changing color. Rakabai saw figures in the stores, entwined, wine spilled in her heart, faces metamorphosing, soft, hue clouds, a luminous daze like a dizziness as if they had been changed. Suddenly, the sky was falling, and their shapes disappeared, only her grin as sweet as Callisto's honeycomb. Then the earth tumbled, and she was in his arms, and her wings coveted him. Her hips moved like surreal waves. Their tongues met like the mating of the dolphins of Hoboken. They were travelers, seeking treasures within each other. A river moved against him, parting with cries of ecstasy, moans and sighs like bullhorns distinct and muffled in time, and waved to the minions of soul that oneness had arrived. The two of them would be no more. Surely this country was confused in its attempt to please the special interest groups, while remaining dedicated to its capitalistic ideal and its protection of big business. For how could a family expound on the villainy of sexual promiscuity to its children when everywhere such displays, commercials, billboards, steel frozen benches on sidewalk covers, city bus billboards, promoted drugs, sexual exploitation of women of all ages, alcohol, and so on. From Viagra to beer sales, to liquor with its racial profiling ads, to hip-hop which has its own world of contempt and disrespect wrapped in a silver wrapper of the underworld of crime lords and socially depraved mannequins, briefs, women, and girls contorted in poses rife with sexual frenzy, delivery of subliminal messages to all that incur them, children, old men mentally handicapped, third world immigrants, cartoons, sexually explicit. The special interest could easily win a class action lawsuit if the lawmakers would appropriate the basis for lawyers to approach the courts with a complaint or a case. And that is from where crime is elevated, espoused, insured, conceived, in the bowels of a fork-tongued behemoth. Democracy and capitalism, two children that will unearth more new neuroses and social ills because of their denial of and eccentric focus on greed. Rakabai made another layout of where he would place the buildings around the house and what their uses would be within the broader picture, developing symmetry about the property in its seedling stage. Flow, feng shui. He would build a dome-shaped enclosure by the main entrance for the shoes, since in series it was custom to leave one's shoes outdoors. A room added to the kitchen would serve as a dining room. They could knock out the kitchen window and use that opening for sewing to this adjacent room. He would have someone build a deck gazebo above the water tank where he could paint. He would build a separate structure next to the house for a hot room, a steam room, hot tub, and massage table with a toilet and a shower. He would also add a structure for storage and laundry. The parking area would be on the north side where the east to west road came in from the main thoroughfare. He would lay the landscaped field surrounding the house to run north to south instead of east to west, as originally planned. There would be a hydroponic greenhouse next to the house. In the yard, a Formosa cherry tree, money, trees, a lipstick palm, royal palms, rapis, and fir trees along the borders for privacy. The agricultural area would be the gardens of Sufar, the gallery, songs of Sufar. He had never recreated at his own reflection. Even when he was bloated and swollen like a puff adder, he could see a way out of the labyrinth of shame and disgust, though his clarity was starving, suffocating from the lack of seeds to plant within that secret horizon. Like a bear finally having the mental synapse of a man, he needed a revolution of senses through fasting, prayer, work, and ethics, a complete annihilation of lethargy, thought formation, and the sequence in which they occurred, like quatrains, but with his own restorations in verse. Ideas and ideals can dance in one's head. His environmental chosen few have said more than once that he changed his goals over and over again. It was true. He believed that one was always, should, always, try to base one's plans on pacing oneself and building the world around him to make objects accessible with the least amount of effort, as he had, and hoped to continue to do. Concentrate on his spiritualism by realizing that the spiritual was his future, his foundation, and his only hope. Pestano played his guitar and Calip played his kaya in the mornings and evenings. That morning, the night glow was solemn, and the essence of the barracks was embracing and tingly. Monster and a group of noticeable characters were holding a talk story by the east side. Their voices were bantering and boisterous. Rakabai could distinctly hear the poignant display of string pickings from the two artists. At Recreation, the news on FNN was about the new Smithsonian exhibit, the Vietnam Starbonian experience. We came to Starbonia not for material, gain but for freedom. Ho Chi Minh's portrait was displayed, and Rakabai's heart filled with deliverance, for he was a major idol in his life as a leader and as a man. How could anyone want to leave such a historical behemoth of varied and excellent family values which Vietnam extolled in exchange for this bastion of violence, selfishness, vain attempts at camouflaging freedom, racial animosity, sectarianism, ethics of the discovery theory, renaming men's homes and gods and lands, and replacing them with the neo-English dictum of the Crusades. Freedom, a sensation that occurs when one accumulates wealth in worldly goods, but praise to a spiritual deity that banishes such thoughts. Not that he would carry the cross of Jesus for any distance. Rakabai had experienced that war closely. He had participated in the Tet Offensive and had seen firsthand how Starbonians treated the Vietnamese, and he would never leave his homeland to venture to a land that raped his sister, killed his brother, mother, father, poisoned his land, and destroyed symbols of spiritual and historical consequence with flagrant non-regard. Rakabai recreated one instance of the soldiers of his unit, Starbone soldiers leaping from a truck and beating up transient Vietnamese that had been living in a hut made of cardboard along the roadside that they were traveling. They trashed his home, and many of them chose words, racial epitaphs, to flog the frail embodiment of the man as he continually bowed and asked for release. The eagle is a symbol of the European pagan's will. Even among the dead, talons placed in tombs, and among the burial sites, it's like they, the pagans, are morphing history and forcing their planned journey of monopoly on the earth's spiritual path by killing off the cultures, the beliefs of other ethnic groups, so they can rebuild and reorganize the future to connect with their ancestral past. As such, the eagle is the Starbonian symbol. Surely Seraphina, of Scottish English stock as she maintained, Rakabai thought, proved to be a pagan in her own right, and her ancestral path led her to this. One day in mid-January, in the year of the Runt, they came, a flurry of birds, the starbone-tipped starlings running in the sky toward the trees. Gray dove skies pranced up the steam, vented asphalt of tan overcast under a vaulted Polynesian sun. It was the first full sighting of birds since Rakabai incarceration. He had even staggered upon a koala bird redesigning its territory after its long journey from the Alaskan homeland, sewing the two lands together with a path woven throughout the years. From this twin-door exit pantheon, he freed himself once again and recognized the sun for what it was, a goddess, an unchained plea for acceptance, and without form, a magical and mystical derivative of divinity. She was always his savior, his spirit's stenciled doorway to the heavens, astral plains in a rainbow forest, where she waited for his kind. Since his transfer, Rakabai had seen, who patted his back one day and told him the garden was doing great where he had planted the basil and the bell peppers. They were standing straight up, he told Rakabai, and he had doused them with plenty of water. He threw him "be cool" someone on hand signs each time Rakabai saw him, and he had become, once again, someone to be reckoned with in the confines of that world's tribulations. Rick had met his match. The lion in him was surrounded by a hyena that he couldn't breach. He had to respect others or face. Solitary, the whole, in literal terms. What reminds me of the past? Deer antlers, Rakabai, mooned, the smell of spirits, like Uncle Matthew's, like Smiley's, death in Vietnam, and his spirit's smell later in North Carolina. On base, the ocean, the fire, the rocks that were carved and used around Indian burial sites in the lower Lake Mountains. Obsidian spearhead given to him by a transient which while he was getting in his car at a repair shop. Grandmother, Sven, and the tragic consequences of his disappearance, his dreams and visions, the language of trees, Bones' graveyards, his collection of artifacts as he traveled, the souls of women, feminine doorways, dolphins, the terra firma, the womb, spoons, appendages to the acceptance of our fate, rainbows, flying saucers, leaders like Ho Chi Minh and Malcolm X, Asimbananga, Che Guevara, Edgar Allan Poe, and a short story written about a death that occurred 10 years later. Buddha, the murdered leaders of Yak Yak, the French president, Miller and Keats, Gibran, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Immanuel Kant, The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, Visionary, Madame Vanya, and fellow Russian, Nostradamus with his great quatrains, William Blake, Mrs. Clara, Uncle Willie, my Father Knives, Fasting, Prayer, Dylan Winston, Alta Antoinette. Rakabai had spent hours making calls concerning the incident on the ranch in Lower Lake, the feds, the sheriff's office in Sedna Lake, lawyers, civil liberties, the ABP Starbonian Black Party, the state representatives in Sacramento, and so on. Kian has taken in John. How could he? First, we have to take care of our family. It seems to me he is taking sides with everyone that I oppose, which is all right, for I can go my own direction. I'm the one with the most ideas, land holdings, paintings, the way I see it. Look, Kian is just helping him, but he's supposed to be moving out soon. It's just temporary. I just thought him and Liam would work together. I'm telling you, you are wrong. I'm not wrong. John is not going anyway. He disrespected me, cursed me out, cursed out Auntie Lucy. Kian even talked with Seraphina and offered to bring the kids over. I'm telling you, you want to listen. It's not always your opinion that matters. But I gave him the house and what he's got. Liam is supposed to own half of that too. It's not documented. Listen, I'm tired of you always saying bad things about Kian. I'm the father. Though, if you are always going to take sides with Kian over me, look, I'm headed to France when I get out. I can sell the 40 acres, it's mine. Remember? I don't need you guys. Look, I don't have time for this. He hasn't visited me once since I've been in jail. He said he couldn't. That's B. Click. Rakabai logic made perfect sense. He thought, if a man can divorce his wife, why can't he divorce his country? What purpose? Representatives, mandates, civil liberties, unions, Freedom Watch, Humanity, watch groups. After Seraphina left, trips to the mulch pile, travels to Japan, Succo, spirits in the house, anxiety attacks, convulsing seizures, a broken tile gray-covered sky, approaching rain, the fan palm in the wind was like a Spanish maiden dancing the salsa in her favorite long dress, lifting the hem appropriately. The scent thereof like the smell of violets in relief. The days went by like lychee at a farmer's market sale, lifting, adding a dozen anthuriums as one exits. Regalious sediments in her eyes as she took me by surprise, and clovers pressed against fleur-de-lis, breast in, chest on a stem, spinal tapped, kisses sublime overtures to a cradle to unwind notions of the tide, the rainbow sunshine, the taste of your lips, unfolding chairs. The bunks were all painted like rust-proof gray skies on steel. The moon rose in Gajan's eyes. Monster looks like Bigfoot, domesticated, but in reserve. In for assault. A Frankenstein forehead, chin all in, full head of black hair, and full beard with a horseshoe mustache. After being transferred to community for the first month and a half, Rakabai had a slight fever in the morning. and wondered why. Then one day, he noted that when they went to the window to receive their medication in the afternoon, the nurse would place cups of water on the counter and then proceed to dispense medication. The men would lean over these cups with their hair and flakes from their body, germs, falling into the water. He saw minuscule objects floating on the surface of the water. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to let the nurse know. She replaced the cups, placing them instead on the desk where she worked. I want to buy a water bottle and fill the cups accordingly, but I haven't gotten to it yet, she said. Rakabai revelation was born. He could see that there was no way that he could complete his journey or fulfill his destiny into the spiritual realm of sacrosanct divine providence without releasing reins that held him to this group of lost souls, strangled by their own ignorance and lamb, like vanity and greed, to a forced imprint of life's reward, introduced by a thief, a murderer, a slanderer, and a group bent on a crusade that they created and refurbished with their ubiquitous lies. They knew that there would be followers, some good souls that believed in government because they simply believed in man. Rakabai decided that if they would pray to God under Christian banner, he would not speak to them or have dealings with them until the end of his journey to seek the truth and fill his soul with all the dried flowers, which she pressed against the glass and threw off into the wind to settle at last, under the Rubik's cube of her Tuscan suns and equinox flows, within the passing clouds which weep up the land, and the rivers flow, and the gods drinketh thereof, and in their turn plant a seed within her garden so that her tribes may transform, and her lovers may bless her for her tender ways. 58 years of living in this country and praying to this God is one of 22 siblings, poor, not traveled, struggling, within the borders of a country that rhetorical promises, yet covers its own through institutional racism and the dictum of Christian crusades which illiterate people cannot understand. It holds them back, the metaphors that they think they understand, the lies that they cannot know. The historical truth is lost to their illiteracy. You can't bring one from slave, not immigrant, to a literate technological society that all along has been separatist in its benefits and intentional in its sharing of wealth. After the first formal head count on the morning of December 20th, the morning in which Ballesteros left and headed to Natahil Drug Center for his stay, Rakabai awakened, reflexing covers and filling his beach slippers. He started in the restroom and saw the giant holding a vociferous conversation with one of the controllers and the sun. "Oh my son, let there be light, and it will shine. Let there be light, and it will shine. My soul will seek haven among its songs, its children, its birds, praising the implements of my spirit. Oh, the sun, this is not prison. This is a revelation, an evolution, an awakening. For in here, I have found more of myself and sent the demons away, limping into the void, cowering within the light. Let it shine." He had suffered for the children of Biafra, for the black kids that were set up by crooked starbone policemen, the black kids that were misled by the Muslims and the Christians. Rakabai saw a pattern. Maybe the Sawanan were doing what anyone with simple, altruistic minds would do, assimilate with their own kind like the starbones, because they related to the culture. However, they recognized the Filipino, the Japanese, and all the other cultures. But the red light came on for them when they saw Black Starbonian males, someone who was vulnerable. The starbone system had made blacks more vulnerable than any other race. We were offset, he thought, alone doe out in the field, scopes at the ready and in the crosshairs. And we had to survive. Only a few of us remained, and only a few of those few recognized the value of leaving a message behind to hold out as long as possible, to get the message out that our enemy was him, what he had stolen, what he had promised, what he had pilfered. His ideals and his dreams were nightmares to us. For us, we had to fend for ourselves, change our diets, our values, our visions, our prayers, and our objects of who God was. But first we had to learn to love ourselves, to find ourselves, to be brave, focused men of conscience facing the reality of what we are. We are political, prisoners, targets for the desire to punish us. Starbonia has marked us, tattooed us with shame, scarred and left in the dark and shielded from the light. No matter what we did, what we attained, we would be prisoners in his world. Ogres, hunchbacks, lepers of the dungeon, continuing under the starbone gaze. Why should I feel sorry for them? Make references to Olena, Michigan trooper, Rod Dallas, incident of the kid on the back of the truck, the incident in the bunker in Vietnam, the house burning. The days go by like a man passing stones with porcupine straps. The voices of the prisoners as mock pity, filling the dorm in crescendo. Grandmother pulling teeth, tie a string to it, and slam. The door, Alex, tall and thick like carved out wax with dark clouds, churned out of time, struggling with vices. Rakabai met Officer Jules at the beach not far from Curacao Harbor. He was with his family. Rakabai recognized him. Where? He sat in his lawn chair on a pie circle of lawn facing the beach with the other sun worshippers. He acknowledged Rakabai with a swift glance. Rakabai continued to read, while Kian enjoyed the environs of the beach, especially the rocks where he could dive into the eye of the ocean with the other kids. Not everyone can parse the vision to see the big picture. They eat the forest because they see the trees. Officer Ishiu was one of those afflicted with that short-sightedness. He and his compatriots felt that it was easier to burn Rakabai, a simple black who had wandered upon their soil, than it was to treat him with respect. Rakabai was more than familiar with Starbonia's patented foe. Pause. Step on blacks to get to the next step. He saw Officer Ishii. One day, months after he had been arraigned, he was on a lookout at the neck of Road 8. Rakabai didn't want to look his way, but he figured he would likely be harassed and should be on his guard. He did a sensitivity check of his seatbelt and speed, and he eyed him in the quick frame. He was grinning like a Cheshire cat, having a latte on the wharf. At times, Rakabai felt that the night lights in jail brought in closer to the darkness of his life's implant into this horrid world. Just before the lights were turned off, he began to reflect. Hammers and anvils were being thrown at him. As he deciphered their code, they seemed to disintegrate, never reaching him. Was facing obstacles and promoting honesty to implode lies and cruelty. He felt that he was building stepping stones to a higher level of spiritual consequence. Each day, Rakabai became more resilient. He was a masochist with a freezer filled with self-pity. It would melt slowly, and at times he had to share this morbid self-torment. Whereas most prisoners snored or moaned, Daryl would hum a melody. Rakabai remembered a time when he wanted to plant everything. However, he realized his limitations. Getting good workers was nearly impossible. The amount of time in a day ran counter to the goals of an optimist. But with the right discipline and perseverance, he knew that he could reap great rewards from farming and still find time to do his profession of writing and painting a package deal. They talked about many things. Poi, noni, herbs, mac nuts, papaya were good choices to work with. The benefits were enormous, and the time it took to get a full crop was short. In 6 months, one could have a good yield. The only drawback was pests. If ring spot virus was among the crop, the authorities would have you cut down the entire field. The university had created GMP, a genetically modified sunset papaya seed, but only certain countries would buy GMPs. It was the same with coffee. The state assembly was trying to pass a law to ban genetically modified coffee beans from hitting the market. They shackle my wings in this land of the self-righteous nightmares. Dry up the songs that hide the purity of children behind memory chips. I'm an elongated dream, tears free themselves from bursting dams. The starbone turn. Dilates diaries, spades for eyes. She rides above, swollen sounds, her nests. In the armpits of my banyan's heartbeat, I have filled the holy grail with my grief. Her body tempting with the fever of young warrior's promise. Now my passion is ridden by a surfer's metaphors, martyrs and prophets. Hold stances, light candles, calling me out of a cat, Zoval's crusts, revelations in tombs, mocked with hieroglyphic stones. The time is here when spirits rise, return from distant planets. They covet, religions returned, tainted, rewarded by the state with opulent dice, forgotten how to mourn their dead, medallions suffocating, literacy, fools extended as misfit leaders, with camel-skinned suits, refried words, behind improvised pulpits. The multitude, a deliberate snare, for that which follows the wings of dark clouds, with no mercy. I am grandmother's horn, in tune with the muffled cries of Malcolm's pursuit. Mother's ocean, watching sunsets, roll into a reclusive sandstorm, tattooing jazz notes below the horizon with the passion of the tides. The land of Gabo Dzang, home of the godlike great art of the Aborigine people. After passing Zalhalla, in the Surrey Hills, patches of moments running to the closed curtain of the lifted horizon, coveted by Willy Willy, cloaked with Douglas fir trees, along the arm of the back road, the dusty shadows under the Mac Nut Forest. Rakabai tried to trace in his mind the road leading to the end of the Mac Nut Forest where the coffee forest lay, a hidden sanctuary next to the aged, octogenarian Japanese coffee farmer, where they had lifted keikis, repotted them, and sold them for $1 or more. This was before leaving the Zoval's crest of Nadilius opal, faced black sand, its treacherous currents paying homage to the great Honu, often peering into the depths of the mountainous acclaims. Rakabai could invariably recognize the coffee trees, in rows, breasted, and with a plume like the wizardry on winter coats, curled up and infused with a pleasant sheen of passionate embrace. His throat would give way to the lump, and each time, tears like the surf at high tide would remind him of the vast cavern that was between life and death, what one leaves behind. Communication that we think we can't adhere to, or should we remain in contact with those we conceived, who were beside us, consecutively or not? Or should we just have faith in the chains that bind us, or the roads that envelope our paths, the melodies in our hearts, the message from the galaxy that contains us each night, the love songs from the sunrise and sunsets, or the simpler messages Sven's little furball hands and his glowing smile with the kiss of 1,000 angels in his embrace. Each day, Rakabai placed tip-sized marbles, called prayers, along the roadside of his journey, so they would light up like eyes when the moon was full, and he would find the doorstep of his next resting place. After meeting Lin at the Kyoto Center, in front of a Thai restaurant, they borrowed a table but didn't order anything. When they had planned the meeting, Lin had thought to send her girlfriend in her place as she was busy that day. Don't say anything to my girlfriend, out of the way, Rakabai. She's very pretty. I mean, what does that mean? Rakabai's thoughts swam in retrospect. This is my representative. In essence, my lawyer. On his journey to the Veterans Hospital and an appointment he had with the social worker, Rakabai trucks slid from one side of the road to the other, tempting other vehicles, and sometimes the edge of a drop-off into a forest reserve. So excited and jittery were his nerves, his attention strained. The houses which he passed made the clearest impression, as if people's lives were stacked in crates, and all the memories were frozen in time. Wasn't thinking of jail. Caroline was the first person he called, answered the phone in Ozoval's impression, hoarse, somber, and distant. Rakabai endorsed familiarity in his greeting. Hey, you! How's it going? Okay, everything is just fine, she replied. The whole tragedy felt like jumping into the sky, defying gravity, and never landing on one's feet. The terra firma, the color and warmth of my mother's youth, Rakabai thought. Golden, yet light brown, with honeyed flecks of down, loose in my hand, damp with her moisturized smile, in which one could lay the piano keys to stand out like magnolias, white and metaphoric. The dirt even looked like brown sugar. Worms reminded Rakabai of his childhood in Louisiana. Bo had just returned from prison in Mississippi. It's just like here, he said, one day while they were in the shower area, standing before the sink and talking into the mirrors. It's laid back. Everything's slow, moving. But Tennessee is different. A lot of crime in Tennessee. Lots of killings. Redneck country, Rakabai replied. Yeah, you're right. Rakabai stared at the wall. People and their opinions. And there are walls before me. White plaster embracing the end. Every day is a day of reckoning. His left leg danced with pain. Who told Rakabai he was 42 years old? Lapped around the recreation yard. It was a good day. Rakabai had pulled a muscle in his calf the week before, and he had nursed it back to a safer state. He was pleased. He thought of his Liam many times. Sven always rose within those reveries. Liam was a lot sharper mentally as a kid, Rakabai thought. Either his brain had slowed, or his voice was so hoarse that it confused Rakabai into believing that he suffered slowing mental capabilities. He hid his grades, as all his kids had done. Rakabai thought it possible that he could do better, but preferred not to. Rather, he enjoyed his time at the mall, playing the new video games, looking out for the new tennis attractions, clothing anomalies, or new inferences in language. Rakabai had talked with Liam 2 days before, during his phone time, and he had mentioned to his father that he would approach Kian about what he's owed with respect to the inheritances that were now under Kian's control. Rakabai could feel his son embracing his father, needing him. Whether or not he would migrate to another country, they must stay in touch, verbally and otherwise. Rakabai prayed that the gods, like those in the great art of Gabo Zhang, were looking over all of his kids, but not necessarily his ex-wives. He didn't want the gods to waste their time. Kian was so sure of himself, Rakabai mused. He envied his son. There were times when Rakabai felt like an animal being hunted. It was an overwhelming paranoia that had pervaded his consciousness since childhood, and the beginning of any of his grandmother's revelations. She let him know that they were trapped, hostages to the beast dominating a stolen land. They had become expendable along the way, when it was deemed appropriate to be treated as domesticated humans. There was no place to go. The homeland was destroyed, their homes, their families. As he drove to court one day, a mutta followed behind Rakabai. He was driving a piece of shit red car, and he pulled up alongside and screamed, "Pull over." Rakabai smiled and continued on his journey toward the courthouse. When he reached the parking lot on Ocean Street, where the lawyers were housed, he ended up being a slow, moving vehicle. The driver of the red car had time to get out and brandish his envious stomach, shake his fists, and yell some inaudible, but clearly derogatory words. Rakabai implored him to follow him, gesturing. His intention was to lead him to the entrance of the legal building where there were many witnesses before he made any attempt to stand his ground. However, the car veered off at the nearest exit, and when Rakabai looked back, it had disappeared. Days later, as he headed out again to see his attorney, a lady pulled up alongside him on the freeway and pointed emphatically at his truck. "They are talking about your truck," she said, and she drove off. Red lights flashed in the streets of Rakabai Brain, had been taunted and accosted for 5 years. It was all the more reason to be extra careful. He thought there was no paradise for a black man on earth. Rakabai's cell phone rang as he was sitting down. He answered, but had missed the call. It rang again. "I'm the cabinet shop owner," the voice said. "Hey, I'm in a meeting," Rakabai said. "Can I call you back? I can't do the work. I don't do Formica anyway." Rakabai could feel everyone wanting to be like them. Blacks. They watched the blacks' behavior in prison. What movies did they watch? The black ones. But they also liked segregating blacks, tantamount to ongoing in jokes. And blacks were the only people everyone stepped on to get on up when they came to this country. Rakabai said, "Right. You're so right. The problem is we most times step on ourselves." Rakabai gave vent to his frustrations. "Like this rap thing. I don't know where that came from. Hip-hop, I mean, I know it comes from some abstract frustrations with the way society treats us. But my contention is that if we realize that if we bear the pain of our suffering and really believe in the spiritual benefits of its retrograde, we will benefit more because we accept it with courage. We're richer in spirit for the way we deal with the racial animosity of the world that has been institutionalized upon us. Life will compensate us, eventually. That's one of my fundamental beliefs. And I've seen it happen in my life." Rakabai was adamant. "Yes, now I know you don't like Dr. English and Dr. Williams. But how about Dr. Berg? Oh, I don't know him. I don't mind working with Beth. She's all right. I don't have a problem with Williams or English. I just don't want to have to see them." Rakabai shook his head. "I know what Dr. English did when I had this problem happen," he said. "He knew my wife was bipolar. He knew I was under stress, but he abandoned me. That's why I say he's nothing. Haha. Well, I know when I came in 2000, a little later, the vets here in Milwaukee wanted me to do a group, but I was hired here to do social work, medical, not psychological. But I've done psychological social work before, so I can do it," he continued. "Well, I started the group, and they had a fit. I told them that the vets wanted it, and there wasn't one. So I started one. They made a big boo-hoo about it, like I said. Anyways, that's how this all started with my ex-wife. And even after the whole thing was concluded, she ended up pregnant and had a baby by a Sawanan guy and put my name on the birth certificate. It cost me thousands to get my name off that birth certificate. He had a tailored face with chocolate milk skin, a receding hairline with a perfectly contoured forehead. His lips were designedly pronounced. Pert. He was obviously on a good exercise program. A lean and carved body which enhanced his clothing. He reminded Rakabai of a brother from either Chicago or New York. His words were slow and careful as if he was working on his diction. Deliberating. trying to have good diction as if he had been criticized, or had criticized himself in his moments, alone, and wanted to perfect it. Rakabai looked at his manicured nails, and he thought about how sometimes age was an obstacle, because one gets set in their ways, or sometimes one lets loose at home, and then tries to correct it on the job. The nails. He was too overdone, Rakabai thought. Obviously not into farming, but they seemed to agree on some points. Okay, I can make another appointment in 2 weeks, because I like to. Oh, that's great. Rakabai cut in. I like to see my clients twice a month, at least. That's great. Rakabai was excited. Do they bring you here, the police? No, I drive. I have my car. Yeah, because I saw you with a cell phone, and I wondered. No, I'm free for 8 hours. That's why. I don't want any appointments in Dia because I only get 4 hours there. I get 8 coming here. I see. So look, just give this to Kathy. She'll make you an appointment. Rakabai trembled a little as he stood. I'll get a hold of Calypso's. He made me an appointment in Dia. I told him not to, so I told my probation officer not to accept it. There's not a day that clipped through his life that Rakabai did not encounter a racial injustice. Life on Earth was morbid, and as time progressed, Earth intuitively became smaller, like the village of the damned, monotonous, selfish, and pin-minded. Its occupants were limited by what they thought were high ideals. It was Winston and Stewart that wrote him up in May before calling his lawyer and probation officer. Stanley had to remind him in front of David that he couldn't make but one call. Anytime he needed services at the desk. Rakabai was admonished by one of them, Stanley, or Winston, or Stewart, or Odell. Rakabai in mid-May, Rakabai made another trip to the Milwaukee Veterans Clinic to see his medical social worker. He hooked up the cell phone to the lighter charger, turned it on, and found his wallet in the glove compartment. He noticed that Kian had placed the jiggles of his latest paintings in the cab, however. It was not all of the selection that he had depended upon. He reached around behind the seat, in the same cab area, and found the plastic bag that stomached his mail and his phone books. He started the truck and slid back from under a laurel tree. It was like embracing the princess of a black hole. Jail is like everyday life in that one has to let others know at intervals where to get off the train, because negative people will be drawn into your life. Always. But one can definitely keep it to a minimum. Rakabai had undesirable encounters, as well as bad days, but most days were enlightening and humbling. The trip across the saddle was filled with delights, as was usual. A mention of chiffon clouds drifted just below its crest, and brought the wonder of passion to Rakabai's soul. He could envision the conceptual shackles of his confinement displayed in the catacombs of his fears. Chapter 6. By the time he had reached the lower valley, before the crown of Milwaukee, where jacaranda trees were in full bloom, and the African tulips sparsely stole space to lip charm, he had called Caroline and given her a belated Mother's Day blessing. During their conversation, Rakabai remarked about famous Reverend's death and what he figured was his journey into hell. Caroline disagreed in a suspicious tone. Noticing her demure attitude, Rakabai hurriedly found a reason to end the phone conversation and clicked off, dodging the approaching traffic and trying to avoid the edge of the road with its pocketed drop-offs. His paranoia had lately entered another phase, and it had become an ogre. White diagonal lights, a quarter-inch in length, rained across his vision on most days. And the night before, he had nightmares of being involved in a head-on collision while crossing Pater Road 5 different times. His senses recreated the crunch of steel and broken glass, as his truck perpetually embraced the other vehicle. As a result of this, he had debated whether the southern route would be safer. Perhaps he could change the circumstance. His next call was to an attorney concerning his Mercedes, which Doe's Auto had been storing for 5 years. Dawn was supposed to be restoring it. Doe's sister-in-law called Nadia first. They said they didn't have Rakabai number, explaining that Dawn had incurred cancer and that the immediate family would be taking over the business. Rakabai had spoken to Dawn in September, when Dawn had first commented on the front page spread about his sexual assault conviction. They had finally managed to itch out the conversation about the Mercedes, and Dawn had said that he would have it finished in a year, by the time Rakabai was to be out of jail. It was after 5 years of delays and promises, but Rakabai wanted to believe in people, and if they failed him, he felt that another door would open if he was patient. Dawn had failed him, and the family didn't want to charge him for the work that was done. They had put on a front clip and had welded metal plates in the floorboards where a cradle of rust had been sustained. Rakabai had questioned Dawn about the engine, and he said it would be all right since he didn't take the oil out. But Rakabai first consulted Frank in Milwaukee, who had a Mercedes born the same year, and he had commented that the gas pump might be clogged. Rakabai thought about it and did make a few calls to a couple of attorneys, left messages, and would wait for replies to his questions about their liability and negligence. He then called and confronted Luis, who became agitated, denying even that the car had been there for 5 years. Rakabai replied that he had papers to show Doe's bid, and then he remarked about the engine. The engine wasn't new, he told Rakabai. I have the records, and I can prove it. Rakabai replied, needing to let him know that in his haste to get the car off the lot, he had sent a signal to Rakabai that something could be askance. Well, I don't want to argue with you, he said. Clearly, he was nervous. Rakabai knew instinctively that he had to be on guard. Rakabai tried to reach Rachel, a few calls, but she was obviously tied up somewhere and couldn't be reached. Then he called Liam and told him about the $200 he had just sent him. Liam thanked him and said he was eating. Rakabai told him that he was headed back to jail and running late, and that he would call him on Monday when he was free again for the day. He loved his 17-year-old boy and missed him a great deal. When he had lived with him in Ceres, they had spent many quality hours together. Alone, Liam would not go anywhere. He hated Ceres, and he missed his hip-hop buddies from LA. Ceres had too many bugs and was country and uncouth to him. He complained every day to his mother, long distance, to let him return, and promised to be a good boy and treat her with respect. She fell for the rap, and within a year of arriving, he was on his way back to his mommy and friends. Rakabai had wanted to tell him about Frederick Douglass and Nick Biddle, about the Gullah tribe and the G Cheese of South Carolina, where his grandmother was born, about Salvador, Brazil, about Malcolm X, Che Guevara, Achebe, and so many others. He lamented the fact that his baby was so wrapped up in the moment of his mother's party girl world and the new age technology that held his mind captive. He couldn't see that, as a young black man, he was like a fast-moving train headed to a sudden destruction. The Starbone's path was not their path, and, as black elders, they could not assimilate until they bonded with their grievances. Their historical path was incalculably more unique than anyone on the planet. The wound had gangrene, and yet the blacks sought out remedies for a headache. First and foremost, Rakabai realized that he had to inform and forewarn those closest to him. They might not hear his cries and complaints at an immediate post. He knew, but he also knew how a crisis could stigmatize them. Then they would remember his words of wisdom, if it was deemed to be so. Kian, Rakabai believed, embraced his enemies. Liam, on the other hand, stood by his side to ward them off. Kian, the leader, the father figure, the setter, the knife. Liam, the sheath, the baby, the warm spring of rejuvenating waters. Kian fighting his dad. Liam bonding and proud of his dad, listening and watching, opening up his consciousness to his dad. Kian wanting to take the father's place and rule the nest. Out of 7 children, only 2 would Rakabai watch grow his words that I could see and grow with. Besides Liam, there was a baby boy in Milwaukee, my little giant, for whom worrying about him, and Kai, his little sister, became Rakabai's own personal virus. The social worker was 30 minutes late calling Rakabai at the appointment. He was in the parking lot at the time, making as many calls as possible to auto repair shops. On reaching M&S Auto, and then Beck's Auto, he learned that they could not help him, but a shop called Concept Auto could. In speaking with the owner of Concept Auto, Rakabai learned that the man who had originally worked on his car was now working for him. Luis at Doe's Auto had just said that Tuss was working for him. It brought to Rakabai's mind what Dr. Lewis had said. The system is so convoluted. Dr. Lewis had moved from the land and had ended his relationship with Lana, together with the $500 he owed Rakabai for the painting. He sent him letters on 2 occasions with the promise to visit him in June, when he would return to the island to close up the deal on his house. Rakabai knew him to be dating a beauty from Thailand. He had sent him a photo of them together, of her name, Prita. Dr. Lewis had put on a considerable amount of weight, Rakabai had thought, as he looked at it. Rakabai realized that his trial and conviction were just like the Massey trial. He was convicted by the spirit of series which embodied disdain for outsiders. Rakabai black jeans were returned to him unsewn. They were returned to the barracks without an explanation, but with a reserved silence from Tito and the laundrymen. Rakabai thought it a gesture of defiance on their part, and it made the demarcation line of friends and foe more vivid in his mind. The white owl flies above frozen waves, clipping pages from our lives. She appeared inebriated with endurance, riding the silver line of the moon, her lilac fragrance mixed with golden ohia plumage. The wind was raked and torn, like silk sheets, redesigned and rerouted, wings sealing metaphors within the breaths of the evening. I am with her as she draws the horizon, near, more than gravity, blamed for heaven. Her scent was the morning's blessings. Seraphina traveled from one stranger's abode to another. Rakabai watched their dreams fly into hungry flames. Behind the curtain of promises, he knew self was her idol, and the children were charcoal that could be dissolved on the thrust of a white wall screen. She knew and weighed the black blood in her children with the future. When she conversed with her friends, the ones she was trying to return to, those who hated him because he was black, she knew that implicitly there was that same hate for the children. But she chose to deny it and passed the days with delirium, floating above the pain. When she went to town on the Saturdays when the farmers' market was in full swing, she was the lost lamb, the lame duck who strayed. But she had come to her senses and returned to the fold. This was her nature, to be a victim in the eyes of her friends. They, in turn, wanted that victim to be a black male. It was in their manifesto. Their pilgrimage was designed to be cleansed of savages, niggers, Arabs, terrorists, and illegal immigrants of color. So she was the victim, and wore her dress where it was falling off one shoulder, the same flower, patterned dress, so short one could see the tip of the flame between her thighs. She was the victim, and we had a certain tone and different approach with the victim, and passion had its lines. The kids loved it because they were meeting new friends every day, and life was interesting not knowing what bed they may be in the next night. They were looking forward to a new experience. Yes, the world was a stage, and the audience faced her way. It didn't matter that Sven wanted to see his father, that Sven loved his father, nor that his father was a good man. Her goal was set by the path written out by her racist friends. In Louisiana, the reed birds, blackbirds, blue-winged birds, and jacksnipe were prevalent that autumn. In Sedna Lake, the November gale whirled the snowflakes among the purity of the evening sky. The momentous white twilight made mention to my grave of somber notes purloined with frieze, a mother's embrace, a dowry to my loneliness, human toil. The clouds held a reservoir of nude flames as the days passed. Prisoners were uploaded and downloaded. Rakabai pushed back at the steel frame of the bed. Another day, and his tongue politic to rent the words of the day. Kian had been rewarded too much, too early, he thought. Nadia had created a dose of the girly in them. Liam was afraid of bugs, and they both awakened too late in the morning. It is true that the early bird gets the worm. Moki had returned. So many of the same faces re-entering the jail facilities. The day after meeting Dagwood, Rakabai felt depressed beyond reality. He had not felt like that for quite some time. He remembered how the Hopi View police had handled his hit and run, left undone with a memo to his lawyer. The lawyer eventually dropped the case. Rakabai had discovered from one policeman that a white truck was suspect, and a neighbor had seen the truck back up and idle for a moment, then drove off. Rakabai was 10 feet below the highway elevation and 15 feet into a forested area, and nearly up against a tree. He had a gash on his head, and blood oozed. He had eventually awakened from his unconsciousness leading to stupor and found himself in another world. He struggled to open the door and recognize the skin of ohia bark and a light rain, a satisfying silence. He made it to the road as cars swished by and hydroplaned into the aquamarine night. The only light came from their suspected 12-volt harbor. Rakabai raced across the breadth of the asphalt and stood dazed, his mind eclectic. Time and place removed to the same front line of survival. Mannequins in passing, cars with some kind of stagnant gaze. Hope in getting a lift was emboldened. 30 minutes later, and drenched, but warm from pacing, and his arms flailing with an imposing spear of a finger out towards the northern plain. A blue SUV stopped. Rakabai ran to reach the privacy of the young lady's cab. She smiled and motioned him in. Still dazed, and with channels changed, jumped into the front seat, immediately flinching from the cold atmosphere of this new world. He shivered, and she reached for the knob to turn on the heat. I had an accident. A guy hit me and just left me on the road. My car is still there. That's terrible, she said. Where do you want to go? The hospital? You want me to take you to the hospital? I'm headed to the store. No, I'll be all right. You can drop me off by the Sawanan Acres turnoff. How far do you live? You look frightened and dazed, she said. A couple of miles. Not far. I could bring you home. I don't have much time. I borrowed my parents' car to go to the store, so I have to be back soon. I'm not that far. I'd appreciate it. Sure, no problem. He didn't stop and help you? No, he just left me. How did you end up with this Seraphina? Look, I love him. And it's just, I mean, he screams at me, but he's good to me. I don't want to hurt him. He's a black bastard. That's a fact. He's abusive. They all are. Can't you see that? We're here to help you. And I will not stand here and let him abuse you or let you abuse yourself. But Sven loves his dad. This is not about Sven. Listen, girl. This is about what is right and wrong. Your health. Look at you. You're frightened to death. That's because sometimes he scares me. He is a Vietnam vet, and he is on medication. I want to get away, but I promised. I'm married, but I feel that so much is wrong. I know, because you don't belong with him. The age difference, the racial difference. Like you said, your father doesn't speak to you anymore. I don't blame him. He's alienated your brother and your sister. No, they didn't want to talk to him. He's not at fault. They're the ones that are racist. They're not racist. Girl, they're realistic. Why do you need a black man? That's not it. He's a good man, a hard worker. He gave me the house. His name is not on the house. That's why you need to get rid of him. It's yours. Take it. File a TRO and have him evicted. I can't be that mean to him. He's done a lot of good for me. He works all the time, but he's a little controlling. He's more than controlling, sis. He's an animal. He never asks me to work. I just stay home and can do whatever I want. It's just that I don't want a coffee farm. I thought I did, but I don't. I want a children's school. Then get what you want. Make yourself happy. FM. Look, you're afraid of him. I know how to do this. When he comes home, we'll call the police and make a complaint against him. For what? He hasn't done anything. We'll make something up, and at least they will have an idea who he is in case something happens. We'll take the kids to the office and keep them occupied so you can get some rest, okay? All right. But he's gonna be upset with me for letting you guys take the kids away from me like that. We don't care. Don't worry. We'll handle this. You don't worry your little heart, my dear. Okay, okay, Seraphina cried. She was trembling and frightened of what he would say and do, and because of the question of where she was headed. Ilroy was leaving soon. Daryl had left at the beginning of spring, and his bunk above Rakabai was occupied by Gonzalez, a rat caricature of a starbone boy. 2 Starbonian soldiers had been killed in Yak Yak, and 3 were missing. Pater Road's newly paved route was now open. Liam was graduating from high school, and Rakabai offered to pay for the rental of a limousine to go to the prom. He was going to take a 24-year-old girl to the prom, but she had a considerable number of problems that needed attending to: a lost cell phone and a car with mechanical problems. He was disappointed, of course. Had many auditions during this time for movies and commercials, but as usual, little success. He told Rakabai that he and his friends were going to rent a bus to go to the prom, and he only had to send $100. Rakabai sent him $200. A bout of depression saw Rakabai write a 14-page letter to his lawyer with a synopsis of how he felt that he had been represented. After receiving the letter, Dagwood made an appointment to visit him at the jail. I've been trying to schedule a release date as directed by the courts to see my mental health examiners at the Veterans Clinic. Your office does not seem to be participating in this at all, Rakabai explained. I called you on your cell to tell you that Lynn and other office personnel were not helping me. Dagwood took notes. Lynn had made an appointment at the Dia Clinic, and I had to fast 2 days, then was rejected. He continued. I went to the Dia Clinic because the technician only had an appointment for my blood. Oh, I see you were frustrated. Dagwood cut him off. He was wearing a starbone polo shirt and had lost a considerable amount of weight in the chest, neck, and upper torso. Not his stomach. Rakabai thought that it looked like an enlarged volleyball under the shirt. He looked a bit deformed, reminding him of Souls, the comedian. Usually when I get a letter like this, I drop the client and go on. But with you, I don't feel that's necessary, he stated. That's when Rakabai explained. Then the next day they met in the courtroom. He was in chains, brought there by the guards. The judge had set the date for his next trial. Rakabai was even more depressed and manic. How long is the term if we lose? He frantically asked, as they stood outside the courtroom. 20 years, Dagwood said methodically. Rakabai cringed in manic depression. They stood by the redwood benches before Dagwood departed. You will ask for them to dismiss the trial, right? Rakabai asked him. Yes. I think you should talk with this girl, Dagwood. Okay, that makes sense, he answered. I'll do that, and then you try to make up your mind if you want to go to trial by June. The next day, his depression just disappeared. Rakabai felt the warrior rise inside himself again. He felt indestructible after going over the details of the incident in his mind. She had followed him after the charge was made. Rakabai had told Dagwood that he had seen her get out of a car at Office Max as he crossed the promontory path leading into the store. As he was getting his order at the printing department, he recognized her. She was crying and trying to get his attention. Rakabai had ignored her and went about his business. The court had cautioned him about having any contact with the victims. Rakabai cringed at the idea. The charge at that time was fourth-degree misdemeanor, which was later upgraded to first-degree felony, offering drugs and alcohol to a minor. She was a week from 18 years old when he had hired her. What was she thinking? He could not figure it out. They had not had negativity between them. So where was all this animosity coming from? Beyond that, the surf was up. Murder convictions had increased to 1/5 the national average in the islands. Nadi was the fastest growing community of them all. The potential of Rakabai 40 acres in Nassari was rising to enormous proportions. Leasehold, the coffee shop, postal facility, art gallery, nursery, health resort, specialty items, playhouse, fertilizer, sales. There were so many options. The potential was staggering. Chinese tourism was on the increase. Japanese tourism declining. Caroline's husband was upset about the Ursi Falcons' recent loss to monks. Rakabai questioned her about Jesse, and she told him that Louise was trying to bring him home. He had had a stroke a month earlier. She hadn't contacted the nurse, nor acquired the hospital bed or wheelchair. She asked Caroline to go with her from the nursing home. Caroline declined. I told her, I can't carry Jesse. If he falls, the man can't even walk. She must be crazy, she said. Louise said she would have one of her friends help her with Jesse. What did he say when? You told him I said I was going to kick his ass now that he's lost. Wait. Oh, he just laughed. Big old smile on his face. How's Courtney? She's fine. I just hate that she has to deal with all these gas prices. I know. It's going to be $6 in series. It's almost $4 now. You tell Courtney she has to ride a bike to work. That's all. Caroline laughs heartily. But that's ridiculous. Can hardly go anywhere anymore. These gas prices are crazy. She says, well, Caroline, just checking on you. I'll call again next Tuesday, okay? Rakabai had reached the crest of Pater Road and pulled up to a human stop sign. He could see the water truck spraying water on the gravel to minimize the dust that had risen with the heat of the day. She found her mark, but it was too high. The lyrics from the oldest song cried from the radio. She found the truth, but it was a lie. There is a hell and a heaven, but we create it from our own minds. Seraphina was a master of her own torment, and the main catalyst in our tragedy. The other characters attached themselves accordingly because of their own beliefs or prejudices. What is paradise? Silence. A Garden of Eden with no wildlife. Just Captain Julius's degenerative intello runts and a few warblers. The knowledge of existence on a barge of terra firma, trying to catch clouds with a butterfly net. The concept of being alone, because there are a minimum of literate humans, is a joke to the locals and a tragedy at the same time. A joke to the locals and a profit to the invading immigrants from the mainland, who will invent their own WASP's hybrid of freedom, sending locals and Sawanan natives to mainland jails and totally aborting them from their cult, their land and family, their aquamarine dreams. For Seraphina, it was as if she felt trapped inside a diamond, lost and abused because the jeweler had sliced away a crest that was the family's heirloom. Crutchen died months before Rakabai was incarcerated. Rakabai had met Groves at the corner store, who had broken into tears when Rakabai asked about him. "You know, he passed away a week ago," he cried. One less racist hole on earth, Rakabai thought. Since the time that Crutchen realized that he was not an illiterate black, he had made it his mission to try and ferment hate for him among his friends and acquaintances. He was the main force that fought the plan to leave the land to the farmers. He knew that Rakabai owned 40 acres with a waterfall and the old Japanese camp by the creek. Chapter 7. Eventually, Seraphina and the kids stayed in a little covey of starbone bungalows, considered a homeless shelter off of Sugarcane Avenue and not far from the public library. It was a convenient location within proximity of the farmers' market. There, she would politic her cause and reestablish her base in the community, a way for her to completely absolve her ties to Rakabai Lafleur. Everyone was elated that she had reformed, especially the males, amongst whom Jomo was the first to take notice. Then there was Smiley. He worked at the homeless shelter and would take her and the kids on rides to the store, on picnics, and on clandestine rides through the neighborhood to check on the movements of Rakabai. He also showed her his home in Sawanan Acres on Road 8, where he offered her a decent place to stay. He told her he would be moving to Milwaukee to stay in his other residence. However, that turned out to be a ruse that he used to get closer to her, his intentions not being the least bit honorable. As she moved within the community, from the new farmers' market in Kyoto that was being built by shipments, to the environs of the farmers' market in Dia, under the great monkey pod tree, she heard many tales about her husband. Most were lies and envious statements being told to her by racists, people who also needed attorneys. Seraphina was oblivious to their intent. Because of the state that she was in, it was as if the world was throwing chairs and knives and plates and other implements her way, and she couldn't discern the clarity or the reality of her situation from the tragic implosion of her delusions. To her, these people were her saviors, and Rakabai was her enemy. In her mind, he had forced her to run away from him. He had forced her to walk the streets in delirium with two babies, from one end of the island to the other, with her heart and her hand out for assistance. Being recognized as the abused wife made her feel cared for, loved, harbored, something her mother and father had never achieved. And the harboring milieu made her feel saved from being burnt at the stake. She had mentioned this to Rakabai one day in the midst of a conversation they were having. He let it pass, regarding it as one of the mental meanderings that marked her insanity. He thought then that time and hoping would see these fragments of paranoia and delusion clear up one day, and all would be well. I just hate to see you working when I can't go out and help, honey, she would say. Sven and Kai, Daddy's home. And Sven would pull up to her knee. Kai's blue eyes would find a mark of movement at the distant entranceway. Honey, look, a double rainbow. Come, see, honey. Hurry, hurry. Rakabai stopped adding up his take for the day and itemizing his sales. His back burned with pain as he stood again and swaggered with exhaustion to the door to view the rainbow. It reminded him of his uncle's claim that at the end was a pot of gold. Which end? He thought to himself. Every move you make, I'll be watching you. Came to Rakabai. Mind. A line from one of the oldies but goodies. Ethel decided she would sever all ties with Trish and focus all her energy on the pursuit of Seraphina. She would falsely inform the authorities about Rakabai's interest in young girls and cite abusive behavior towards Seraphina as an example. She knew, as well as Seraphina, that they would believe her because she was starbone. On the last day, Lanny came to market and paid her last respects to Rakabai. She had tears in her eyes as she hugged him. Rakabai looked at Ethel, for he felt the foreboding clouds. He looked at the expression on Keith's face and hugged Lanny with reassurance. His jaws tightened and his eyes performed a 1,000-mile stare into the glow of the street, biting the consciousness of a prelude to a tragedy in contract. Ethel had the sanction of Seraphina. Lanny knew that what was about to happen was not right, and she felt responsible because she was the one who had befriended Rakabai, and he had treated her with love and respect. It didn't matter to Ethel, for she had control of Seraphina. She had made love to her, and Seraphina was in love with Ethel. Seraphina told Rakabai that Ethel would die soon because of her mangled leg and hip from the accident. Seraphina truly believed that Ethel would die. She came to Rakabai many times in a state of elevated concern. You know she doesn't have long to live, honey. Look, I can care less, he would say. That was not what Seraphina wanted to hear. That was the last thing she wanted to hear. One night, after watching another program with a black story drumline, which seemed to interest the locals and so on, in that prison, Rakabai once again heard comments, which in his estimation were indicative of ignorance beyond measure, beyond dumb. After the movie ended, a bison-looking local guy with the meat that grows on the back of a big man's neck and shoulder. He looked to Rakabai as if any minute he would just morph into a bull bison and start grazing, said, "This is the first black movie I've seen that doesn't have a blonde in it." Rakabai thought to respond, though he had not been acknowledged, to let him know that black men in Starbonia have, the majority of the time, been railroaded to prison. All nations colonized by Europeans or the English had seen it, as he did now. He thought of Franz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. He let the comment pass. He could monitor and document these comments as long as they didn't think of him as black. Because I owned this high yellow camouflage, he told himself. It had been a blessing and a curse throughout his existence, but he had learned to channel it to his benefit. He had let it become a tool in his war against his enemy. Any means necessary came to his mind like the words on a hot air balloon. Nancy had visited him earlier that day, so he had enough garbage to decipher, for she had some insights for him which had carried his blood from normal to boiling. She had told him that each time she went to Kian's house, Al was high, and she used her hand, fingertips together at the side of her left eye, mimicking pulling his shades off to show her his eyes, which were blood red from his habits. "And that guy, Matt, is strange," she said to Rakabai. He told her about Matt. "He dodged me the whole time before my trial. had asked Keen to get a hold of him to testify, since he was working for me when this occurred. Now he's returned and started frequenting the farm grounds. Rakabai thought this to be highly suspicious behavior. It seemed to him that his son was taking in all his enemies. Keen is trying to get rid of me so he can have the property and whatever else I've acquired, he said to Nancy, and thought, the son I have given 40 acres on the very day of his birth, and 100 acres 2 years later, a house in Sumatra Hills, land in Barstow, and he is trying his best to kill me. This is an example of what they referred to as an N. Rakabai realized that Nancy was squandering his money and trying to explain to him that she was doing all the many things for him, but he knew what she had accomplished since she had come aboard. Nothing. She had an electrician put up an electrical pole that Rakabai didn't need for a very large sum. She and Bob had put in a toilet instead of letting the plumber do it, which was illegal. She had left a month after she arrived and traveled to Utah and said she remained there for 2 months. The contractor had finally painted the house with a sealant after the wood had started to mildew, after Rakabai had told her to have him do it before he left. Nancy had done what was expedient for her purposes. She had brought him his mail, but there were no bank statements, and she could not tell him what had happened to at least $4,000 of his money. Rakabai decided to complain about it, but he would block his account on his Tuesday pass on the way to the VA clinic. Would also explain to her that he didn't need her to work for him anymore. Rakabai thought about how she had declined his offer after John and Kian had seemingly poisoned her mind toward him. Or perhaps she had poisoned her own mind by accepting their B as fact. And I had trusted her with my bank card, and all my money's in the bank. I need those statements. You need to bring them next time. And I don't want Bob staying on my property, he said. Well, he's not staying in the house. We are not having an affair, or sex, or anything. I can tell him to leave. He thought there was going to be a lot of work, so he stayed. But Nancy, if this man stayed in my house, he paused momentarily. You don't understand. Don't care if you're having sex with him or not. It's just that I haven't let my spirit make that sight. You don't understand. She nodded, and she knew that he had realized that there was too much money unaccounted for. He had told her a week prior to itemize what she was spending, and he had asked her to do this when she first came. Rakabai came to the realization that it hadn't been done because she had no intention of doing it. Rakabai often wondered why trees were unclothed in the winter. Weren't they cold? Or was it like woman and her monthly? The goddess gave trees a break from bearing fruit. Seraphina's first visit to Dickless, a society meeting, was a week later. It was at a white house in Parasail Park. There were only a few plants on the grounds, the landscaping skeletal. The grass was just beginning to be visible, cakey blades, sharp and astute, like an army of men with bayonets on the ends of their rifles, standing the gulch. In 4 months, Rakabai had cleared a starbone path in the lawn around the recreational facility of Mons Lawhire. His pace had increased, and his steps were shorter. Some days he ran with longer strides, and with his knees brought up higher toward his chest. There were times when he would do a musical act with his hands, coordinated to his hip movements, to the hip-hop cadence of his run. His right leg on left brought up higher than the other. He did a short step cadence with the opposite leg. Rakabai was in love with the folding sun and the gray mood of the day. The days were longer. He could tell by the height of the sun, and having noted its movement for several months, it had moved over to the north a tad. He saw the clouds hung like huge thoughts, problems, cumbersome ideas, and the trees were silent and still as if they were waiting for thunder, or for surprise hidden in a fishbowl that had not been cleaned. The rains came in from the southwest in northern Utopia X, as Rakabai was perched high above Lower Lake on Felicia's ranch. It gave him an ominous notion that it was dead men forming, rolling, asking for reprieve. As it reached him, the rains enveloped him, almost cerebrally. He could see the outline of each raindrop, molecules, pristine and succulent, gourds of light, cyclical wombs with the smell of jasmine in a race with gravity, one below the other, dilating with the weight of its collection, as it bursts into mite-sized drops upon patterned earth, and all that tasted of its substance would be relieved and replenished, and trees would grow, and plants would grace the terra firma, and seedlings would sprout like the light from a new shine brass spoon, and the farmer's heart would be filled with metaphorical optimism, a song created from this reunion of nature's charms. In series, the rains came from the southeast, and the sign would be the dark clouds, but it would ride like a vehicle and withhold its release until it was over Rakabai Farm. Then it would dump a load like a dump truck. If he was drying coffee on the starbone plastic squares, he would have to run from wherever. He was to pull the plastic partitions into the office until the sky had cleared. They didn't have a drying room then, so he had created this method for expediency. He loved the attention that he gave to the sky, for it was her bosom exposed. Working, would move and bend in haste until he could feel the similes and metaphors rise inside him, and his body was enshrined with a light. There he would stand, not moving from the spot where he had received the muse, and then he would begin his ritual of memorizing the line until the poem had become an entity unto itself. Then he would rush to the office and write it down. I love you more than the darkness being sown into daylights, flowers being strained from your kiss. Each time that Rakabai communicated with his boys, he tried to explain about the asterisk which stood before the phrase, black male in Starbonia. Capitalism drains to one's greed, suffocates one's cries. All they could see was the epiphany of luxuries, but not the stigma cradled within their bowels. Rakabai hated to think that they would have to learn it the hard way. Why couldn't they accept his inside track knowledge as he had accepted the wisdom from his grandmother, Felicia, and so many other elders as he grew? Chapter 8. I live for the run. It's my zen. When I die, I'll be running into a storm, red hair falling into bear traps, into a flame, a triumph of spirits, my next mile. My legs feel solid this morning. Feet, legs, calves, thighs, ankles, shins, all one. Arrows piercing the orb of dust. The run, always a maiden voyage. Thoughts fermenting into a rebirth, into a revolt. Shedding skins. An elderly black man from the train tracks of Louisiana's distant marshes, with robins on his countenance extolling light, re-emerging into the red dust of a southern sunset. When we are born into a prison, bars of consciousness, of will, of human flesh, universal opaque guilt, needs, aspirations, dreams, cavernous walls of a slumber. Rakabai had to admit that his lawyer was an earthly god to him, with his foreign language of justice, his spatial atmosphere, Hemingway's personage, as if his head propped on his giant torso was in the Himalayas, resting among the other gods, with pristine, sacred, and ominous thoughts, verdicts. The human mind is so temporal, secluded, and cautious, without complicity. It's easy to feed one a bill of goods. There are too many saviors of mankind. Rakabai had fallen from himself. The morning lawn was golden flakes in a distant sunstorm, the color of Seraphina's hair. Naivety was Rakabai God, but he didn't care. He wanted to learn to love by accepting the human being as a universal, spiritualist, that one could love anyone if they set their mind and patience to the task as an existential. But being naive, he knew that there would be fallout from attempting to love so fast and with fury, like diving into a pool, but hitting bottom with one's head. He felt that humans were in a time envelope of some sort, trapped, waiting to be raised toward the light. A certain consciousness, but trapped, imprisoned in a vacuum of their own intelligence and their own ignorance. And there they were, the women, floating above the line. 4. Women defy gravity. They are time above essence. Metaphors, in a balloon of their own consciousness. They move, walking the line of the prison fence below the curlicues of steel. Their empowered slice of the pie was denied for a time. Their kisses, served from the line. Seraphina was a dancing pattern of word, phrases, each a distant flower, newly formed by an existence that sprouted out inconsistently like water or hot grease in a pan. But isn't love concentrated, warm and compact, delirious, and it expands? Grandmother's house seemed large and spacious to Rakabai as a child, but when he visited after she had died, it was small and lifeless. He couldn't perceive himself and the others living in such a cramped space, so desolate and narrow like a caboose. Trees had grown and encapsulated the empire of African folklore. How to schedule, to resist the temptation of the myriad of silences? The morning lights were like a golden spider web in static electrical lines, Rakabai eyes filling in the last pools of mercury, the sound of cars, hypnotic, as if avarice was a galaxial sigh, elongated and waxed. The light, a tubular iconoclast, emptied into his life as its own relentless gaze, as he was trying to awaken to its forest of morning delights. 10 boxes of cereal and 4 cartons of non-fat milk, 2 cups of coffee, 1 watered, down, then back to bed. Rakabai wrapped the folded towel around his head to shield himself from the ceiling light, which he was forced to endure until the 7:30 count of the new watch. He was at the halfway mark of his sentence, and it was all downhill from there. He could smell freedom and define its borders in acute terms. Costa Rica and France, Paolo and Spain, the Virgin Islands, Vietnam, China, Thailand. But Rakabai also wanted to return to Athep to resume his stage career on the poetry circuit. He wanted to paint and to open his own studio, an art gallery. Maybe he could venture back to Japan, though he worried about Naoshi's version of his prison time and what he told the police, whether Rakabai had been mentioned or not. They knew you brought pills into the country, he had said to Rakabai. My medication, Rakabai reiterated. He had brought his medication into the country, all prescription, all above board, and he hadn't hid that fact. He didn't see any intent to be deceptive. The potential fallout from the felony conviction bothered Rakabai greatly. He wanted to see Sven and Kai, but he knew that it wasn't possible. He knew that he would eventually relocate to some other state or country. Canada was an option also. Tammy had called, and he would return her call and see what had ensued. If I can divorce my wife, I should be able to divorce my country, Rakabai said. Hip-hoppers should have disassociated themselves from Starbonia when the World Trade Center was bombed. But instead, they embraced the same flag that put them in the negative position they are in. Hip-hop is how Black youth express disgust with their Starbonian heritage. They talk about their women hoes, their people niggas, the Starbone boy, Ophase, but not their country. Rakabai paused, because in no way does it carry itself like it wants them, with the acceptance of Mexicans, but the denial of how young blacks are jailed indiscriminately, shot by the police, jobless, and totally expendable. Starbonia doesn't need them anymore, nor their attitude. It can replace them with the cheap Mexican labor, under a tent, hiding from the rain, shoulders rolled over, bread falling like a basketball over the crest, headed for the goal. Daydreams filtered Rakabai moments, and his arm folded involuntarily, wanting to hold her. Lips casted out lines in treason, time chafed and burnished with scabs. They were prisoners, and their dreams were linked like the lock on the leg irons. Their desires were the same. Their tension, the impulsive craving for freedom to move, to resolve, to find their homes again, to hold their loved ones and resume each life. The rain was like chips of poems enameling Rakabai face. Two black birds drew a straight line towards the west, communicating clairvoyance. One has to answer to his own conscience, which is built of stones from his past. I am free of guilt, Rakabai thought. My temple is under the new sun. My tiara gives my soul a claim, molecules and atoms, classically set in, a rewarded light. My holy grail filled with the darkest of wines. From Felicia's vineyard, Rakabai sat in a cavern of darkness, waiting for an inkling of hope from the diary of lines labeled a telephone. The moments were excruciating and raw. There'd been only one other woman who had enveloped him like this. He could still think of her as she was then, against the beach wall at the end of San Damian Park, the sleeve of caramel painting her as a fresco against the raw gray cold wall. The sea breeze filling in the notes of the jazz, ensembles and platitudes. Her hair curled and dark. She had the Egyptian lines of a princess. He had become her immortality, as well as Seraphina's. And oh, the bottomless pit where the thoughts began with the memories of Sumatra, echoing a gravity of remorse he couldn't begin to explore. He was once again alone and skinned like a buck hanging from rafters of ill will and portent. After Larry wrote his probation officer about him coming in late, Rakabai had a conference with the sergeant in charge, who told him that he had a 30-minute leeway. Not to worry. Larry and Granger and his group got what they wanted, a chance to write him up. The next day, Granger called him over while he was sitting in a group with Tito. "And you left early," he said to Rakabai. "My truck wouldn't start, and I tried to flag down a few of the Zavals. Even you passed by me 2 times. You didn't ask me for a jump," Granger retorted, "because the others rolled their windows up and wouldn't help me. So I figured I'd give up. You left at 9:20. Rakabai was left wondering why Granger had called him over. The Teropia Inn was owned jointly by a Japanese lady and her Anglo-Saxon companion, Tamia and Tom. She was a nurse in Saigon during the Vietnam War, and he was a retired captain of the U.S. Army. Their recently acquired hotel had been host throughout the years to all sorts of gatherings, crises, and great soirees, weddings. Rakabai learned that they intended to reopen the restaurant and had started with a small section that brought in a straggly few customers. Rakabai had become acquainted with Tamia one night while washing clothes a block away. He had run out of quarters for the dryer and had returned to the hotel to ask for change. Saw a light on in the dining area, off to one side. The door was slightly ajar, as if the hinges were decaying, and door was off kilter. When he entered, no one was at the desk, and he peered into the dark recesses of the old building's Polynesian calm. She appeared from nowhere. Her spectacled face immediately turned white, her voice broken as she spoke. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you have changed. I'm washing clothes up the street, and I need quarters." She immediately became defensive and lined Rakabai up. and down with Ferris wheel eyes. No, I don't, she nervously replied. As Rakabai turned to leave, she fidgeted under the hovering light that reflected reds and low riding circles of buttered, calm on the wallpaper and the images strewn over the antique oak desk. The next day, he followed the light of the hallway to the front desk and asked about a nice place to eat breakfast, since theirs was only open for lunch. The captain was working, and Rakabai introduced himself after a moment of exchange formalities. He learned of the man's involvement in the Vietnam conflict. Just as Rakabai was about to leave, Tamia appeared holding a stack of papers, followed by an employee. Her husband swiftly introduced her to Rakabai, mentioning her term in Vietnam, telling her Rakabai was also a veteran. Her eyes remained shadowed, and her face downcast. She spoke tersely. Oh, hi. She remembered him, Rakabai thought, but seemed surprised that he was staying in the hotel. As Rakabai left, walking off into the foiled light of the morning sun, he noticed that there was a small table placed by the exit with a coffee pot and some paintings. She was like a cluster of lipstick palm in a sunken field of roaring sunlit St. Augustine leaves, wind flexed and whistling her Bedouin songs to her praise. Starbonia was emerging out of its heavy vaccines and medicinal remedies and wars. As in the Yak Yak 2 war, one could notice a more media-controlled war, with a propaganda approach not heralded in the history of wars. The Starbonian government taking control of the media moguls and their news reporters' reigns. There were stories that saw some of the greatest war correspondents since the Vietnam era fired for not conforming to the Birch administration's tyrannical approach to war. After September 11th, Rakabai felt that it was time to pull his whole card, let the world know in what direction he felt the whole scene of things should go, also which set of ideals he was following or leading. To him, Ben Bendo was a new age Jesus, Christ, one who was, in many ways, more organic in thought and action and purer in allegory. Rakabai thought about how he was living during Ben Layden's era, and it was like lichen attached to lichen to the ocean of his prophecies. That question was asked. I just feel that it's not necessary if you can't help people of color that are in a crisis. Look, sir, she was becoming quite upset now. You'll have to write down your complaints and opinions and mail it in to us, and we'll look at it and get back with you. I just think that you guys should disband your organization or change your name and have an agenda that is conducive to the problems of the modern era. Sir, I'm going to go now. And she hung up. Next, Rakabai decided that he would call the Utopia X regional office, which he knew was in the Bay Area. He had already realized what the outcome would be, but he would be hopeful anyway. After getting the director on the line, she immediately became defensive and decided to ask Rakabai about his mission, storming phrases of contempt for him and letting him know that she wasn't interested in his opinions about the structure or agenda of the organization. After trying to reach someone in the Athep office and finally settling on the Houston office, where he did have a chance to talk with the director, she was quite impressive. What I'm saying is not just complaining, ma'am. I'm also giving solutions that would help. First, the ABP is out of touch with the people. The percentage of Black males that are being incarcerated in this country is 80 to 90%, filled with Blacks in federal pens. It's 56% Black males in state facilities. Black males are either dead or incarcerated between the ages of 16 and 25, which tells anyone with common sense that these men are victims of a political rotting. They are political prisoners. I believe you, sir. I've tried to get these same issues across to the forums, but there are those that will not listen. I mean, for instance, Christianity is not our friend. That's what's holding us back. Our diet is another thing, and our approach to monetary gain. We should be buying land. That's how I did, not buying big cars, living in the inner city. We should go back to what we do best, farm, and stop being afraid of the outdoors. We're dying anyway. You know, what you're saying makes a lot of sense, sir. What is your name? Rakabai told her and continued to talk about his vision for new and improved organization with sensible goals. So here we are with life's evolving circling tryst. Breasts were like retired helium balloons. Grounded. One morning, Hal went over and introduced himself to Rakabai. He talked about the South Bend, and he looked black, but was obviously mixed race. A Shrek clone, Rakabai thought, with space teeth like rectangular flying saucers coming out of a black hole and bug eyes like swirling disks of nuclear emissions. His mouth was spacious like a Luan fish with stretched lips that had no elasticity. He walked like a Cro-Magnon who was overwhelmed to be there. He was always in overdrive. I can do this, or I know who can do it. And then he'd laugh at his ideas, as if he'd let out a secret solution to a problem that didn't exist, but in his own cranial skirmishes. He took a bevy of medications: bipolar, manic depressive, sociopath, all of the above, would go into a tirade about all the people he had assaulted and how he had gotten away with it. The next day, or hours later, he would say, as if he'd had a sudden guilt avalanche, he needed more friends than enemies, since everyone was after him. It wasn't but a few days after the Rick incident, and Rakabai was brushing his teeth in the restroom area with its wagon trail, row of mirrors, and its large windows that exposed the area to the Zoval's desk. After rinsing his mouth out and looking up, saw all three of the Zovals staring at him, commenting about their recreation meeting, he supposed. They turned, dropping their heads and swiveling their chairs all in one motion, as he let them know he was cognizant. One actually snored like a newborn baby crying. The other is like a fish on land, struggling for air. Sawanan had that extended forehead that stood out in space. What took you so long to answer the phone? Sleeping. Ain't nobody sleepy. You know what time of day it is? All I can tell, Massa don't want you sleeping in the middle of the day. I done told you I never had no master, and I never picked cotton. I'm a city girl. Look, you got something to talk about? So, what's up? Oh, I'm cooking me something to eat. Some black-eyed peas, cornbread, yams, and a roast with apple pie for dessert. Can't beat that. Who's there? Nobody. Just us mice. You don't have the kids today? No. They will be with Vonda on Saturdays. This is my day off. Thank God. You seen Terrell? No. That bum doesn't come around here, running behind them girls' skirts. He needed to go to church and listen to his wife. If I was Victoria, I wouldn't put up with that shit. You're not gonna believe it. What? She says. I talked with Uncle Joe last night. He told me to tell you something. Look, I know you done went off the deep end. Joe's been dead for almost 40 years, boy. Don't mean nothing. He says he opened up an ice cream parlor in heaven and he's making a good profit. Rakabai, look, I don't want to hear this. He also told me to tell you to behave. So I'm watching you. You are. Hey. Well, I might surprise you there. Nobody runs me. Hey, I'm burning my rice. Let me go and call me later. Okay. Later. Bye. Rakabai saw how racism admonished professionalism, and isolationism was an appendage of racism. Sergeant Adams was a perfect example of that. Ceres was a pantheon of third world, colonial confusion. The natives didn't know that they were the same pawns as the blacks, the Starbonian Indians, the Mexicans, the Eskimos, any other men or nations that were stolen by the Anglo-Saxons. Rakabai had stated his opinion in a number of ways, itemizing the pedigree of his own debilitating substance, and going about making systematic complaints and offering quality remedies to the overall layout of things. In one instance, since he felt that the ABP had failed him back in Lower Lake, he would once again call all their regional offices throughout the U.S. in most major cities, offer his ideas, along with his complaints. The New York office was the first one he had called, feeling that they should have a national headquarters somewhere, and this would be the most likely spot. An answering service received. He decided not to leave a message. The oldies but goodies were playing on the Sirius broadband station, and the dogs were lying in the sun, eyes rolled up toward him on the bleached, white veranda. Rakabai paced toward the kitchen, reached for the coffee flask, and decided he'd start a new pot of the magical brew. He usually had 1 cup per day, but at times, he took it upon his senses to double his pleasure and splurge a little. The next call he made, after getting the number from the information operator, was the Hamburg regional office. He talked to a secretary there, told her his intention, and asked to speak to the director. She put Rakabai on hold. In a musical pattern collage of the oldies, red cardinals whistled, Interlaurentians stole Koru and CB's dog food from underneath house, and the swaying Ohias with their painted puzzled mother nature look glistened after the tender showers of the morning sunrise. My name is Dawn. How can I help? The voice intercepted. Rakabai daydreaming. My name is Rakabai, and I have some complaints and suggestions to make concerning your organization. Look, are you a member of the organization? No, I'm not. I owned a home. I called for help after the Nazis burned my house down. For I have not forsaken you, my son. For when you stand by the ebb and tide of the ocean's tongue, when you watch the flakes of the moon, thrice times the windows that were denied, when you see the world open itself to you and close its bodice to others, when you taste the tears of the goddess that caresses you with her underswept arms and bathes you in her morning fears, when you see the storm of Felicia rise before you on a day of augur, it is just a forewarning, a heavenly kiss, an embrace from asunder, a revelation to behold, a humility to recognize, a metaphor to exhale. Then you'll know our love has evolved into a jazz particle that clears the veins, into the glimpse of the goddess, folding sheets, kissing clouds, releasing doves. In late February, Nancy returned. She seemed changed to Rakabai, both of them acknowledging the crossroad in their relationship. He was nailing holes in cans at his designated little garden, bending each time that he passed under the Asian canopy to protect his skull. He had nailed 9,342 holes in cans since his incarceration. He liked to call it his Zen imprint. He had finally received the Miracle Grow formula from Lonnie. I'll bring it to you, Lonnie had said. But Rakabai followed him across the illuminated green carpet, past the main entrance, along the row of A-side, and just as he reached a bevy of women prisoners with hearts aglow, Lonnie turned and lashed out at him. I told you I'd bring it to you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said come and get it. Rakabai sauntered off with his alter ego set in imitation slave. The sky was his, but his knees hurt. The muscles in his right leg behind the knee were constricting in pain. Later, after lunch, he started planting Asian pea seed in cups. Lonnie had all the prisoners save their cups after their meal for the occasion. The other prisoners had retired to shit, shower, and shave, while Rakabai went back out. You going back out? Lonnie asked him. I can. Rakabai replied with a sudden anxiety and a slight bow at the heart of his subconscious. He was filling the plastic cups with dirt, and piercing 2-inch deep holes in it to place the round starbone seed when he noticed a stream of cars filling in the visitor's lawn just beyond the perimeter of the prison's concrete pilings. The white whale of a vehicle slowly rolled into his gaze, like a hearse headed to his burial. Nancy appeared just as the leaves of a young birch sapling followed the wind and released her into his sight. Surprisingly, she was dressed, not ragtag, in a pink blouse and trousers, slatternly gray and midnight shades. Rakabai watched the crowd move as the Zoval's hand waved like a flag, their cue to enter the prison walls. The people, among them, Rakabai observed Lonnie's mother, Paul and Tim and Nancy, tall, lithe shoulders, lurched forward, and long legs with ocean liner strides, stopped under a fan palm and tied her tennis shoes, caving into her menopausal schisms. They were like puppets on a string, converging toward Rakabai. He felt as if the goddess and the gods were watching this play. After the crowd's back was to him, he followed the yellow gravel road behind them, and just as she had finished checking in, Rakabai made his presence known to the slovenly, bearded Zovals, who nodded contentiously, and Rakabai retreated to follow her shadow. With glee, Nancy waited at the edge of the foundation. "How are ya?" she asked. Rakabai gave a chance at saying something, but it didn't come out. What came out instead were his legs. The next step, his hands unfolding, palms to the sky, his head down, shadows under his eyes. The blessings of the goddess were in the sun that lit up the day. They were just mimicking their own fate. Nancy had left her tablet on a bench, since the Zovals would sometimes not let her enter with the contraband. Rakabai led her to a bench on the far side, away from the enclosure of the women's prison, where he could talk and see the cars whizzing by like they were demons rising from the blanket of the sea, rolling back into the depth, indiscernible, fleeting, idiomatic, and teasingly intrepid. "Here's your mail. I brought what I thought was important." She had it in a brown manila envelope and released it with her bulbous hands. Rakabai heart stepped into him with pace. There was a brown envelope, and inside, a notice from the Veterans Administration, letting him know that they would increase his monthly compensation. This satisfied Rakabai. "I took your message off your cell phone. And by the way, that Verizon bill you've been receiving is for a landline." "A landline?" Rakabai replied with grief, his right eye floating, brow widened. "I'm in jail. I don't need no landline. There's not even a phone there. Did you guys ever put in the temporary pole for the phone?" "What do you mean?" she asked, her face like fresh dough rising. "You have to put a wooden pole up for the phone, just like the one for the electrical. I thought you told me he had put up a temporary pole for a phone." No, there is no pole. And also," Rakabai interrupted, "I'll handle my money from now on, since I don't feel you handled it properly." "Did Kian pay my truck off?" "I don't know. I told him to. You see, I don't think this is working out. First place, I don't need no starbone boy watching my place. I need insurance on my place if they want to steal." "But Rakabai," she said, "there are people going around here, breaking into homes left empty. Sure, Tom's staying there, but he's helped out a lot. He helped me move things. I even cleaned up where the carpenter had left a mess from building the house. I cleaned that up myself. Look, he's working for you, not me. I don't see why you paid him $700 to put up water tank. He only screwed in panels for 8 hours. What happened to $20 per hour? Tom worked hard on that water tank. I watched him. I'm telling you, Louis, your brother was going to charge $1,500. I don't care about that. I know the company that sells the tank charges $1,500 for the concrete slab, sand, and the whole setup. The slab was already there. Nancy, that's the hardest part. Suddenly she was speechless. All I'm saying is that if it was your money, would you manage it that way? I don't think so. I have to get the window changed. I have an appointment for Monday. It will cost $300. 300. You don't have to change the window. And you can get it cheaper. I went to the station for the inspection, and the man says, before he can approve the inspection, you would need to change the window. Look, that's bull. I got my truck inspected in Callisto just last year, and the window had a crack in it. Well, Rakabai, you don't want the window to shatter on you, do you? Whatever, Nancy. Get it done. He remained reserved with the knowledge that he would put a stop on his card and manage his own money. And when she would awaken to that knowledge, she would understand that he was the boss. For he was sure that she was listening to other voices on the outside. All I'm saying is that before you left, you said you didn't want to work together. Now you do. And I'm saying if we're not working together, there's no need for me to put all this money in a truck. I'm in jail. What? So you can drive my truck? No, that doesn't make sense to me. She stammered. How was your trip? Oh, it was okay. She was stuck on his most recreational explanation. Maybe. She thought he owed her something. Rakabai scoffed to himself, remembering their original conversation. Look, when I come, I'll buy me a vehicle. And Rakabai, I'll have money when I get there so I can help out. Maybe she thought Rakabai had forgotten about this. But he knew why they weren't seeing his vision on the same terms. It was because of John. Kian was harboring that Guinness Book of Recreation Ord's frog of a man. Bloated, surly, and towering. Look, she said, I'm doing all these things. Getting the house ready. She had been gone for 2 months. Rakabai didn't say anything. I even started a little garden. Look, Nancy, don't get ahead of yourself. I think you should look at my plans on that little cardboard. It's the folded piece in the papers that I last gave you. You'll see, for instance, when he comes, he's going to level that out further. I mean, I have plans written out, drawn out, like along the road. But that's all hard as a rock, Rakabai. I know the bulldozer will take care of that. I know the basics of what needs to be done. I'm saying afterwards, it's prepped. Follow me? Yes, that knoll right in front. I'm thinking to embellish that with a rock wall foundation and then some plants. But put up a plaque with one of my poems. Then along the front, put in, let's say, long row of coffee trees. And on the perimeter of those trees, put some Formosa cherry trees. And as you know, that used to be a garbage dump. You know what else happened? What? There are Intello runts. I can hear them at night. Oh, they are all over. No problem. But do you see what I'm saying? I even did a plan where, after I put up the art gallery, I can section the property, put in a workers' quarters, house up, and let artists stay, but work their sections. Understand? Yes. Her eyes lit up light brown like miniature pancakes. Just then the lights went out. The Zovals called an end to recreation, and the horde of visitors and prisoners rose like piano benches retreating, the sky laughing like a hominy clown. No birds in sight. They called all the birds to make hats. Nancy followed Rakabai to the desk, and they gave each other a hug that was not memorable. I'll try to call you to pick me up on Thursday at 5:30 in the morning. If you don't get me, let Kian know. It's hard getting Kian. Either way, you be here. Well, I don't want to get up if I don't have to. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Did you mail that letter? Now, you wanted me to put all those envelopes with writing on them in an envelope and send it to Janice, right? No. I filled out. Listen to me closely. I filled out one envelope to Janice. That other stuff is part of my novel. It's to go with the material that I gave to Kian. I got that. Okay. I understand now. I'll take care of it. She said. Also, I left 2 messages for Janice. She hasn't returned my call yet. Call her again. You see, she's kind of shy, and she works 2 jobs, teaching during the day and working at a hotel at night. She's home on Sundays. I just want to know her intention. If she's not interested in me anymore, then it's okay with me. But I'd like to know first, so I can plan. So, what's the next move with the house? Nancy changed the subject. We need to get the electrical plugs put in the house. So he hasn't done nothing in the house, right? No. Nancy shook her head. He's been flaky all along. I had to call his wife to get him on the ball with the first project. Just get another electrician. I told you that already. Call Ty. All right. Get 3 bids. An electrician out of the newspapers. 1 from Ty. And try him again. Okay? Okay. And back to Bob. He's going to take $1,000 off the enclosure of the house, indoors. Whatever. I don't need no deal. I need efficiency. Proficiency. Understand? Rakabai mind blinked into turmoil each time she turned to paint this picture. Bob the carpenter, who waited outside a grocery store with a sign to hook Nancy, the jellyfish, out of the flowing crowd. Rakabai saw it clearly. He didn't want to pay rent. The ideology of hippiedom. Oh, by the way, did Kian get his trailer cage to carry his mower and tools for landscaping? Yes, he did. Oh, he's rolling then. Yes, he's a good kid, and he loves karate and his guard job. Rakabai shook his head in derision and rolled up his eyes toward the heavens, very like his own Liam used to do when he was just a tad. Have you went out to the property and seen the coffee field? Oh, yes. He has rock laid out all the way to the house. It's really nice. I mean the coffee field on Road 1. Oh, no. But he goes there all the time. I'll have to visit it soon. I promise. The folly of motherhood, parenthood, the myth of children as dolls. Rakabai knew his son's mother. Nadia could not see the skin, bones, sinew, the practicality of everyday existence. It was all a selfish claim. She couldn't see beyond his glowing emerald eyes. They had entranced her like the eyes of a poetic faun, just standing askance in a field of humble, flowing Irish grass. Liam was tall and thin, yellow as a stingray, swallowing the morning sun, cherry-flavored lips like Cupid, and a chiseled, bulbous nose. Rakabai teased him about this formation. It resembled his mother's nose, only hers was short and bulbous. Liam had a longer face, like Cousin Charles, Rakabai thought, yet homely and introverted like himself. The kid could warm one's heart. Before the trial, Liam came to live with Rakabai. Nadia had lost control of her son by negligent pampering, heeding her son's desires. Rakabai knew that his son had no idea what direction and discipline meant. This opens up a whole new can of worms. Rakabai told Nadia. He came, and he said he hates series. The bugs, mosquitoes, geckos, pure torment to him from day one. He even hates his schoolmates. He misses his mom, his friends, of course. He was the father, the disciplinarian. Rakabai would scream, his rants and raging to his son. He had not seen Liam for 5 years, and during that time he had become a young man. His grades had tumbled, and his attitude needed an adjustment. On the list of calls she had retrieved from Rakabai's cell, phone was a message from Tony in Canada. Rocco, whom Rakabai knew from the beach, the telecom company, concerning his landline. Liam could close his face like a tomb. It held unwrapped secrets, childhood, struggling to discern the puzzle. He had a warm eye, a dark cloud there, hovering above a stream of consciousness. When he was a baby, Nadia carried him everywhere. He rode her waist, the right side, throughout the house, all day. And when she would try to put him down, he would scream so that everyone in the apartment dwelling heard it. Throughout the town his screams traveled. Sometimes Rakabai would try different methods to stop his screaming, like taking him outside, to another location, a different environment, a distraction. But he knew it wasn't his mother's waist he was riding. Rakabai reverie of Liam's blooming was interrupted by his sudden realization that his lawyer had done nothing for him. Were they lies? Or just the passing of time to gather more money? Ropes of lies to gather time and have Rakabai suffer? Dagwood had first said that the jury would never convict him of such a crime. It was a, he said / she said situation. But they did. He said that in time it would blow over, and they would drop the whole case. But they didn't. In time, they brought Rakabai to trial and convicted him of a 3rd degree. He said, she said. Rakabai was incensed. Dagwood said I wouldn't serve time because it was my first offense. But they gave me a year in jail and 5 years probation, as he had warned him they would. He continued. Then he said 3 to 6 months. And after, I called him on 4 months, and he said I'd have to do the whole year because the judge wanted me to admit guilt on the other case that they had changed from a 4th degree sexual assault to a 1st degree and serve time concurrently with the 1st case. I refused to admit to something I didn't do when I know it had nothing to do with why I was convicted. I was charged because of racism, plain and simple. Racism, Black and Starbone, because I said that Starbonia was a racist country, that Starbonia had treated Indians and blacks atrociously. And why were they screaming about someone attacking them when they had attacked, pillaged, broken into the homes and countries of other people? That's Starbonian history and its true heritage, its legacy, not the freedom they extol, but slavery, labeling humans, savages, niggers, and hanging men of color by ropes. Yet they had passed a law to condemn it, which wasn't until 1948. I might add. So where are they? That wasn't so long ago. They haven't changed so much. Chapter 9. One day, the wind came hurling itself, muscular, like a bison, whipping through the eucalyptus and the Japanese dragons, chasing the sky, closing upon the linear masses, throwing the red flowers of the African violet to the sky goddess as a gift, fan palms, prickly and licking the morning's cheeks, the laula trees racing upon the conceptual lines of fury on the horizon, stuffed black-headed warblers mingled amongst themselves on the tense pavement, prancing with their bold yellow neckline, their breasts full and with attitudes like a hip-hop gang of birds. The jacaranda trees, along with others, morphing into fists and leafed clouds, and hailstorms of white blossoms, and children not yet born, demons, omens. At times it seemed like the trees were under the ocean and the tide was receding, whipping their arms in musical gyrations. Women undressed and fanning the sky with their arms puncturing heaven. The trees holding the design of the dress as she raises it above her head. The lipstick palms just in reach for her vanity. Bougainvillea imposing on her bosom. Rakabai tears drowned him with memories of the young men who had died in his arms and could not channel her magnificent astral climb. Oh yes, Tom said Bobby and some Japanese guy came by the property while I was gone. Nancy told Rakabai. She was pleased with the progress because the last time she saw him, there weren't even doors on the house. You see, that's another problem. He doesn't understand. I don't want Sumatra on the property. I told her to call when she wants to visit and bring a Japanese guy to the property. Kian should have paid her that $80,000 and not just $40,000. There's no greater investment than that property. Rakabai felt like he was in a lottery wheel, a little white ball with a number on it for each day the Zovals would come. And he always had the little white plastic bag, long. That was the symbol for someone leaving, a long white plastic bag. It was luminous, an opaque shadow of mystery. It swished as he moved, like the changing of the direction of the wind upon dry leaves in the forest. Before he even filled it with their belongings, it seemed full to Rakabai, with its coaky frog noises and its malleable portent, filled with books and pencils, soap and soap dishes, combs, earphones for radio, undergarments, socks, magazines, hair shampoo and conditioner, letters from loved ones, court papers, Christian Bibles, pencils and pens, all the store order products which the freed prisoners would leave behind, trail mix, instant coffee, chocolate Hershey, bars, and assortments of chips, Oreo cookies, buttery cookies, and beef sticks. Sometimes they would just have an open table, party, open the packages and pour them out on the top bunk or on the table in the recreation room, and a crowd would gather and talk story before the allotted time was upon them. It was one of those days. Joe was leaving. He was leaving behind his taro patch that he worked in mostly every day. He loved that taro patch like Rakabai loved his little oriental garden, shack with its low skeleton roof. Seraphina had been introduced to the Dickless Society in Nettie long before she met Ethel, but she didn't realize it. Its members had spoken to her on occasion about his poetry. Rakabai was reading love poems to women at the market on Wednesdays and Saturdays. She had mentioned it to him one day in passing, but she had also promised him that it didn't bother her. Knew that he loved her, and it was his life's work, his art. He did love her. He wrote her a poem per day, and eventually was churning out 2 a day for her, and sometimes more. It was nights like tonight, Rakabai thought, the night of Valentine's, when lovers curl up beside each other and pass out. Flames. They consume each other until the soul is empty and satisfied, stirred up by the pawns of the moon. The plastic was an omen that someone would leave. When the prisoner was carrying the plastic bag without shackles around his Achilles, one knew he was going to the main to lock down, all day long, in a dungeon, sharing a 12 by 6 cell with 3, and sometimes 4 men, or to the hole, where there's not any light, nor companion to share a story with. And like tonight, when the Zovals comes with that flag of liquid shadows, Rakabai knew that Santos had been caught doing something wrong. He knew it 2 days before when he was floating around his bunk, the Latino guy, with a bevy of tattoos that consumed his body. Why? To hide the needle marks. He was floated, clearing his area. He made his bed immaculately. He put his books neatly in the upper compartment of the maple wood closet. The book with the hands on the cover he put under his mattress. He organized his display of pictures. Above him, taped to the bottom of the upper bunk, the photo of his girl. Santos was a member of a Mexican gang in Venice, a cholo. What Rakabai knew 2 days ago, closing doors, readying his bunk over and over again, making numerous trips to the vanity room. When he would start to head toward it, he would soar. He would make long soaring loops toward Rakabai bunk, and his arms would flail out like an eagle, his legs flung out to the sides. He had a job outside doing landscaping with a friend, but had found the needle again, and he would try to sneak whatever he could into the prison, caught with contraband. Santos had that gangster sneer as if he'd been shot, and the wound was still aching him. He couldn't smile because of this mild deformity. His eyes were like the eyes of a red-tailed hawk, cold, encased in a box-shaped face. There was a symbol on the back of his head. Rakabai didn't know what it meant, but it was in black and red ink. At all times he wore a t-shirt with a long-sleeve warm-up jacket to cover the tattoos that would cause controversy among the prisoners if they saw what they said, and to cover the holes that marked his veins. He worshipped the needle like sunshine. It carried the elixir of happiness, a drunken head, hovering state, where black crows filled your veins and transported you to oblivion. They even took his black oriental slippers, which were unique in the dorms. He was the only prisoner with those slippers. While thinking about it, Rakabai noticed his own hands. They had character, aquiline, with that gleam or slight shimmering coat like the spray on new cars. A distinct crossing of veins. One vein which was prominent, the vein from south to north, ending at the base of his right forefinger. The aging of his hands, the lines were all synonymous in complement. Princely, strong. The leaders were like the ridges that lead down from the Utah mountains. The knuckles of his fingers would give roses, a start on canvas, curlicues, slight emphasis of wounds. On his right forefinger knuckle, there was a scar from the time that he went haywire and punk rocks and sandbags and wood and the earth in Vietnam upon seeing Smiley's body for the first time, but not for the last. He had seen that body a million times. It was his scale in which to gauge the growth of sage in himself. It put a stop to flamboyance and avarice. It kept him in touch with the beginning. How the goddess takes the good men to her bosom when those left behind need them most, or so they think. The first day that Rakabai was able to travel outside of the environs of the prison, his mind started racing. It was flooded with a tsunami of ideas, flashbacks, and dreamscapes. Sergeant Granger drove them to the main jail for a medical checkup. There were 5 prisoners, and they traveled in a wasted old Ford van with a filthy foam-beige ceiling, where former prisoners had carved their names and other responses to life in jail. Nana, Inoue, and Heineken. Please was written in large letters, and there were slash marks, like a conceptual piece of art. And then there was the sky, the floating, soft white, pure clouds. Rakabai hoped that they were happy for him. Cotton, candy, with an airy sheen and edges which seemed to dissolve into the blue veil of the sky canvas. Rakabai counted 29 African violets in bloom. They passed by the most inspiring banyan tree on the island, a tree which Rakabai had always cherished. They were a mere quarter-mile from HWY11 on C Street. Already, Granger was steadily jabbing useless words, teasing about not stealing his van as he went to the women's prison to get the mail. I don't know why, but when you stole the van last time, you said you had to go and see your woman. But I don't know. That's some control she has. He laughed. He steered his words out of the side of his foamy jaws. His lips sharp and honey-flavored, was like an old brown bull, beady eyes, nose hanging from his forehead like a Roman shield for warriors. He didn't have hands. He had paws like a panda, swollen, almost childlike. He wore blue overalls, as was usual for him. Rakabai fumbled with his book while he sat in the center, between Tomas and Tuco, who was about to be released. His wife was waiting for him when the van pulled up in front of the main. They parked under the birch tree. The parking lot was filled with cars. It was a small parking lot for its purpose. The jail itself seemed cramped or shelved within the corner of a neighborhood. Once again, they crawled out from under the canopy of the squealing brakes and rusted carriage. Tomas said he wanted to buy a car like the one he saw parked outside. A Nissan. Yeah, they're nice, Granger commented as he led us into the aged and ominous building. Rakabai felt a chill as the doors closed, immediately remembering the lobby as the place where it all began, when he was bailed out by Tim, a brother who remarked being knowledgeable of the circumstances. That's what's wrong with this country. Any brother that's doing good for themselves, they are after, he said as Rakabai crawled into the back of his dark blue Camry. It was not long before midnight on a dreary, desolate night. Vultures circled Rakabai behavior and his will. It was the next tag in the beginning of his journey. Seraphina had stretched her curse far beyond the horizon of his optimism. But even then, he knew that he would survive. He would elevate, rise above. After they were settled in the cage that rested center stage, in front of the office of the main jail, a 7-foot tall, 12-foot long by 5-foot wide fenced-in area with 2 oak wood benches, the conversation started again, and other prisoners were brought in front. Sugarcane and Hanani. Tomas banged on the far bench with his right fist in nervous haste and ranted and raved and teased the guards as they came in and out. Tomas was a legend in his own right within the penal system. He was in there this time for threatening a police officer, among other things. The nurse called him out, and when he returned, someone asked him what they called him for. She checked my balls and said one was bigger than the other. He laughed bigger than the others with his jalapeno staccato. Most times, Rakabai couldn't understand a word he said because his words came out in rolls, hard and forceful. At the end of his sentences, he rushed the last few words upon each other, and the sentence fell out like thunder. And then he would christen it with a jumpy heckle, and most times, an adjective, like, motherfucker. You see, I don't have to work for my leg. You see here. He pulls his brown trousers up so the others can see. Rakabai turned his head because he had once seen the mangled leg. All that was left in the center next to the shin was bone and burnt, the shriveled remains of dark skin. He couldn't bear to look. You see, if they make me work, I just fall down and their ass is shit. I see 'em. Wipe their asses out. You hear me? After a few moments, a young starbone kid is put in the cell with the other men. He looks at Tomas within a minute of being seated. A smile came to Rakabai tended consciousness. He knew this boy was going to start off on the wrong foot. Then, with Tomas. Wow, how dumb could one be? Where are you guys from? His dishwater blonde hair, wet and stringy. A face of freshly made dough, rising and swollen. We from hell, Tomas uttered. He killed 2 motherfuckers, and I killed 3. Rakabai had to roll on that one as did everyone else. So, why you want to know? Just conversation, he says, realizing he has really stepped in it this time. Just conversation. You motherfucker. You could die. You know that? Tomas banters. His wise expression, Buddha, like, with dark, shiny black hair, surrounding his hovering bald pate. Within his eyes, you could clearly see he had Japanese ancestry. They began to be oval, and ended up slanted and pointing, upward towards the top of his ears. His mouth was a unit unto itself, for his cheeks had a dissident control which added foreboding to his countenance. The Zovals came immediately and transferred the faded starbone to another unit, which was well, Rakabai thought. Rakabai was next to go into the nurse. It was the Japanese nurse who, after their last visit, had informed the psychiatrist to monitor him once a week. So he knew that he had to be wary of her. Her face seemed swollen too. Maybe it was the air, a passing of spoons, but her face seemed pock-marked and diseased. She kept her head bowed, as before, carrying a dark shadow, like there was a veil over it. Rakabai turned his head to talk to the concrete floor, which reminded him of the sky, gray and mastiff. You keep yourself in great shape. Your blood pressure is 100/60. But where did you get schizophrenia? That was a diagnosis from the military. How long were you in the military? 3 years. No, I was disabled on the battlefield. Well, the military takes good care of you. But you didn't get schizophrenia on the battlefield, did you? I don't know. My original diagnosis was catatonic schizophrenia, and then later it changed to paranoid schizophrenia. And I have seizures. Oh yes, that's right. I am 100% disabled, total and permanent. I was in the largest battle this country has had, the Tet Offensive, in Vietnam in 1968. She made no comment. Then, moments later, she said, "Have you ever tried dioxin for your high cholesterol?" I try not to use anything but natural means. I've been working on that by not eating eggs, and eating a lot of oatmeal, and drinking a lot of water. I've lost 22 pounds since I've been in here. Oh yeah, she stammered. So, I figure when the V checks me, if it's still around 220, then it must be hereditary. That's what the VA doctor says, that sometimes it's hereditary. But I don't want to use pills because I know they affect one's liver. She nods. Okay, that's it. You can go. Rakabai lifted himself up and out into the hallway to wait for the gesture of the harlot looking around to send him forward. An hour later, Granger returned and took them back to Maughan's Law. Higher. They met Sergeant Goins at the door as they headed out. Hey, Goins, Tomas said. Rakabai shook his hand. They peremptorily exchanged salutations and were on their way. Rakabai crawled into the back and seated himself on the floor, listening to the wind whistle and howl and watching some ideal pull the clouds past and away from him like poems that he couldn't decipher. But he could feel, like the clouds, the thoughts that passed through his mind were like sheep grazing upon a field. The letter that he had written to his attorney. He was asking himself if he should mail it, or should he wait and see if Dagwood would contact him to explain the recent development. They hadn't contacted his parole officer, nor did they call Rakabai concerning his attempt to get out to see his VA psychiatrist about Kian, knowing he was being used by John and a few of his friends, because Rakabai knew his son. When he was just a babe, he would take him to the park, and the kids would take advantage of him. He just wanted to play and be happy, but they wanted to beat him up and abuse him. Eventually, he would build himself up inside and then storm after them. That's what Rakabai knew about him. He knew that he had wasted most of the $100,000 that he had just acquired through the home loan. $40,000 went on the 10 acres he had bought from Rakabai, and of the remaining $60,000, he only had $20,000 left. Rakabai had so many scenarios set up in his thoughts, but he didn't want to free him of his burden without him knowing how he had failed. He needed him to understand that they had to come together as a family, together with Liam, and cover each other's backs. They couldn't carry all of his friends and their families. Rakabai wanted to give the $40,000 back to him and make him put it toward designated projects. But he knew Kian. He wanted to show his father that he could handle his affairs, but he was doing an atrocious job at showing it. It was simple. Rakabai had told him, learn what I know and then go forward. Don't go forward blindly. Write it down. If you can't remember, go over your notes. Each day the world changes. Don't blast your father for changing his mind. It's a new day. And there's always a better approach to the overall goal, especially if you study with each aspect of your proposition. Discard what is not beneficial to you. You have to look at your budget and work within the perimeters of that. Rakabai thought about Liam and his acting wishes and dreams. He had told him that he needed to learn speech, singing, dancing, languages, but first speech instead of that surly, abrasive way he pronounced his words. He never used the ends of words. That's what they want. I know, he told him. I'm an actor. The kite of his psyche wandered off into the vortex of directions toward the farthest reach from the center so many times. The overall plan for his kids, though he only had two of them, courting him at the moment. His firstborn, Sonia, named after Tolstoy's character, accepted the temple of Christ over her father. She believed everything that her grandmother had told her. Lori, her mother, just abided by the wishes of her own mother and stepfather. Lori knew what occurred in their marriage, or over a marriage that was already in existence. Rakabai had seen that he had no choice. It was a decision that three people had made. May, the first wife Lori, the pursuer who had gotten pregnant, because May couldn't conceive and wanted her to have a baby. Instead, the child, Sonia, was born on Rakabai's birthday. Darren was born out of pure magic. His mother was black and a descendant of the Spanish conquistadors. She had followed Rakabai on his art exhibition tours and had heard him read poetry at a number of venues, deciding to pursue him in order to have him plant his seed in her, in the midst of the kingdom that so indelibly owned her, surreptitiously, of course. Jade was alive, bronze beauty, with a sexual appetite that was a token to fantasy, but she wanted a good seed planted inside her. She was a dreamer, like Rakabai. Her voice was melodious. It would massage one's soul into eroticism. She smelled like violet and tasted like butter pecan swirl. She only wanted him to plant the seed, and she asked for nothing in return. Not to see him again, not for support, just have sex, get her pregnant. She was so sure, as if she had a vision. If you give me a child, it will be a genius, she had said. So, Rakabai went along with her theory, embedded his golden cluster, and went a step further, to purchase a house in Pomona, the house which Nadia eventually sold. Darren did receive a certificate from the state of Utopia X, designating him as a gifted child at the age of 12. He went on to college. Rakabai contacted him during his relationship with Sumatra, and he was informed by his son that he had to make an appointment to see him. Well, so much for being a father, Rakabai had thought. Then later, after he had heard from Social Security about the lump sum of money that was waiting for him, he had a deadline to collect it. Rakabai tracked him down, again by calling the welfare offices in his area and telling them of his inheritance. It didn't take long for him to get a call from his mother. She collected a nice check and was more than satisfied. Kian and Liam came afterward, more out of pressure that he put on Nadia, rather than her wanting to conceive. At times, he had thought about going down to Barstow and starting a vineyard on the 2.5 acres that he had given to Kian and Liam, or starting the coffee business there, so they could franchise from Ceres. He knew that he could not, or would not wander back to Northern Utopia X just yet. At that point, would wait that baby out. The 100-acre property was a gold mine, flowing, beauteous acres of oak and pine, with creeks, a voluptuous pond, a spring creating song. At other times, Rakabai thought about the paintings that he would finish after he was out, how he would begin his new coffee line, Songs of Sufer Coffee and Art, it would be called. His love poems on the backs of the bags. He would market them on his website with his paintings, his poetry, and novels. But there were also other options. Going to Salvador, Brazil was the first stop on the voyage of the slaves. Rakabai was sure that he had relatives there, and he would be able to check out his family tree. His greatest desire was to go to the south of France, the south of Paulo, Amsterdam, and someday, Vietnam to come full circle with his demons. He had decided that he would put up an art gallery on the 40 acres in Nassau with a coffee shop for Kian to manage while he traveled the world and finished the projects he had envisioned, along with the growth of his spirit. The predicament that he was in came to mind, too. Which way should he venture in order to solve this evil puzzle before him? Each time he thought of it, it was a matter of conscience. How could he admit guilt to something that he knew was a lie? Even though he could admit guilt and go free, hit the road. Sometimes Rachel entered his swirl of dreams. He would have married her and would not hesitate to do so. But she had created a new edict that she was a born-again Christian. Her husband would also have to be a born-again Christian in order to marry her to Rakabai. That was absurd, for Christianity was many clicks away from his galaxy. He was worshiping a woman without a face or a name, but she could be Astarte or Isis or any of the others combined. But he knew it was a she, and he knew it was universal spiritualism, galaxial spiritualism. All these concepts and more Rakabai thought about while he ran around the track at Mons La Hire on the 1-hour afternoon break. His breathing was good. His legs were high. He even did one last range of laps on his toes. He was once again ready for the world. The Chinese calendar had said that 12 years of good luck would start at the beginning of the year. It was easy to believe such a prediction for the year of the rat. Rakabai had many ideas for the property in Nassau. They had begun with planting coffee, and so many native fruit trees already existed on the property. Avocados, mac nuts, commercial guava, Namwa banana, chocolate, and many ornamental trees. There was one magnificent banyan tree, dead center, on the frontage, as well as royal palms, fan palms, birch trees, ginger in the wild, sugar cane, Stephanopoulos, ohia, and lahua trees, and Japanese dragons. But Rakabai had a list of so many other plants, like tea, along with the coffee, in the greenhouse. Many herbs and other crops like cilantro, bok choy, aj dos, gout cola, Chinese egg, shingiku, cress, mitsuba, nearish hives, red shiso, hot and sweet peppers, Italian eggplant, tomatillos, bitter gourd, Huanyan cherry trees, strawberries. He loved the budding of something new. It opened the mind, unfolding from death and life, passing through each other to get to another to become new birth. Are we not all built from the remnants of all that we see? That is why we can see it, he thought. Our sight is the act of reflective analysis, mirror images of conceptualized transformations. As we deteriorate, we become, we renew, we break off into a myriad of beings. So therefore, what we destroy is ourselves when we see destruction from weaponry to ozone, back to greed and selfishness. He spoke as if his words were in the cervix and being pulled out, abortively, for his throat would have a spatial cup where they were formed, and his lips would open and close like a minnow, or like the dilation of the cervix when a woman was about to give birth. Her teeth were like white gardenia roses running in a house of mirrors. The only juror was a Sawanon woman, short, roly, poly, and overdressed in a long dress with an overcoat, flat brown slippers. She had a demure countenance and gray hair, pulled back. Each day, she would drive from Milwaukee to fulfill her duty to society, she said. Rakabai remembered her, for each day she sat on the same bench in the same spot and wrote in her diary. In court, she admitted that she had experienced children being abused sexually, maybe even herself at one time, he thought. She said that she worked at the City of Refuge as a park ranger. Then Rakabai instantly knew who she was, and he pulled his lawyer's coat on it. Dagwood stood and asked her if she had seen the artist painting pictures at Hoazina. I see so many people. I wouldn't remember him, but I faintly remember him, she replied. She lied. Then he asked her if she knew any police officers. Yes, I have many friends and family that are members of the police force in AKU in Milwaukee. I have a cousin that works with the police force in Callisto. My uncle is on the police force. So yes, I have many family members that are attached. There was one more potential juror to eliminate. Rakabai thought that she would go, but Dagwood assured him that she would be all right. So they picked someone else to go. She sat there with her diary on her lap and her hands propped over it, with that distant look and dark, shadowy eyes amidst her dark gravy complexion. Rakabai could see that she had her mind made up already, but with the spiritual idealism he felt then, and continues to believe, for each action there is a reaction. It travels deep, far and wide, repercussions that stain and mark even the remotest of thoughts and dreams. Any deed done, a thought behind the flicker of an eyelid, some animal failure that causes withdrawal or causes the tribe to misstep the pace of their fate, is a misstep. This is what he knew, for not all is scientifically viable or explainable. Some is instinct. He believed in his claims that they did not damage his path. They refueled his reserve. As quiet as she was, as still on that bench in the courtroom, as if she was stapled to the chair and had expired there. One position, one thought of finality, consumed, for she knew of Seraphina and had accepted her into her Sawanan family. The next time that they visited Crutchin, they worked in his taro patch, removing stones. Seraphina was happily digging into the scorched soil where she could observe Rakabai and give him her sunflower smile. She changed like a chameleon to the color of white sand under that sugar-glazed sunshine. The blacks stood in. The air clouded their nostrils. Crutchin peered up from the hump, in his back like a storybook ogre. Rakabai could read his thoughts by the stars that twinkled in his contracted visage. Crutchin had leased 5 acres on the hillside above Dinaru, just a quarter of a mile from the Buddhist temple. They could see the ocean lisping and reviving itself, shaking the sun's rays, throwing its edges to the sky. The roadside was lined with Douglas fir, and they stood center stage in a patchwork of other leased land plots, like a quilted settle on a mountaintop. When the Japanese come, they buy the whole field of taro, Crutchin said. His sweat-stained hat was as much a part of him as his fingers or his hands, as if it grew right out of his head. When he spoke, he always looked at Seraphina for some signal. Rakabai figured it was some answer to his dormant desires. That day, and for the days which followed, they would clear the field, working steadily for a couple of hours in order to repay him for what knowledge he had passed down to them. They would be starting their family there, and they welcomed the idea of new friends. One day, Rakabai noticed the birth of new growth on the dragon fruit. It resembled an embryo, he thought. How morbid. And the folded statuesque fissure of the sago palm before it spelled out itself and became distinct melted green daggers cutting through sides of the waxed breeze and lemon-colored ecstasy of the horizon. Rakabai saw the nude figure of a goddess reaching up as into the start of a dive just before the incision into time. On that night, Rakabai died 1,000 times, as if someone was dragging him from life into a tomb, a cavern, a black hole, as that tragic moment relieved itself into him once again. And he would grow faint, weak in his knees, drained like a fish on dry land. as if his extension cord was unplugged from the socket. Into the rainforest of Fortuna's childhood, Rakabai led her, kissing wild horses and massaging their manes, overlapping their shadows with the astral of his regression, running beneath the suns that have embossed rainbows, and then the valley sighs as they made their way further into its camouflage. Rakabai felt as if he was inside his throat, the king himself, the majestic valley, the gateway into heaven, lush and serene, stones counted and squared and tender to the path, worshiper, strewn, like they were on an obsolete clothesline along the shore. The sand was as soft as her young breast could reply. Rakabai carried the pack, for she was an aged, burnished, blonde, bloated from time. The beer inside he didn't need, but a young boy's pleasures waned slowly in an old man's desire. The valley was as lush as cerulean blue clouds on a flight out, sectioned off with taro and kawa, gourd, mono in the water, spirits in the stones, growers and wild boar overpopulated. There were families camped out, hippies, locals, tourists, Playboy models, musicians, helicopters hovering, fanning the sand and the sea. They crossed a stream that ran off into the ocean. It was moving steadily, as clear and as sweet as her first kiss. Rakabai felt strong. The pack was comfortable on his shoulders. It reminded him of Vietnam, when he had to trek about with a pack. They made it through the throng of campers holding up their beer cans like gifts to the gods. Her short, porky white legs struggled with the pull and slide of the sand, leaving her in between movement and standing still. She was breathing rapidly and called him to the vein. They stopped. Rakabai dropped the pack and they rested, listening to the tribes chant with the mercurial dance. Watched the cries of children tended with a wave above their watchers' heads. The petroglyphs held in liquid caverns, stones riding blue elevators to gravity floors, and descending again, the ocean fighting itself, like the natives at odds over the coffers that unfold in serendipity. She had red hair the color of Indian threadfish. Kian and Liam were more into the artifacts of nature, fake nature, sky, fee movies, video games, and lives lived in front of the computer. That night, Rakabai teased Joby about riding the bus to school the next morning. "Joby, are you going to be working tomorrow?" Rakabai asked. He was referring to his snoring. Tomas laughed, but Joby remained silent. "Well, you be grew off, oh, real loud and gravelly. And then when you going downhill and hit that, straight away you be fuel, real easy," Rakabai said. Then the school bus passed as Rakabai introduced the shoe ins headed toward the city of AKU. As he and Seraphina sat under the canopy of Crutchen's garage top with its many tools and coffee brewing all day, all his crew at his disposal. Crutchen was a rare Avis himself. With his saintly gestures and threadbare pine, he could sucker one into deliverance. He had hair the color of sagebrush bark fiber. In a way, the hat alone would conjure up Crutchen in a way that nothing else could. In his closet, Rakabai had 2 pairs of jeans, 1 pair of long, distance Saucony quid tennis shoes, a pair of beach slippers, and 3 white t-shirts. He owned a pair of swimming trunks. He was not trying to build an image of his personal material wealth. He was trying to expose his inner wealth. Is not the exaltation of remnant, the pain of spirit metamorphized, and the flame so denied its glow, that which blesses one's environs. His Gnostic views were reward from some instinctual childhood trauma, the realization of racism, and not without the humility of disdain as an incentive. Seraphina resembled an elegant dragon, her staunch character no less its wisp in flight. streaming within the verdant bosom of the coffee field, bending to shave the useless weeds from their embedded feet, their ankles as though tender, becoming as mortified by the mention of a weed eater as Rakabai was at the thought of poison. Sven was wrapped in a sling, cuddling time to emerge as his prince. Rakabai gave the morning his prayers and chipped from the blue rock of his self. Pride, his tomorrow a dowry of light, his birthright, his love, his new moon rising before silhouettes of golden ohias, their flowers the color of Seraphina's hair. She would fold her arms around him and whisper pagan thoughts to his sunshine eyes. Ocean waves replacing cotton candy clouds, Pastano's lyrics, and wanton honus on Lawaki's murals. Girls met morphing into licorice sticks in red bomb. I return her to the Welt. She is intentions at bartering her beauty. One can lose his faith in mankind. To Rakabai, watching television every day was like the deep ocean to a shark. The television was like another person in the house. It was alive, electric. It made him feel warm, talk to him in a way that he could understand, and about what he wanted to hear. He became attached to it, since his mother wanted him in the house so early. He liked being alone with the boob tube. So what are dreams made of? Is it our eyes that form clouds like clay into black and white stones, literal and celluloid? Because one day it all comes together like a tragic guilt, or shaman's vision of deliverance. In the dream, Rakabai had made a bet with Daniel on the Super Bowl, and Dingbat was there. He wanted to be a part of the bet with Daniel, for some reason, and Rakabai had an eerie feeling at that time about the bet. So he informed Daniel that he wouldn't bet with both of them, because it would confuse things. He reiterated his stance, and that's the way it was left. Then Nancy returned, and Rakabai explained to her about putting the money into his store order account, and that it was very important. When the store orders were delivered, he did not receive one. Nancy came again the following weekend, and they talked again. She had evicted Tom from the property and admitted to Rakabai that he had built a platform for his tent. Then, while she was talking, Rakabai felt a guilt enveloping her. She had deceived him again. They had built a counter in the house without his approval. I don't think you bring in $4,500 a month, Rakabai. I bring in $2,300 from the VA, $1,270 from the Social Security, and $623.79 from Pac Bell. You brought a letter in a brown envelope that tells you my income was increased. VA wise to $2,650. So what is that? Okay, she stammered. You're right, look. He's off the property. I'm going to kick that Starbone boy's butt when I get out. He was a good carpenter. Then he got to be abusive. On my property? I told you when you first brought him up to get rid of him. I know. He's gone, all right? Look, there's at least $5,000 missing. No way. Not that much. Look, I can add, and I can go over it with you now. $4,000 for bills, $1,500 for the tub, $1,600 at $400 a month for you. Okay, I understand. I was going to give you a bonus. Anyway, now you've spent your bonus. So what happened with the new plumber? She showed him a paper with the estimates. He says $6,500 for putting wire to the house, $8,500 for the whole thing. The electric company puts in the wire to the house. Don't you understand? Get another electrician. I don't need an electrician that's ripping me off. You're a woman, and they think you're stupid. First you get the electric done, and then you get the plumbing done, and then the inside closed in. Well, let's wait for that. Don't wait. You have to go to the cabinet shop and get an estimate. It takes a month or more to build the cabinets. Call him. Well, we can wait a bit, she said. Don't wait. Do as I say. First, listen to me, then the county, then the licensed practitioners. Understand? You're supposed to have a temporary toilet brought in when they're working on a house. I didn't tell you to bring a starbone boy onto my property for you to live there until it was finished. I told you that. It doesn't take forever to close in a house. They built the frame in 3 days. It doesn't take that long. Understand? I don't want to hear what all these other voices are saying to you. Listen to what I say. I have 5 ranches. Don't you think I know what I'm doing by now? How do you think I got what I got? I built a shed on my mother's property when I was 7 years old. It's still there. So, you tell me, if that starbone boy, and they left it at that. The Sarge called an end to visits. With a grunt, Nancy picked up her keys. Without a hug, she disappeared behind the curtain of that day's scene. From the first time she visited, and they had held hands, and exchanged smiles, brushed up on kisses that they had passed on. As time went on, from that warm exchange, to barely knowing each other. Maybe she hadn't changed at all, Rakabai thought. Maybe she was a distant star all along, a treacherous star, for she had stolen from him when he originally offered her $1,000 a month to handle his affairs, and she said she only needed 400. She had deceived him when he needed her the most. She hadn't accomplished a thing in 4 months. She had left for 2 months after arriving and being on the premises for only 2 weeks, leaving Tom to stay in the house, to tarnish his temple with his poisoned spirit. She had become cold toward him, and he was in jail, like his son. They felt it was beneficial to them for him to be incarcerated. The issue with Daniel got out of hand in the days before she arrived. Ping decided he would collect for Daniel. On the night that he returned from furlough, he accosted Rakabai, who explained to him that he didn't make a bet with Daniel. He was drunk or on drugs. Rakabai could tell, for he was as red as an Indian, though he was a mixture of Portuguese, Salanon, and Chinese. He had a box-shaped, flat ass, a little man. Rakabai didn't feel outmanned, or that he would be a problem in a scuffle. So, he called him to the side by the bookcase, and he told him again, I didn't make a bet with him. I am sorry, but my store order did not come in. That's not my problem, he said. I'll take care of it, even if I have to pay them cash. Daniel, Boy, and Tomas heard Ping talking about taking care of Rakabai because he hadn't honored his bet, and they came to his rescue. Boy immediately came over Rakabai in the recreation room and asked him to write a letter to another girl, Maxine. He said that she had helped his family out and that she worked on the papaya line that he went to daily. He asked him to tell her that she would make a good lady for him, and he had always liked her. Then he went to his dorm and came back with 2 packs of noodles, which brought Rakabai total to 8 of the 12 that he owed Daniel. He also owed him 2 packages of cookies. Daniel told him not to worry about it, to forget about it since Ping was acting so ugly. Rakabai saw Ping talking to a few of the guys in his dorm, and he kept a close eye on him because he kept saying that Rakabai had called him to the bookcase that night to calm him down. Look, they're watching us. I don't care, he said in his drunken stupor. I just did 3 years. Don't you understand? I just did 3 years. And you say, for me to watch what I say to you. Rakabai had started to tell him to F off, slam him to the ground, but he knew it wasn't worth it. The extra time, the extra prison time. Ping left as if they had never had the conversation. Between him leaving and Rakabai seeing him again, someone had pulled his collar very hard. For the next few days, he stayed away from Rakabai, except on the weekend when they were working in the garden. Nigger work. That's what this is, he said. Rakabai wondered if he or any of them knew how much of a, and they really were. If they were living on the mainland, they would realize how much of an N they really were. This he knew how in the dark they were, utterly stupid, beyond dumb. Kelsia was in prison because he was arguing with a girlfriend at Hoazina Beach, and he asked her to get in the car. She said no. Then he hit her and made her get in the car with their baby. He was charged with kidnapping, a 3-year sentence. It was understood that he could have gotten out in a year with good behavior. So Rakabai assumed that he must have carried his attitude with him to prison. A sure formula to serve more time. He knew that one should approach prison in a positive way, whether they feel that they have gotten a raw deal or not. Kelsia hid from work, complained all the time, and carried a frown on his mug at all times. His eyes looked dark and evil like a hawk, deep set with no white showing. His brow protruded, and he walked around sulking all the time. The chip was visible on his shoulder, and Rakabai found it difficult to imagine that he would shed it before going back out into the world, which was a sure equation for re-entry into the penal system. Rakabai ended up back on a side dorm because he had run into the Portuguese from the sugarcane, the one who wanted to beat him up because he went into his time while on the phone, though Rakabai had apologized. His problem wasn't really with Rakabai. Rakabai knew this. He was just like so many others. He had a thing about blacks. The second incident happened when he was leaving the shower one day. All the showers were full. He stood in front of the stall which he had just finished using and blocked Rakabai way so that one of his friends could use it before him. Rakabai let it pass and waited for the next shower without reply to his bitter stare. Finally, one morning Rakabai was in the restroom after morning head count, 2 stalls down from him. He notices I don't flush the toilet and decides he is going to make an issue out of it. I heard him mutter something on my way out, but he follows me to the dorm and calls me from across the room. I'm sorry about not flushing the toilet, but I'm not worried about you. I'm gonna hit you 2 times, and the second time I hit you, you're going to fall. I'm a professional fighter, and I'm not worried about it. Trust me. How are you doing this morning, Rakabai? I'm doing all right, Sarge. Get your stuff. We're moving you to his side. And so it was. Some days, Rakabai thought that his coming to Ceres was like a rabbit making a left turn into hell. Then one day, all the graces inside him were cracked open by nature's time and the contaminated withering encasements of his willpower. Rakabai felt them below the horizon. The albizia, the acacia, the eucalyptus, the African violet, and jacaranda. Stamped in the silhouette of morning's light after a hard rain, he stands, but trembles and faints, missing moments of glistening hope. His Sven is there within the grove of Lehua, chasing Kalia, birds with Karoo, and Nadia circles him like white clouds wrestling with the wind as the memory fades. The garden he works in is jailed privilege, bustles like a boulevard, its profits innumerable. Now the sweet potato has a bin. The corn, still in its infancy, chokes to break loose from the red clay. The Asian peas have begun their few steps toward the sky. The wind forces the lips of the morning dew to slide past the edge of a keki's height, and silkily free the drops of moments gone by into another pleasure. The avocado seeds crack open from the swell of wrinkled roots, and knotted white leaves reach for light like a boxer's hands after victory. The cucumber, sunflower, summer squash, cantaloupe, large gourd, and Japanese pumpkin squash seeds are buried in drinking cups of lava soil. The seed-bearing cups were sectioned off, numbered, named, and exposed on alternate sheets of paper for Rakabai, and the Sarge to abuse with changes when necessary. Rakabai had lost all the bush bean seeds because of their age, or their sensitivity to moss or microgo. He had covered the bush bean cups with cellophane to protect them from excessive rain, and a hair-green moss had violated the topsoil. Those days were like a forest being cleared. Rakabai could see the scavengers in there, warmth, and he could feel the pain for all that were displaced. The trees, insects, birds, the mammals, and the serpents. He was that forest, and the ecosystem of his psyche was torn asunder. Chapter 10. Rakabai finally reached Liam on the phone during recreation time, and Liam informed him that he was trying to get funding to go to a technical institute. Rakabai told him about one he knew about that was reputable. They talked again about Kian's rebellious attitude toward Rakabai. Rakabai told Liam that he had thought about opening up a coffee shop in Hollywood for Kian to run if he would have been more family-orientated, but he wasn't willing to invest his money into belligerence. Rakabai emphasized to his son the value in putting a vineyard on the property in Barstow and setting up a coffee storage and roaster to start a distribution center there. But that property was in Kian's name. It would have to be changed if they were to go ahead with such an operation. Liam agreed. Rakabai questioned Liam about his girlfriend's status. I don't have a girlfriend. It's true, but I found a freak that will do anything. She does it all, he explained. And I'm willing to part with this dick to please her. Rakabai wanted to tell him to be careful, to wear a rubber, but he stopped short because he knew that his boys were very careful in that regard. His 10 minutes ended abruptly as Rakabai peered toward the moon-faced clock, straddled across the eastern wall like the horizon that hid behind it. The night was willing to be good to him, because the Seraphina would douse the demons back into time with him. They would surface the next day like ocean markers floating above another time-warped cave of a nightmare's mercurial sound. Sitting in the dining room, imitating children fighting over the channels on the television, Rakabai wanting to watch the stock market channel or Fox News, but Gerald and his cronies sliding in and out, changing the channels to some documentary that Rakabai thought should never be shown. The Nazi regime. He studied his psyche. What was positive about watching such utter cruelty and devastation of all that was life? It began to torment him because he was in a hellhole with demented figurines for companions. And then there was Stephen Van, sitting on the lanai with Gerald, the piss test god, large bald pate and unkempt mustache, football lineman's body, extra meat in the back of the neck, and menacing face with eyeglasses over dark eyes that glinted at some demented secret power. The Stephen Van, who was the starbone boy king of the barracks at one time. He called in to pick up extra clothing, but that was merely a ruse to get the beast to provide a urine sample for him. Pass. And he would be able to go home. Fail. And he would serve another 6 months. Rakabai feigned watching the television as he eyed the two men, the fellow next to him joining in on his newfound entertainment. After 30 minutes of sitting and chatting with the beast, his beer belly sitting out like a face, Stephen took a cup of water and drank, raising his glass. Hail Mary, full of grace, God be with thee. Moments later, the beast stood and walked over to the control booth and got him another cup of water. Stephen drank a second time. The two detectives in the movie are on a plane and had just realized that they are going to be killed. Within the flecks of consciousness, and Rakabai neck becoming strained because of 90-degree turns in rapid succession. Stephen Van was suddenly in the restroom, buck naked like a circus clown, with tattoos consuming his stature. He was sweating and appearing to attempt to pee, but trying to pass the time in hope of deceiving an ogre that stood beside him. He knows he's going to fail. Look at him. It's been 30 minutes, Rakabai said to the guy next to him. As sure as shit, he's a goner, his companion replied. Ha, ha, ha. Like a giant chickadee, he grinned, resembling a stunted Bigfoot, hair and all. He had finally discarded the green rubber band that had handcuffed his beard, eyes like Chaucer marbles, and lips hidden like two prisoners on the run. His paws were flipped out on the table like they had been cut off and examined by a mortician. Rakabai had his hallucinations churning like the atoms beneath him, imploding Picasso's abstract veneer on one side, and Blake's mystic cries on the other. Grandmother, Rakabai remembered, had spent most of her days washing and cleaning, an absolution to our existence. For birth into this realm is a hell, and we are passed through one womb into another with a burden, our flesh, and that burden has to be absolved through prayer, cleaning, fasting, discipline, pain, emerging from thresholds of punitive orgasms. The path is clear and the reward sufficient, measured by the cause. Her ears were lavender, and her hands were wands. Rakabai had prayed for her arthritis to disappear. Those wizened, shaped hands, fingers like bric-a-brac chips, alternating directions, each a face of its own, wrinkles like roads to another learned experience, like rows of dirt ready for the next harvest. Irrigation, channels designed by the choices she had made in life. Consciousness with guilt is a weakness. Like a fly trap, thought Rakabai. The act is abrupt, but the death is slow. Pieces of the man disintegrate slowly, one layer of guilt immersing with another, like the twine gathered into a snowball as it rolls downhill. One is eventually enveloped. Rakabai traced his footsteps. He realized that it was a weakness to give in to Liam just because he is my beautiful prince. He had to learn discipline, build character, learn to speak properly, and reconsider his values. This would be hard for him. He had discovered an affinity to the hip-hop world's prowess, braggadocio, and flim-flam bravado. Rakabai found no reason why he should be so enamored with this fad, but thought, knowing his mother as he did, he perhaps understood why the boy was caught in this web: tomfoolery, deceit, grandiose contempt, and billboard negativism that only enhanced the outside world's debilitating view of black men and made it even harder for the Spartan positive intention among them. When the rains came like pieces of wax paper sliding down from the sky, an enfilade of souls exchanged, bartered for visions that one cannot always discern. Nancy left upset, and Kian finally visited Rakabai, who was happy to see him. He had rewarded himself with the knowledge that staying optimistic and positive was the paternal jewel, if he could afford it. Razor wires above the fenced-in women's prison sliced through the sheets of rain in vertical shifts. As he looked out from his dining room view, in consciousness surreal, they curled up with a holiday's gratitude, poetic ribbons of a morning's sweet vanity. All in all, he thought, maybe when the morning light was granted passage, it looked like the hem of the goddess's dress. Perhaps the conversation that he had with Liam as his mother monitored had been relayed to Kian in another sense, one that he could understand. She had raised him, so her communication dialect with the boys was at a zenith compared to his. He knew. Thus, whenever he could not get his attention, or Liam's, he would call Nadia into play. However, if he could avoid the direct line to her, he would, for it opened up a Pandora's box of frayed telephone wires, and his nerves began to fry, short-circuiting his homepage. Nigger. It was accepted as the status quo. We say the word because we are hypnotized, accepting the knowledge of its existence, its power, and its political stamina, because we have no choice. We use it in derivatives, hoping it will disappear, hoping it will eventually morph into something positive. But we know it will not. It is our brand, like on cattle, the collar of a dog. And what makes us swallow it, eat it each day is our denial that it is devouring us like a cancer. So we trip the flare in ways when we need it, like drawing a gun and firing it at ourselves with consciousness, knowing it will chip away our granite and leave us helpless and numb, deaf and angry. Breakaway dreams in a cup, river of lies in a cup, Shaka Zulu's sip, Dante's last sip, Phoenix rising in a cup. Same tree, same island, the wicked smile when morning comes and marbles meet anvils gone, and day falls into ice sand with androgynous timbales creaked, floor's steel lips, retarded slang clouds, rustling warblers in the flame of phoenix embalmed warriors' eyes incessantly stained with a sunset bliss can be heard, and notions are cactus blades, and fury and stones harboring guilt but health food laid under the lone night chiding the moon's lust. I will follow your tales and whisper rewards to your only need as our hearts have met, and a glacier is born in the east, songs frozen that will rise above. Time stars will. It had fallen upon Rakabai, through his spirit's claims, that Rick was still fostering hate among the prisoners whom he deemed his crew. Rakabai had seen him within the perimeter of the restroom door, in a toilet cubicle, talking with one or another of those who were in Rakabai dorm. Overall, these men had problems of their own, finding jobs, dealing with the length of their stay, dealing with the rigors of time on a youthful spirit that wanted space to run, dream, raise havoc, or whatever else came to the mind of youth in the beginning of the 21st century. So it happened late in the evening. Rick walked over to Rakabai, patted him on the back and said he was sorry. Rakabai acknowledged this with surprise. Then Rick asked Rakabai to forgive him, and he gave him a hug. Rakabai accepted his apology and his embrace, feeling the vaulted relief from both sides. Look, let me show you how to cut taro. You take it like this. He grabbed the shoot and leaned the taro root out on the platform with the skeleton canopy. I know how to do it, Sarge. I already got him in the ground. Oh, he says, I don't have to show you what I am doing. I'm a farmer, Sarge. Got a 50-acre farm. These guys think Kulani is Sawanan. That comes from Africa. I know. So what are you doing in here? He asked, with his eyebrows furrowing like a beaver. His eyeglasses were sliding off his nose. He winced with his cheeks and attempted to pull the glasses up. Kulani is not Sawanan. That's an African name. And it's an African plant. They talked about Yawayan. What's that? King. Mandalao was simply African. They traveled through Africa. No, they didn't travel. They came from Africa. Talk about how they learned how to boat around the world by the stars. That's from Africa. The boat they got. The dhow, look at African. Canoes. That's where it came from. Rakabai paused. I know. I just don't say anything, Sarge. I'm cutting taro all the time. Daniel R. Stacking the table with taro as we speak. The other prisoners are in their piles, filling in dirt with pallets and chicken wire to hold it together, all in slashed piles. Look, he said, my grandmother was pure Sawanan. I'm Crow Indian and African. I'm African, French and Cherokee Indian. Look, I bought one of the largest farms on this island, on all of them. What? You came here to grow marijuana? I don't grow marijuana. I'm a coffee farmer. Divine. Sawanan coffee. Then what are you doing here? Look, first my wife filed a sexual assault charge against me. She was bipolar. She files this charge and I get a lawyer, Lynn. I tell this lawyer, look, I'm black. I wasn't here that long, but I could tell in that amount of time, 2 years, that there was racism. I told her. I went to Tetra, got me a room, and started looking for an apartment. Called her up, told her, look, I'm black. She done riled the cops up on me, and they are going to get me. No, she says, your wife is sick, these women. She was talking. You know, he broke in. There is a woman's group in Nassari that is starbone and sets people up. That's who she was with. I know. Anyway, she says, you have to come back. You can't leave the business. They are going to take the house and the business from her. She had went to the abuse center where Seraphina was staying. Look, I had $1 million contract. You know, the Mac Nut Farm in Hono. That was my contract. That's my roaster they have there. And my wife was sick at the time. Anyway, I came back. And that's when I got arrested. First she files the assault charge. Then I have these two girls. It looks bad. The most hurtful thing about it, Sarge, is the girl I wanted to hire is black. But she was with this starbone girl. I said back then, 5 years ago, I said the girl came to work drunk. She never said a word in 5 years to the police. But when she went to the trial, she admitted she had gotten drunk at her mother's house the night before. Then later, she says that the police came to her house 3 months after the complaint and took her panties, that she had already admitted the court was in recess for lunch, that they came and got her panties 3 months later. The cop that took the stand says she's lying. First, when he first talked with her, the initial complaint stage, he found no reason to have her examined or to take her panties. And then he adamantly demanded that, going back 3 months later. Who was your lawyer? Dagwood was my lawyer. I mean, I don't know. I never had problems with the law before in 54 years. So I took who I heard could help me. Well, he screwed you. Court-appointed lawyer, was he? No, I paid him $40,000. Well, you should make him do his job. He lied. He let you down the drain, I'm telling you. Then after lunch, they put another cop on the stand, Ito, my arresting officer. And he says he slightly remembers going back or someone mentioning to him about some panties. Now, after the trial, the prosecution, over the balcony, in gloating over her victory, tells my lawyer that the black girl never corroborated anything that the other girls said. I don't know. You should have fought this, Rakabai, the Sarge said. How could I? I had a lawyer. I don't know what else I could do. My wife, even after that, files a claim for child support because she goes to this camp where Sawanan are supposed to be taking care of her abuse victims. Well, she ends up pregnant by one of them, and they put my name on the birth certificate. It's all about my money. I'm telling you. So you got assets. Damn right I do. Or did. I signed everything over to my son. He owns the coffee company, and I gave my kids the land. I waited 5 years for a third-degree felony misdemeanor. With no police records, they convicted me. 9 Japanese males, 3 starbone males, 7 Sawanan women on the jury. Convicted me. A hangman jury. Who picked the jury? He said. We only could get rid of 3 people, 3 jurors. And that's what we ended up with. One of the Zovals came over and whispered something to the sergeant. Well, you tell him I said the lieutenant knows what I'm doing out here, and I'm in charge. So you tell him I'm not a child. So don't talk to me like I'm one. The Zoval said something else to the sergeant, inaudible to Rakabai, who was cutting the shoots and roots of taro, which made a hollowed-out thunk sound on the table, and sliding the taro leaves and other bits from the counter with a calipino machete. Just tell him what I told you. I don't have to answer to him. I'm in charge. That's what you tell him. And that's all I got to say. I don't answer to him. The sun was screaming too. The wind was jumping through the field, and chips of the sun fell through the curtain of leaves that raged in their own hood. Another prisoner motioned to Sarge to come over, and Sarge disappeared beyond the workplace. Cars passed like missiles, and an occasional chopper or two rat-a-tat-tat within its foray. Minutes later, as Rakabai finished burying the taro in the temporary field, he could see the silhouette of Sarge through the pleated wall on the other side of the hut. On the 30th of January, Rakabai called Dagwood. The secretary informed him that he was in a meeting and would return his call afterwards. A half hour later, Rakabai heard his name on the loudspeaker and rushed to the phone where there were a horde of Zovals crowded around the control booth. They were speaking softly. Rakabai heard Dagwood's voice over the phone. "Well, look, how are you? You know, they are still playing with that stupid case." "Really?" Rakabai replied in consternation. "Yes, I talked with the judge, sort of. So, I won't be getting out, huh?" "No," he said. "I should be telling you to take his offer. And I told him if a person is innocent, he doesn't want to accept bargain. But he says he will let the sentences go concurrent. Tell him don't do me no favors, okay? I'm not going anywhere." "Then that's all I need to know. I'm serving the full time. And by the way, Dr. Lewis, he's moving to Arizona, someplace." "Really?" Rakabai was in shock. "And he's not coming back?" he asked. "No, I don't think so." Rakabai became noticeably quiet. Thoughts in reverse. Dagwood was telling him that the judge had a case on the 2nd, and he was just to go to court. Why try to get me to admit to being a sexual predator when he's already won the first case? Rakabai thought, because the first case is an appeal, and I'm gonna win it. They have to pressure me. That's how Sergeant, Ranger, and Rick fit in this picture. Threats and pressure. And just today, the sergeant brought by the papers to put me on a list. "We have to sign you up before you get out. But I don't get out for 8 months." Anyone could read between those lines. They were pressuring my lawyer and inside pressuring me. But I would take a deep breath and catch my wind and go on with my spirit intact. That's what I would do. Days were going by slowly, the pace of a snail with a disability, as if time had to be pushed like it was a concrete block. In mud. Rakabai had, to no avail. Tried to get Kian and Liam to call Janice, but they had dropped the idea like it was a hot plate. After a number of incantations and outbursts, Rakabai had asked Liam to pass the phone to his mother. "Look, you guys do what you want. I have nothing else to say." To Liam or Kian, Rakabai said to Nadia when she had set herself in the vacuum of the receiver. "Oh my," she mumbled. Rakabai hung up the phone and darted to his dorm. The night was eclectic from then on. Local prisoners were harassing O'Neill because he had just been relocated to their side. Was a starbone. He carried the Bible around at all times. He was bunked above Nat, who didn't want him there, and was noted, saying that he would be gone in less than a week. "Watch me." He moved O'Neill's container of clothing and his boots to the exit doorway. O'Neill came back to his bunk, retrieved his luggage, and put it back under his bed. But when he left again, he would return to find it relocated to the doorway, as it was when the morning arrived. When you take the hillside road from Yingyue to Oud, the cast wind whips up against the virgin hillside like a storm each day, and therefore, the trees look like tools. Wrenches, hammers, forks. Sometimes, old maids with kitchen aprons, bent and graying with Spanish moss and rock. Sometimes, the trees looked as if they were in slow motion, falling, as if just about to be on the green shimmering coat of vanity, like their shadows were holding them up. At times, they reminded Rakabai of a tribe making its way across the fugitive plain, but it was taking its elderly members eons to prod a step. Their mimic was frozen while the alfalfa ran and receded like the ocean's waves. Same light, same intensity, like a dialect of the language of light. Rakabai had felt this passively before, but it came in on the edge, just when he recognized it as in a dream. When he was within reach of timing the gravity of its magic, it would fall back into itself and disappear. The original goal for the coffee farm was $500 per month in revenue. Within 2 years, Rakabai was in charge of 4 coffee farms. He had a 3-day gig at the farmer's market and was bringing in well over $2,000 a week selling coffee. Seraphina stayed home and cared for his giant and his little princess, but she wasn't well mentally. After Kai was born, she went downhill rapidly, so Rakabai was concerned daily about a solution. He had a few notions about what to do, along with daily prayers, which were written within the web of his verse. A crew worked with Rakabai on the Lapa farm. There was a big guy named Amato, a local Filipino, and a part Japanese man. During the day, Rakabai worked at the farmer's market, and they would go out alone and care for the farms. He had 2 other farms that he was caring for in Orchidland. One was an empty 11-acre field in which the owner, a ship's captain, wanted Rakabai to plant coffee. He also wanted him to help his wife publish her book. She was Latino from Paraguay. Rakabai thought that she was an excellent artist. The other farm was owned by Alta and Rance. Rakabai knew Alta, and he was getting to know her husband, who worked at the top at the observatory as a scientist of some sort. Seraphina cared for the children. She would stop by the farmer's market each morning in their Mustang, loaded with the kids and the maid, to pick up the morning's catch. Rakabai had an ongoing quota before 10 a.m., and he usually exceeded his expectations. He loved her and his kids more than the air that he breathed. The thought of any of his 7 kids at the doorstep of his mind would cause the polygraph needle to start a rummage sail across the plain of blue steel. He loved them all, whether they were of Black, Latino, Cherokee, French, Austrian, or Spanish extraction. All bloodlines represented somewhere within his progeny. No, I left home and came to Ceres when I was 18 years old and started to work as a waitress to pay my way at Pearl University. I didn't want to live with my parents. My mother is sickly and she takes a lot of pills all the time. What's her sickness? She's bipolar, but she's all right. The medication seems to keep her pretty even. What they say was wrong. Manic depressive. That's what the diagnosis was. That's terrible. So what do you think they'd say about me? My father would have an elephant if he knew. My mother doesn't care. She's on so much medication. She wouldn't be able to decipher. The only person that would matter is my big mommy, my grandmother. She will love you. I know her. She doesn't believe in all that bull. Rakabai found out that the men in Unit B were very polite, quiet, and respectful to each other because most of them were doing hard time. 10 years, 20 years, and they had to go before a parole board in order to get out. The men in Unit A were young, mostly drug offenders, small fights. Their time was only 30 days, 60 days, or maybe only 1 week. The morning started off with a haze like they were enveloped in a Parisian plastic, floating within the memory of frailties. Dia was an English misnomer, and Rakabai found himself glazed over with a mental ice. It would thaw out with the emergence of his morning sun, swirling, trenchant, vibrant, and golden orb of vanity, femininity burning in its own desire. Who could decipher this, he thought, but a rampant mind that loved chaos as much as it loved peace? And peace was defined by what standard? From what vantage point? From the vantage point of the one that wasn't exposed to the chaos that existed beyond the borders of his own knowledge. Therefore, peace is a myth, a metaphor. And if consciousness wasn't prowling the forests of dreams, it wouldn't exist. Rakabai parked his Ford parallel to the ocean's linear plumes. The morning covered him like a fine chocolate, his skin dimpling in words, the towering lines of his face evolving into a canopied structure that closed the side of the building. For the market was born out of chaos. The Filipino, Japanese, Swedish marketeers burdening themselves with their goods, moving about the hunger of light with an ease, hammering sleep back into its tomb, trying to find the adjustment of light in their eyes so they could realize the cucumbers, lettuce, and eggplant were objects, not implants of virtual reality. Rakabai legs pummeled the concrete and gravel as he traveled from vehicle to his stilted space, carrying coffee bags, coffee thermoses, his table, his props, and his happiness. The object of his happiness was what awakened him, knowing that his little giant was curled up in his mother's arms, his eyelids an overlay to his sweet dreams, to a world that was buried in treasures. The voyage to uncover them was just beginning, that his Princess Kai was on her way, within the galaxy of her mother's womb, knowing him as much as he knew her, and in some mystical way, linked like the lines from one telephone pole to another, color-coded and numbered in sequence. Rakabai lined up his bags, 7 ounces in a row, 1-pound bags in a row, flavored bags, Lawaki coffee, Lawaki, blend with its 10% Lawaki. Then his 5-pound bags of peaberry, and 1 pound, 7 ounce, and 2 ounce peaberry, which was the best quality money could buy. The best grade of coffee on the market. Pure gold. He put up his price sign and laid out his chocolate-covered peaberry candy. But when they came out, he would hide it under the table, display only the sample dish, which he extolled graciously to the energetic and flowing crowd. Get your coffee. Get your coffee now, you hear? It was his marketing cry to the fleeting souls that entered his telephone booth space. Even when he recognized a sad face within the prism of rubber band light, he'd sweep out, smile, and it would always shock them into the reality of their own selfishness. And they'd flip out that attempted glow of a smile. He even had a nice red tablecloth to give presents to his display, along with coffee cups, sugar cubes, brown sugar, honey, low-calorie sweetener, a variety for all tastes and concerns, those with diabetes and natural food lovers, the health conscious. His quota was to sell at least 2 5-pound bags. By 10 a.m., he even had coffee trees, which would catch the interest of those who had never set eyes on the wonders of its elongated, heart-shaped leaves, nor the magic that its genetics encompassed. The hot coffee samples he gave away free, and once they tasted his morning brew, not without the prayers, for the prayers were laced in the steam that crawled out like silver sparkles as one poured. They were hooked. As days went by, Rakabai was creating a volley of new poems, new prayers, memorizing them at an even greater speed. The customers adored his love poems. It was his, matter of fact, greatest achievement in marketing his product. Most of his customers returned just to hear a new poem, would bring along a friend or two, sometimes more. Rakabai had become a great asset to the market, like a piece of china set under the canopy of green and golden honey, baked natives wrapped in headscarves, shifting dialects from their natural lands across abstract plains of stolen space, swallowed their words like they were butterflies without genes or names. Even if he didn't understand the meaning, he could sense the inflection, the patterns of movement, the orchestration of hands, the mimic of intent in the eyes, and the curvature of the lips, the dilation of dark pupils like the flicker before flame of a wilder beast in captivity. The stories were all linked like the links of the chain that embraced his Slav Ogragic ankles, felt like bracelets to his wrists as he swam toward the judge. A milieu of vacancies were filled in this cattle prodding of the cascade of mourning. Secretaries, lawyers, drug dealers, farmers, coconut tree climbers, antelope runt hunters, blackbird helicopter pilots, surfers, honeycomb vendors, illegal immigrants, WWI, veterans, Japanese war veterans, Japanese tourists in hordes, buxom beauties, beach bums, nails, Jesus Christ Latter-day, saints, gays, women and men, fishermen, soldiers in uniform, starbone reggae in dreads, Jamaican drummers, African drummers in colorful garb, scantily clad blondes, school children in droves, priests, nuns, homeless scavengers, Starbonian Indians, aborigines from, actors from Bollywood, gurus, masseuses, masseurs, Nepalese monks, all granted fixtures to the Dia farmers market. Their footsteps left imprints in the dust, but each eliminated the Zoval's phonetics of life patterns as they entered the balloon of space that was at once entreaty to moments in sheer, fostered glass haze. Bald men, giants with sunshine smiles, hands as big as Wyoming and calves as big as a caveman's caricatured meal, maidens with sperm-laced lips, divers, iron men, bikers, dreamers, heroin users, marijuana growers by the denizens, human hourglasses releasing sand as they migrated throughout the day, gauchos and geckos, hip-hoppers and their hoes, on vacation, firemen and policemen from Missouri, sniveling, junkies, firm breasts, suntanned like chocolate bars with coconut cream filling. Oh, the sights! Lavender and pink flashes of light, necklaces in snowstorms of glitz. Children herded under the release of Fountain's glory, screaming poetic franchises into the chiseled frozen slice of evening, its warmth filled with the lyrics of the day. Women with star fruit bloated abdomens and Stephanopoulos blooms in the hearts of men with the joy of the African violet and trunks made of chiseled coal wood. Sometimes they swayed like an undercurrent, voluminous and frightening in its depth. Customers like seahorses lingered before Rakabai, a catchphrase of options before the chase of the tongue. Even with the price list quilled like a billboard, they would always ask, "How much is your coffee? What's the price of this coffee?" That's because the market was so phonetic, blistering in the heat of cultures, and diversified fruit and bee-stemmed voices, curlicues of laughter, innuendos like the imparting of dreams, or the antics of a nightmare beginning. Well, there's different prices, according to the size, the grade of coffee, and the region. You have Milwaukee coffee? What a sucker's question. A tourist trap myth, like asking for someone to pick your pocket while on vacation. I have Milwaukee coffee, but Milwaukee coffee is not the best coffee on the island. Coffee, you must remember, is a tropical plant, rainforest type. Milwaukee doesn't get that much rain. That's why they have nematodes. I think some of the best coffee in the world is in Seal. I have some here. That's what's in the pot. Rakabai gestured and continued. Milwaukee coffee is just a monopoly of coffee farms that incorporated a region, but many tourists are now coming to the islands, looking for the small farmers' taste from other regions. You have to realize that Milwaukee was just busted by the feds for selling Costa Rican coffee and calling it Milwaukee coffee. They can't supply the world. Most of their crop is bought up by the Japanese. They pay top dollar for everything. You know that. I mean it. You can look this information up on the computer. Really, it's just that my neighbor said for me to get Milwaukee coffee. That's what I'm supposed to buy. Well, I have it here. No problem. With the boxer, one could tell that the mother had either pampered him too much, or his clock was ticking on another system. When the alarm would sound, it would be little Richard's voice. Trust me. Chapter 11. Freedom is like time bursting through land. Unequivocal madness. But then there's that space above clouds, where calm and serene marshmallow are born. Sunday of the Super Bowl. Jupiter versus Saturn rings. After working in his little gardening hut, transplanting and watering, watching the guys float by with eloped cups of pure coffee and lingering smiles, cigarettes pouring out the melancholy of its ambiguity, Rakabai raced to the barracks and jumped in the shower like a nomad. He released himself of his muddy tennis shoes, green work shirt, and size 34 pants, 2 inches smaller in the waist than when he had first arrived. Washed down his towering, caramel skin and trim body, thinking how he loved his new look. He lathered up again, swallowing a gnat in the process that would worry him for an hour or so, and raced out before the Zovals could call chow, barefoot and native. He reached his bunk. Mike was singing 7 Spanish Angels in his raspy accolade. The other prisoners were sitting against the wall as if they were wallflowers. Pedro had his guitar lightly playing, while Luis played the harmonica. Rakabai wiped down, giving a comforting touch to his white beard. He was proud of it against his clay-baked skin. It was slinking and full just below the lines of his sunken cheeks. The apex of it flared out like a teepee from above his mustache, which was vaguely black hair, struggling to survive the snow-white entourage of follicles. They crawled between his pert nose, short, precise, strongly defined, lips the color of a Cabernet. Cute, women had mentioned. Leading dark brown eclipsed pupils honored a wagon train of wild hairs in eyelid circles. He had a strong face and had been mistaken for Mexican. Rakabai, they'd call him. Spanish, Italian, Creole, a mixture of French, Bee and Cherokee Indian. Rakabai opened his body lotion, spotted his legs, arms, and cheeks, then started rubbing down the head first. He felt great. It was his 3rd day of fasting, and hopefully he would get a visit from his Kian or from Nancy if she had returned from Utah. He pushed Crisscross, the novel he was reading, to the side and took a seat on the bunk, pulled up his ascetic feet, and began rubbing in the lotion, hoping to clear up the dryness that fostered deep white lines like snow skier trails on his pink flushed heels. It was a good day. His mind was a sailboat, a yacht upon a silky sea. Below, a singing sky. Starbonia is a racist country. Lynn. It was the blade of the fan. I don't know how many times I repeated that fact. Monster had returned from furlough. It was a Monday, someone's birthday. He hovered above Boy in their cubicle, flinging legs and arms like a giant Chinese karate champ. Come on, man. Why do you want to start trouble? Said Boy, in a low sing-song staccato. Boy had just taken over Kawa's top bunk while Monster was on furlough, and he had not yet been acquainted with Monster's day-to-day routine of showing off his meager skills, fighting, banging heads, torture, and so on. Rakabai chuckled. What you say, Boy? Why you starting trouble? Monster took his comment in stride, flicked a few more jabs, right crosses, leg loops toward Boy's face, as Rakabai stood and headed toward the magnetic sunlight that funneled through the exit door window. He leaned complacently against the fire extinguisher box and accepted his calling, the poetic flame entering him like a mermaid in heat with a zipper on her back. Monster is circling his conjured restitution as Rakabai thinks about how lost he is without Janice. Lately, he cannot even address her spirit. At one time, He could summon it like the salmon spawning. Then he saw standing immediately before him, monster, all 6 feet, 5 inches of him. How many kids you have, monster? Rakabai asked, condescending him for seesawing his attention from romancing the rectangular glass. 8, he said, raising 4 tree stumps for fingers on each of his backhoe buckets for hands. How many boys? Shoo, he said. His tongue is so large and thick he can't lift it properly for his words. He had shaved his head. His wife had told him to. Now there was a visible scar right above his left eyebrow, beginning in the whitened section where his hair was about 3 inches long. It appeared as if someone had at one time impaled him, just to get his attention, and probably got away. Look, my boys, I don't worry about. But my girls, instance. 1. He had his hand cocked like a gun. You touched my daughter. In the wrong way. You hurt my daughter? Oh, excuse me. I'm a friend of AK-47, and I'm pointing it at you. He smiled. Rakabai mind putting in a clip, which monster improved, with his left hand, bending it, while his right arm stayed cocked. Then I say, okay, you can go out with my daughter. Bye. Then the other one comes. I tape explosives to his stomach and lead the wires out and tell him, see that car battery? All I have to do is put these 2 wires together and kaboom. And he laughed, just like Monster on the Monster Show, or as Frankenstein would laugh. Then I say, okay, you go. You can go out with my daughter. Monster's black mustache is like an upside down horseshoe, tailored and wizened. Now the next one, I tell him, if you hurt my daughter, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take these giant nails here and nail them into your feet. And then bend them back. And then you see this bat? You see the diamond shape at the top? I'm gonna hit you side the head as many times as possible while you're nailed to the ground. Throughout Monster's comic tirade, Rakabai moaned at the thought of Monster being in jail for 20 years, assault, kidnapping, and attempted murder. Just to be his bunkie, you'd have to take his short course in torture, you being the sparring partner. On the day of Rakabai's 50th birthday, they had a party and decided to make it a party for Urea and Dante also. They were Scorpios too. The shed was for the men and the house was for the women. The wood from the shed was made from the set of the movie, Jurassic Park. The owners had it approved as a bowl-turning shop, and electricity was supplied to it. It was an amply sized room with 240-volt plugs, and it housed the freezer and the clothes dryer. There were counters along the wall on both sides of the room, where the coffee was, bagged and processed. Rakabai was an elder, black, distinguished male, with many positive aspects to his credit. Before he came to series, he had been courted by many acting agencies because of his acting abilities, but he had turned them down. He knew that Sirius was a third world entity sitting smack dab in the center of the Pearl Ocean, like a floating diamond. Seraphina was an English, Danish, Swedish blonde, young, beautiful, tall, and genius, but manic depressive, bipolar like her mother. Rakabai knew about the entities that waited to strain their relationship because of the color code, the possibility of their success together. He felt that whatever price he had to pay, in the long run, and looking at all the obstacles they would have to overcome, they would survive with their beautiful children. Seraphina's mind was like an open field to a shepherd, like the night to a star, the ocean to a boat afloat on it. And she was the weakest link. She didn't understand how evil people could be to a mixed couple. Even when her father stopped talking to her, or people that they knew started acting strange, she would brush it off. In the case of her father's racism, she seemed blind. I don't know what's wrong with him, she would say. They all surrounded the base camp of their marriage at once. Keek, the Japanese woman, Crutchen and his gang of nitwits, her father, her friend in Tetra, Ethel and crew, her sister and brother. All that Rakabai could do was to hope that she could see how lucky they were with their gorgeous kids and a business that rocketed to the moon in no time. Rakabai knew that all these variables existed, but he was working from 3 o'clock in the morning until midnight each day. Sven had recovered from some seizures. Kai was on the way, and he was happy. He was in love with his family. That night would be an awakening for Rakabai, like looking into a mirror and seeing a simile of one's life. It happened suddenly, as if their lives were rolling off a cliff, a creek with advent, rocks reaching them before the cavalcade of the wall. He heard a voice with vehemence, and there he was, Loy, his head peering under the bunk of Charles in light of Frank's banter. I know you stole my shades and I want them. Chad was sitting on Joey's bunk, like a panda in his gray warm-ups. Black. He had olive skin and stolen dark eyes, with no expression. Joey lay in his bunk with the earplugs to his radio, laying across his shoulder, his dark towering hair curled around his neck. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied. Hey, look, we can do this outside in the morning. We don't have to do it here. Ross put his head down. His hands were on the bunk, his arms like braces for a cripple. He bowed his head. Rakabai got a funny feeling about this. Something inside him clicked on a light. His perceptive wood ants were digging there, way out. They even tapped his mouth because he hated seeing kids get more time. They were both in their early 20s. I left my shades on the bed, so I know you took them, Loy said. He had tattoos on his back, arms, shoulders, and across his neck, and he had a clean-cut head except for the strip of hair on the back of his neck, which he let grow about 3 inches below the ears in a straight line. Chad walked over to his bunk, within the measure of this tension of passion, and sat down as if he was stymied. Loy, tall, lithe, copper-colored frame, walked to him and leaned over his bunk. We can handle this right now, he said. Rakabai felt that they had had a feud from their past. Another reason to be quiet and not get involved. I'll get you, punk. I know why you're in here. Don't let me run into you at Halawa, you know? Rakabai laid down on his bunk, trying to ignore the futility of the moment, but also wanting to be conscious of his surroundings. For if there was movement, he did not want to be in the center of the storm. Loy made it over to the next cubicle, out of the line of sight of the Zoval's desk. Chad had moved around to the aisle of his bunk, his hands holding the top bars, and his head down between his swollen shoulders. Suddenly, Loy feinted a swing toward Chad's face and stepped like an uncoiled spring. And, just as swift, he swung again. His right fist stung Chad's mouth, bursting blood vessels. Chad stepped back towards the wall and moved slowly into the center of the room where the Zovals could see any activity. Kaylee suddenly came out of nowhere. He stood before Chad with his thick muscular swell of a body, well honed. Don't do nothing or say nothing, Chad, because I'll bust you up right here. I don't want no problem, man, Chad said. Kaylee feinted a left hook and then, suddenly, walked away, thinking about his release on Monday. But it was too late. Threat was in. That night, Chad lay on his bed deep in thought, wondering what his next move would be. Rakabai fell asleep with the hope that he wouldn't be awakened to a tussle of dire consequences. The next day, Kaylee was arrested in the dining room after they were put on lockdown at noon. Loy was arrested when he returned from work. Kaylee was supposed to get out of jail in 3 days, but instead he would possibly serve another 5 years and be returned to Halawa. Lloyd would do an extra 5 years on top of the 4.5 he had remaining. Rakabai thought it extremely sad the next day, as he was laying in his bunk and passing time, thinking about how he would write the next chapter in his book. Joey pulled the glasses out of his locker and showed them to Monster. "What will you do with them?" "You can't wear them," Monster said. "I'll sell them to someone," he replied, and he put them back in his locker. Rakabai was stunned that it could be that simple to destroy 2 men's lives. 2 men who were already in enough barbed wire without any remorse. For what is one's spirit but the illuminated shadow of one's consciousness? The dust from one's memories. We leave something behind with the residue of our actions, something familiar, which is connected to the expressway of our past. We are headed somewhere, and as time approaches, our destination changes. But that is us in the now. If one could be objective, one would be able to define what he has come to, what he has evolved into. We all, at times, realized that we were sucked into this vacuum of life, as if it was shock therapy when the surf starts up. Sometimes, while traveling across Pater Road, the magnificent flaming purple-pink glowing out into the moving sky, as Rakabai reached the silent valley below Shah Nubium's observatory, Oya's hillside turned burgundy, blinking vermilion fire. At the end, crawling into Lawaki's lateral plane, and fanning upward into the Sawanan sky, shafting golden carmine onto the prehistoric hillside. The ohia trees and mossed lava rocks turned golden verdant, and the ocean below, silent silver golden, red and shining ultramarine, and mauve, in many lustrous images to Rakabai fragile sight and humble honey-flaked face. It was delight. Then the sun went down, flaming and illuminated, red and glistening yellow and golden, running faceted over the crawling, indigo black lava rocks and walls. Mauve misty blackness came upon him quickly within the vast terrain above the vermilion glow. Then the ocean was a gown soft silver golden for a moment. Then it was shining, shimmering, gone. The stars and moon came out and Neptune was there somewhere above me. Rakabai felt it. The trees became dark, encroaching silent silver, and the beaches dead silver gray and flag white like conversational colors against the night. In here, Rakabai thought, the flies move slowly, as if they are overweight. They struggle in flight. The wood ants are small, and they only bite if they are in danger. If you roll over on them, in bed, or if you had them on your arm between planks of wood, you were carrying. Maybe prison was a necessity, he thought. It is drudgery at times, but not all the time, because most of his daily existence, there had been meditative cognizance, a means to be clearly objective, to clean out the mental files. They lived in a dorm that was approximately 120 feet long, with the Zoval's desk in the center. From overhead, it would look like an amputated cross. One arm at the shoulder and one at the elbow. That was where the kitchen was located. About 40 feet away was the women's prison. Their dormitory was a lot smaller. Their outdoor recreation area was fenced in with barbed wire on top, unlike the men's side. They were a virgin's flight from the freeway. The prison itself sat on a 5-acre farm, which was home to ornamental plants as well as fruit trees and many other vegetables: avocado, star fruit, lychee, rambutan, and poi. There was a pond with an oriental-style bridge that was home to tilapia fish. Days within the prison system were very organized. Male prisoners were housed in 2 dorms, A and B. A dorm, which was Rakabai dorm, was mostly non-furlough, non-work program prisoners, which meant that the prisoners served their time there and were not allowed out unless they were in a drug program or a sex offender program. B-side was for work furlough, for men who had done most of their time and were going into the phase of finding work to go back out into society. Smokers were allowed outside most of the day, from 5 to 10 minutes at a time. Non-smokers were not allowed any outdoor privilege unless they were on a work line, yard maintenance worker, kitchen worker, or janitor. These workers could make from 25 cents an hour to 42 cents an hour. Tea leaves surrounded this structure, 10 deep on graceful hillsides. The spirits had not entered Rakabai New World, and he had yet to see a bird of any kind, not even mention of the great white owl. To the west, the sky was prominently laden with fir, trees, vine-covered like chaste maidens wrapped in angels' flowing garb. There were 40 bunk beds in each dorm. Rakabai was among the community-activated prisoners. They had been cleared by the shrink, Dr. Gore. The length of their stay was decided by their attitudes and their specific cases. Only prisoners serving 1 year or less could be housed there. Rakabai had been in lockup at the main for 11 days before he was transferred to Sugarcane, which was another prison with a little more freedom than the main. All-day television and phones, but no recreation area. Rakabai had started his jail time in mid-October, Liam's birthday. He felt that this was more than coincidence. "Well, how are ya?" Nancy asked. "I'm all right. I know everyone in here. They all want their pictures drawn. Besides, prison is a system of respect." She leaned across the table, wearing a towel. "I had some shorts on, and the sergeant told me I couldn't wear that. So I went to the car and got my towel." "Oh, really?" Rakabai said. "Yeah," Nancy replied like an anxious child. He could not see her clearly. The features of her face would not evident themselves to him that day. "Have you seen the house?" "Oh, yeah. Do you like it?" Rakabai asked. "Yes. It's really nice," she said. "By the way, I brought these papers. Look, Rakabai. She cannot bring those papers. And did you know that her name is not on the visitors list?" Sarge said as she stepped outside. "But I put her name on the list." "Well, it's not here," he said. "I'll let her in this time. But you need to fill the papers out." "Okay, sir. Thanks," Rakabai said. "Liam eats rats." "A Liam?" Uncle said. "You eat rat?" Adder asked. "Oh yeah, boiled. 1 pound and up," Uncle replied. "With vinegar." "Liam? Oh no. Rat," Adder said. "That wild rat." "Oh yeah. Gotta be 1 pound and up. So I feel like I'm eating something." Rakabai took being imprisoned as a blessing, not as a curse. From changing his diet to fasting and cleansing more rigorously, to discovering and realigning himself with his intuitions and his psyche, Sumatra would always be the goddess of his fears. He knew, somehow, somewhere, she was comforting him and rewarding him with her elevated blessings. The sun was to Rakabai that day as the light he had been, searching for all his life. The star fruit was ripe. Seeds were falling from the fan palm. Avocados were so soft they would burst, open like an alpine virgin. The dorm was so quiet. All one could hear was the freedom of the tires stretching out their miles on the freeway. The prisoners who were not on work furlough were sleeping, and the lights were off. A grunt here, a fart there, the sliding of slippers as they moved about the dorm. Rakabai sat under the captured light, trying to save Sven as he fell further from his reach. He was his nightmare, his sin, the one he had failed, and redemption was in itself only a fragmented token, a whim of the goddess. Rakabai was staying at the Chiropia Inn. It was Saturday morning. A fresh apple Saturday morning. He dropped the coins in the phone and dialed the number. Sumatra answered. Sweet, sexy voice warmed him, as if she had sent the spirits to massage his moving soul. Hey you, she said. How you doing, ole lady? I'm fine. How about you? Great. I miss you though. Wish you were here. All woo. That's sweet. You know I miss you too. So did they make a date on the operation? Yes. August 2nd at 9:30 a.m. at a Thiep Memorial Hospital. Wow, I said as my heart fell through my chest. It was like deja vu all over again. When are you coming back? She asked. Oh, I'll be there next Monday. Don't worry. You know I love you. I love you too. How is the weather? It's sunny, clear, and quiet. I tried to call you last night, but the hotel manager wouldn't give me change. And everything else was closed. Oh yeah, that's sweet of you. By the way, I talked with my father, and he said to tell you hello, and he would try to make the operation that morning. I know it will be hard on him getting up so early. I told him not to worry. Just come when they can. Sis sends her love. I laughed. She should send more than her love. Ha, I know that's right. She laughs. The day that Rakabai met Sumatra, she was with her step sister. He was dancing at the New Orleans Inn in a Thiep to a great jazz band. It was a festive evening. Clouds were rolling in, and the food was great, as always. Creole food, happy faces, a stunning accolade of beautiful women. They were dancing together, and he was doing his little jig that usually got lots of ladies' attention. They just flowed right into them. Oh God, can you dance? Sharon said. She was tall, voluptuous, a sunshine-faced blonde. So was Sumatra, but not so tall. They had just come from a wedding, and Sharon lived in a town called Rakabai, Oregon, on a spread with Sumatra's father and her mother. So she wanted to go out on the town. The band had stopped playing. Can I sit with you guys? Rakabai asked. Sure, why not? Sumatra replied. She had a passionate voice and tender blue eyes, like they were filled with angels singing. It was so crowded, like a bee's nest. It was the voices so entwined, a musical chant, an orchestra of semantics. Want a drink? Rakabai asked. Sure, why not? Sumatra said, looking at Sharon. Vodka tonic, Sharon said. White wine. Sumatra said, I'm driving. Black Russian. Rakabai ordered. You guys live here? I live here, Sumatra replied. I'm from outside Portland. Sharon followed. And you? She asked. I live with a friend in a Thiep, but I have a ranch in Sydney Lake. Utopia X. Just visiting for a while. Might stay. Don't know. What do you do on your ranch? Sumatra asked. Oh, I have rabbits, chickens, and tello runts, and I cut firewood. But I'm an artist, poet, and painter. I just published a book. Oh, really? Sharon said excitedly. I write love poems and recite them from memory. Sumatra was sort of quiet, but receptive. Rakabai could tell. Sharon was simple and giddy. Sumatra seemed sure of herself and somewhat in control. Where did you learn to dance like that? Sumatra asked. Oh, family. Great uncle was a tap dancer. Genetics, I guess. So, read us a poem, Sumatra said. Oh, I guess I can. Come close. They were so attentive, and at the end, astonished. Rakabai knew that he would have the choice of these two. Sumatra lived in town, and she would be his best bet. Sharon, he could think about. Later on, he would learn that they had thought about getting a room and taking him on that night. He really would have had his hands full. The band started to play. The female vocalist was astounding. The night was a whiskey, drunken into the flow of a crowd, as if the night was a bartender. The New Orleans, in its glass to be filled. There was memorabilia of all the greats, from Satchmo to Cook, behind the stage. They stood up and danced again after a few drink refills. Sumatra was driving, and put a cap on her refills after the first one. She wore a loose flower-stamped dress that fit her perfectly. They were both dolls, blue-eyed blondes. Only Sharon was taller and more voluptuous. Rakabai thoughts were running like wolves into themselves. They shared information, and he promised to get in touch as he walked them to their rental van. The Athep night passed the chief Athep statue south, until the sky opened up. Beyond, the trees and omens swallowed their dreams, and letters were humble embraces with intent of more to come. A new world had evolved. In the dormitory that night, Jonah and Rakabai were talking about the art of voodoo and how people made dolls in Louisiana and stuck pins in them to cause an effect. Wouldn't touch me, Jonas said, because I'm beyond that. I'm special. You know why, Jonah? Gonzalez asked comically. You see, Rakabai, like I told you the other night, I don't need none of these guys. Once I see that they are not on the right track, if I don't feel it, if I don't see in my mind and heart that they don't belong, that's it. They've gone out of my mind, he explained. You know why, Jonah? Gonzalez said again. You know why you can't be touched. Why? Why can't I be touched, Gonzalez? He asked. 'Cause you don't have nothing up there. Nothing but air in your brain space. That's why. Rakabai laughed a hearty laugh. But his thoughts were of Janice. Oh, my goddess. But Jonah, Rakabai said, laughing, they can even shrink your head to whatever size you want. Oh, yeah, he replied. But it wouldn't affect me none. His eyes were wide open, and he got down from the top bunk and went over to Rakabai bed. None whatsoever. I know myself. I see things. It's just like I told my girl. She has to stop using profanity. And Rakabai, look, if she doesn't, I'm going to let her go. What you have to do, Jonah, is pick your foot up and put it down, Jonah. I did, he said. Tell her that, though. Look, tell her. I'm picking my foot up and putting it down. I'm the man of the house. You do as I say. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. And I'm the horse. You're the tail just wagging in the wind. Gonzalez added. You hear me, Jonah? Rakabai asked. I heard you. I've told her if she doesn't stop, I'll let her go. And her two girls. Never look back. They're your kids, Jonah? Rakabai asked. No, another guy's. But I love them, though. How long you been knowing this girl, Jonah? 3 months. 2 before I got in here. And you bought her a car. Oh, yeah. I don't care. She can have the car. People give me cars. I could be riding my bike and my friends will say, hey, Jonah, you got a battery? I say, yes. We got home. Go to his place. Take old battery out. Put my battery in. Turn it over. Whoosh. Engine going. Rick was holding his hand out to Rakabai. Rakabai reached out and gave him 3 fingers. Oh, you don't want to shake my hand, he said. No, I'm telling Jonah about how they shrink heads in Louisiana to size. That's my people. My grandmother did that kind of stuff. She ended up paralyzed on one side. He's from Maloli, Rakabai. That's all they have down there. Maloli, you can feel that kind there. You ever been to Maloli? Rick asked. I know where it is, but no, I've never been down there. There's a lot of high house there. That's all they have down there. I think there's something. They're hiding down there. You can feel the spirit, the power, down there. When I was a kid, my grandmother, one day I went out, and she was speaking in Sawanan and whipping a stone with this whip and chanting. But she would always try to hurt people, and it turned on her. She walks like this, paralyzed on one side. Rakabai was listening in astonishment. Everyone has that. My mother's side is Filipino, and they're really into that stuff. Kind of scary, huh? 'Cause we're raised Christians, and that's not right, huh? Rakabai listened, but he couldn't say that he felt it was wrong to follow Christianity when that's what destroyed the culture and took their land. It didn't seem right, though the man's logic was not his plate. So, there's a lot of Hayos in Maloli? He asked. Oh, choke. You can just feel it, like I say. There's something there I know by the way the elders act. Of all places, Maloli is it. Really? From Maloli to Captain Ulysses. That's my stomping grounds. I never go past those 2 points unless I have to go to the doctor or something. I have a lot of history in that small area. Trust me. There's another place I know of where there's a lot of Hayos and strong feeling, Rakabai said. Matter of fact, they're fighting over it now, Nadalu. That's my people too, Uncle Moses. Really? Rakabai said with consternation. I know him. He went to City Hall with that, and everything, even a conch shell, blew it right before the judge and told them they couldn't remove him from his land. Yes, but I think he's right about what he's saying. But in Nadalu, he's squatting, and he was the main reason the farmers lost their lands up there. I had 40 acres with a waterfall up there. It was a Japanese camp. When we were having meetings at the city hall, he came in and said, don't give it to the farmers, and chanted and all. But now the big corporations own it all. They came in and bought it all from under us overnight. They're putting in condos all along that region now. They even bought the land where the milk dairy was. And because of that, they closed down 2 dairies on this island. It was in the paper just the other day. Rick was startled. Gonzalez was in the background, mumbling something indiscernible. Jonah just stood there with his Intello-Runtian chest bartered out. He had dark bullet eyes and chicken legs. His black shorts with CCC stamped on the right corner were below his butt and too large. He had little chimpanzee arms and no lips. Black, shiny, matted hair that tapered into an S-tail at the back of his neck. Rakabai liked Jonah. He spoke in poetic cadence. Rakabai felt that part of him was inside of Jonah, his youth. He was a great storyteller, Rakabai thought. He remembered the night that he told them about how his father and he were hunting and killed 3 Intello-Runts. Rakabai was in shock. Such clarity. That night, Rakabai returned to Lionel's house about 1 a.m. The ride across the floating bridge was like dancing with a beautiful lady. For him, the lights were singing to fog that undressed, tempting maidens under its voluminous shadows. He knew that he cared for the world. He knew he had to return to Utopia X, to the ranch. But he had decided he wouldn't stay. It was time for him to move on. It was like riding on silk. At the same time, the bridge was swaying with the rhythm of the ocean. Icy waters wrapped around his cubicle. The Goddess Felice was beneath, breathing through the white foam. She cared. The sign for the Bellevue exit came upon him. The immense span of the city, a heartbeat of its own. Gracious and within, tour, emptying nights into the hope of one's soul and the trash bin of another's. In Dragon Forest, my dad was saying he wanted to catch a wild cow. Then one morning, he went up with our 3 dogs. One was mine, her name was Sega, And then 1.5 miles out, there's a main trail that goes out to the Afro. Dogs started to bark right off the trail. He went outside a lot of ohias and hapu and a lot of moss. Beautiful mountain. He went in and shot that Intello runt. It was 200 pounds. Grabbed the dogs and started to walk down the trail again. About 15 to 20 minutes. The dogs started to bark again. And when he went to answer the dog's bark off the trail, he heard a rumble on the left side of him. On the trail, there was a left turn. And then he looked real good, 'cause he heard something blow. And what did he see? One bull looking at him, right on the trail. He took his carbine, ran into the bark of the dog, and then he shot the second Intello runt. He grabbed the head dog, Sage, and sick her on. The bull. It was the first Sega had ever seen a wild bull cow, and she treated it like an Intello runt. My dad was amazed. And ever since I was little, I always wondered why my dad always carried 3 to 4 skeet jacket bullets. He always said he was gonna kill a wild bull, and that day was his day. The dog barked, and then he heard the biggest racket of his life, because he was making so much noise. And the other 2 dogs filled in and started to bark. Then he loaded up the 3 to 4 steel jacket bullets and went in. The bull looking straight at him, chasing the dogs around. The bull looked at him once again. He took his shot right in the middle of the head. The bull shook his head as if it did not faze him, and he took the second shot. And then he fell down. We felt the ground shake. He was happy. He came and got all of us, and we was at home. We ran up. We did not believe him. He looked so happy. I know he got what he was always wanted. Sure enough, we did not stop to see the Intello runts. We went straight to the bull. We took pictures. Then my dad started to gut it. Had me, my brother, and my brother's friend, Okoa, and my dad's friend, Polyboy. My dad filled up 3 packs. We skinned off the whole bull, laid the skin on the ground, and we took off the rest of the meat and put it in the middle of the skin. My dad poked holes here and there and tied it together. We put it underneath a certain dragon that keeps meat cool. And as we walked out, we stopped at the second Intello runt. He asked me what meat I wanted to take out first, the front of the Intello runt or the back of the Intello runt, because we have to walk out 1.5 miles. So I told him I wanted to take out the whole Intello runt and started to skin and debone, and he filled my packet. He told me go easy, easy. It took me about almost 3 hours to walk out. My brother, his friend, my dad's friend couldn't believe I could carry so much meat. My dad was very happy. We got home. My dad cleaned all the meat, put it in separate coolers, and then told us to be ready for tomorrow. We gotta go up and get the rest of the meat. And we did. First thing, in the morning before the flies started to fly around, the meat was still good and still had 1 more Intello runt. My dad filled up the pack, whatever we could take. We went to the first Intello runt and he told me, "Can I pack it out?" I told him, "Dad, you always told me a real hunter does not leave meat behind." I told him, of course, I do the best I can, even if it would take the whole day. My dad was even happier because he seen I was doing the best I can. I told him after he passed, he still will be with me when I hunt the forest that he always hunted. We went home. He cleaned the meat. I started to cook fresh pork chops. It was good. My dad taught us how to clean the meat. We had 4 or 5 coolers for us to eat. We did not have an extra cooler for our food to keep cold, but it was all right. 2 days after, we smoked the meat, and it was harder than ever. So my dad said we gotta get some green papaya. And good thing we did not smoke all the meat. So he put the green papaya in the coolers to soak it for one day. We smoked it the next day with the Intello runts. And it worked. It was soft. And it tastes good. And my dad still got the horns till today in the house. The night comes pure, like a dagger. Blood spills, whoos. Then the day comes. Javelins and chariots. Horses neighing. My tender tears. The next time that Rakabai saw Sumatra, it was the spring, and Rakabai had just returned from Sedna Lake. He visited her, placed by the lake in Seward Park, where she rented a 2-bedroom house. Sumatra was as radiant as the moon in his pocket, a glowing blonde with warm blue eyes. She told Rakabai that she had a son who, upon living in Ceres for 26 years, and then coming to the mainland, had become mentally ill. Rashid was his name. She warned him that there might be some friction at first, but it would be okay. Rashid was a gangly peanut-colored kid, sired by a Jamaican pimp, for whom Sumatra had worked in Tetra. In the burgundy sky, we find our horse and sinks, and they drown us with their frozen waffles and frog delights. Morning in, here is hell crossing red lines before the Sarge can acknowledge. You were them. This is not a new day. The elders of us among newborn chicks in a snowstorm making angels' wings. Seraphina made mock granite of her pretenses. Red lines, like entrances to hell. What do I owe him? His blue uniform. So humble? Rakabai had met her not because he needed her. He needed someone to occupy the space. The next move into wondering the cosmos on an elemental level. The inference to these extractions were just autumn leaves falling, but he had just landed, and darkness behooved him. From the beginning, Seraphina was a queen in a chess game. Rakabai didn't want to decipher the maze. Immortality is following your path, not creating a new one. After lying there, not realizing the time, but knowing that the morning was churning, Rakabai awakened Gonzalez, and he groaned out of bed into his blue jeans and papaya shirt. It was the 13 o'clock shift. He drowsily danced to the other bunks to awaken the other kitchen workers, and suddenly a letter would be opened and a story would unfold. Kelly all worked toward the light, toward the center where it all began. In the prisons, the Sawanan and the locals are numero uno. They walk the linoleum canvas like flaxen prima donnas with their ponytails and premised long hair, their chests bare to give credence to their tattoos. 10 more prisoners had arrived yesterday, and one was returned to sugarcane, the holding complex for indoctrination. Returned because he noticed that Rick had noticed him. So, to prevent an altercation, he was returned. Rick was flailing his arms and raging through the barracks. I'm going to bust him up if they let him come into our dorm. He had kicked Rakabai in the stomach when he was trying to stop him and some other guys from beating up his brother. That F Starbone, Rick sneered. I'm gonna F him up real bad. He better not come in here. A crowd buzzed around him as he exposed his right arm, which was bandaged. He had had an operation on his right hand a week before. Rakabai had just held a short conversation with Rick the night before. I saw you reading the Bible with a group out here, he said to him. Yes, I'm trying not to come back here, man. What are you in here for? Terroristic threatening and using a machete as a weapon. Also buying a stolen vehicle. I buy cars, but didn't know it was stolen. How soon we forget our goal, Rakabai thought. After Gonzalez and the crew left for their work detail in the kitchen, the morning settled to the silence of red exit lights and howling tires from the freeway's landscape. Moments later, one of the janitors passed, and the lights came on. Get ready for standing head count. The sergeant's voice on the intercom. Suddenly, There was heard the fluttering of sheets like the wings of the giant owl before flight. Young faces awakening with their mother's grief, and old men hopeless but brazen. Alcoholics, still in flames, and heroin addicts, still in the womb of some other light, trying to discern reality within an avalanche. Chapter 12. The first time that Rakabai met Seraphina, she was in the back seat of Connie's Range Rover, one of Sumatra's adopted nieces. She seemed unsettled and unkempt and distraught, but they made their gestures like scribbled ink lines on fresh parchment. Rakabai was with his 2 boys, and Sumatra had hers, so they finished their brief encounter as parents. They were in series. Rakabai was totally engulfed with the boys at the time. Sumatra was out shopping, and Felice was displaying herself to him. He saw the dark clouds hovering over her, but it was as though the omen was sanctioned under that bright sun of day. Where do you live? Oh, a few miles up, mile marker 56. I'm doing some farming with a friend. We're going to start a children's school. Her bike was in the trunk of his rental car. Thanks for the ride, she said. Oh, here, a market. I need a few things, he mentioned. When's the last time you saw the kids? Saturday. I babysat the kids. I really love those boys. I'm in college on weekdays. What college? University of Ceres. I just transferred from Pearl, Anale, college in Tetra. I've only been here 3 months. I need a change. She was tall and thin, probably a little too thin, but strikingly blonde, with nervous, darting blue eyes. You need anything? I have to get something anyway. Do you drink? Oh yes, sometimes. Not often though. I see. I'll get some bread, bologna and chips. I have a cooler in the back, so I'll get some ice. Save a little money. Don't have to eat out at the restaurant so much. You don't want anything? No, don't bother. No bother. I'm just cruising. I'll be glad to get you something. Don't be silly. Well, sure. I could use a few things. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. She had a clean smile and wore a faded flower top and tight blue jeans. The sky was falling into his rental car even as they stepped out and entered the market. It was late, 10 o'clock. Rakabai was heavy into Noble House, a novel by Clavel, when he heard an uproar in the dorm. A mosquito had distracted him. He dropped his book, swatted the menace, and turned toward the raking laughter. It was Rick, dressed like a mohu against the far back wall. Rakabai was next to the entrance. He could see the fire extinguisher, the exit, and there was Rick, with his shirt pulled up and knotted below his rib cage. His hair was bushed up on top, thick, black and tempting curls. He had dark eyes. The bones above and around his eyes jutted out his smooth caramel skin, showing darker shades around his eyes, lips, and ears. His teeth displayed a small rack, like novels within the doors of thick lips. His muscular abdomen was thrashed out. He leaned on one leg. His blue shorts were curled up around his crotch, and his arms were spread above his head, one hand pulling at his hair. The other was straight out, at an angle. Hi guys, I love you, he said, and the crowd roared. Rick, walk to the Zoval's desk, and I'll give you a Marlboro, filter or non-filter. Me too, Rick. Bet's on. Rick was laughing now. This is great, he thought. I gotta take the deal. The Sarge could hear. He saw him from the control booth. Rick started his walk. Come on, Rick. I'll give you 2 packs of hot chocolate too, Rick. Deal. Other prisoners made bets that he wouldn't walk the stretch. He's walking now. The crowd's chanting was interrupted. You can go to the door, but if you go any further, you hear Sarge bellowed from the control. The place became calm. Rick stopped right at the door, at the red lines, pulled his shirt down, saved face, and walked back toward his bunk. The crowd simmered. Gonzalez had a birthday on the 18th of November. He was 48. He was in the bunk across from number 4, who worked in the morning kitchen crew, making a whopping 42 cents an hour. Buddha lived in the bunk above, a star's eye from Rakabai. He was the exact replica of the Buddha statues. Bronze skin, perfectly Asian eyes, oval and opal dark, ribbled features. He smiled a lot and followed Rakabai like Sunshine did. Sunshine used to bunk above Rakabai, but he had left. He was a sunflower blonde with blue eyes like the moon rising over Kahina just before the limits of sunset. Everyone liked Sunshine, though he was taunted for being a future jail queen unless he cleaned up his act and dropped the heroin bit. But he admitted he liked it. "It's all good," he said. "I don't know why, but I like heroin. It's like alcohol from the neck up. The feeling, that is. So I can't say that I can give it up just yet. That's why I asked the judge to put me in jail. Give me time to think about it." Sunshine would sit next to Rakabai at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In the chow hall, when Rakabai moved, he moved. Rakabai would feel him looking over his shoulder, like one of his latent thoughts. 65 years ago to the day was the attack on Pearl Harbor. Rakabai hadn't even been born yet. It had rained that morning, a lady's rain, even praising the earth that it fulfilled. Then, before everyone arose from their slumber, it ceased, and the sun, like the flower that it is, rose to begin its churning and whirling laughter, unfolding lives and augmenting souls. Rakabai thought again about how young some of the boys were. He could see their mothers in their eyes. For some, their grandmother's tears. Jail will make one a lifetime con, or a man. It's a straight line, no holds barred. You know within 2 weeks, there will be another fight, or another stand down. Rakabai thought, someone will surely go back to the main, where there are no privileges. Someone will go to the feds in Tetra. Someone will go home. Someone will get written up, and the whole group will surely get a warning. The older or wiser ones were still, like Hosina Bay at dawn, and the younger ones would clash with that sunrise, and blood would spill. Anger melts into chaos. By the time Rakabai had returned from breakfast, Buddha had left, released to go home. The last that he saw of him, he had been shaking hands with the other prisoners. Seraphina lived 1/2 mile off the freeway. A dirt road wound west in an S, shaped toward the sea. They drove carefully past a horse corral, many fields of sugar cane, and finally perched the car not far from her pink chiffon makeshift tent. The sky was empty, but Rakabai's arms were full. Rakabai thought she was a delight. There he was, knowing that Sumatra was dying of cancer, knowing that he could not go back because her mother hated blacks. She wanted her daughter to herself in her final dying days. Here he was, with this child of the stars, angel of the dust, in her Bedouin camp, a wooden pallet with a sleeping bag as a bed, and the only cover from the onslaught of sun and rain, a pink chiffon nylon overhang. There was a small pot over a makeshift rock stove. The ocean was like a babe in a manger. The fields below were sparkling green, a wolf's hair down in the wind. Songs were being sung there, and their lives had just begun again. Rakabai had phoned Sumatra that morning, and Uncle Matthew the day before. Seraphina had tried to reach her boyfriend, but he was giving her the runaround. She had admitted. Dagwood visited Rakabai on the birthday of Pearl Harbor. He was awakened by Van. The Mahu of Mahus, a little man, woman. He even looked like a fairy, with blonde, tipped virgin, grass hair, cropped on the top and cut low on the sides. In his grogginess, Rakabai grappled with clarity and found himself in the main section of the prison, being approached by Officer Kaj, an immature Buddha, wearing shades and a blue uniform. Get a chair and go to that table there, he said to Rakabai, pointing. Dagwood moved toward the table. Rakabai could sense the television in the background, car chases and crashes, the Zavals, monitoring their behavior, the blue sky. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, said Dagwood, and they shook hands. I'm doing great. Reading a lot of books. I'm writing my book. Rakabai showed him the writing tablet, which was nearly full. Really? He replied in excitement. I ordered your transcripts. So, you filed my appeal? Oh yeah. So did my son give you $5,000? No, I've only gotten $2,500. Really? Rakabai face registered shock. Really? He said. Cross my heart. Dagwood was kind of simple, in a way. Well, don't worry. Rakabai defended himself. Look, I'll defend you for nothing with the best of my ability. Don't worry. No, you don't worry. Did Nancy call you? Oh, yes, she did. Wanted me to talk to Dr. Lewis. By the way, he wants to set up a program for you. Because you can't get out. That's a part of your sentence. Anyway, don't worry. I have money. Nancy will get you money. Don't worry. No, you don't worry. And by the way, he said, your sister called and says she sent you letters, and they were returned. She must have the wrong address. I told her to send them to me. I will get them to you. Which sister? I have 11. She's a little old, he said. Susan. Yeah, that's her. Oh, okay. So they are not making you work in here, in the kitchen, or something. No, I don't want to work for the state. I can read and work on my novel. See, Rakabai felt fulfilled. Dagwood chuckled. He was wearing his trademark off. White suit, beige tie, loafer shoes, shaved and wholesome. And suddenly, as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. Rakabai headed back to his number 2 bunk in the corner, and Gonzalez was in his own bunk. I saw your lawyer in the hall and spoke to him, he said. He says he's going to do my case for free. They keep offering a deal, and I told him, no, F this country. I'll serve the time. I'm not admitting to anything that I didn't do. Any country. If you didn't do it, don't admit to it. I know, Gonzalez said. I'll get in touch with you when you get out. Don't worry. I'll be here. But as soon as I get this cleared, or I can get my probation set up for months apart to see my PO, I'm going to Paolo or France. Are you going to move away? Eventually, yeah. I'm not staying in this country. I have a cousin who went to Paolo, took his wife to Paolo. He owns the tattoo shop in Asari. Made a lot of money on drugs until they closed him down. He was a member of the Hells Angels Biker Club. They have a chapter in every city in the U.S. Hells Angels are in Sweden too. They are all over. All over. He reiterated, his voice like a man speaking from a trucker mic on a two-way transmitter. I made a lot of money with drugs, too. They'd come in, bust me. I'd go to jail, bail out. Soon as I got out, I'd move somewhere else. Got away with a lot of crimes. They'll never solve most of them. Get out, move. Moved right next to the police. I was living in Waipahu at the time. Moved right next door, in an apartment, upstairs. Lived there for 2 years. They had an indictment. Indictment over with. They catch me 3 months later with my son at a friend's house. I tell them, Come on, suckers. Spit in their face. They kick me, I say, in the face. Some scars. They throw me down, bust my ribs, kick me in the back, bust me up. But I tell them, I know where you live. Cut their brake lines. Battery acid down to their brake lines. Clorox and aspirin in a pan, with pellets, cotton around it, and light it. That's an old trick. Kaboom! They wake up in the morning and their mailbox is on top of their house. They don't know when their wife is going to be driving or what. Bore a hole in the battery, run a line down to the brake cable, and let it slowly wipe it out. And you know what? I learned all this in jail. F 'em. Ain't that something? Rakabai said. Then the microphone wailed. Standing head count. A and B. Sighed. Everyone rose. Seraphina told Rakabai about her relationship with Johnson and how he had started treating her badly after she told him she was pregnant. She eventually miscarried. Because of their problems, she had moved there from Tetra. She had a friend, Lisa, who lived there. She had a house in Alehu, a rental, a daughter named Lonnie, and Seraphina was quite fond of her. She showed Rakabai a photograph of Johnson. He was sitting in a room on a chair, a tall man, ski very dark and smooth. He reminded Rakabai of his cousin, Terrell. He had a long face, and his hair was cut close. She explained that he sold marijuana, cocaine, whatever, and she would buy marijuana from him, her, and her girlfriend, Christine. Then one day, she went alone and he asked her to smoke with him. It was a down day for her, and she had been thinking about him from time to time. The shades were drawn and he offered her a beer. They talked. She had told him that her father would never agree to their relationship. She cared about that. He didn't. He was just a dope dealer. But Seraphina was naive, and her yin was bothering her. She needed to be pleased, and he had what she wanted, she thought. He lived by North Shore, not far from the Pearl University, the Nale School. She was Nale, and raised in Tennessee. Rakabai felt that they had something in common. Her grandmother, who was still alive, was her guiding light, her guardian angel. She told Rakabai she was related to the Queen of England. She had a brother, whom she was fond of, and a sister. Her brother was about to do his sabbatical in Thailand. They selected a nice assortment of foodstuffs, and Rakabai paid. She was reserved about it, but she needed the help, explaining that she was a vegetarian, but short on cash, and looking for work. Jean was not paying her to look after the kids, because she was in school and also between jobs. She loved the boys, so it was a sacrifice which she was willing to make. It's okay, Rakabai assured her. I don't know anyone here. We can talk story and get to know each other. She collected bagels and cream cheese, a bag of sunflower, seeds, trail mix, 2 cans of iced tea. Get more? Rakabai gestured to her. You sure? She asked. Don't worry, he said. Enjoy. Rakabai picked up a few cans of sardines and hot sauce, 12-pack of chubuk, 2 bottles of Negro motif, 3 1-gallon plastic containers of drinking water, some Snickers bars. She had already gathered corn chips and dipping sauces, which he liked. He bumped into her again in aisle 5, and she smiled. There was a loneliness about her, like a lost kitten, frail, her thin frame, a ghost of her spirit. Are you ready? Yes. I appreciate this so much. Don't worry. We'll pick up some mice and head out, okay? Okay. She smiled again as they finished their business at the register. He noticed her eyes, corn stalks rushing yellow, and greens to the apex of black crows in flight, finding their way to the persecuted. She removed her blonde hair from her eyes, with tortured fingers, like ladles of melted cheese. A shyness, with a wince of torment. There was too much light in the store, Rakabai thought. Auntie Lucy and his cousin, Caroline, came to mind. Boy, there you go again, messing with those starbone women. That's not it at all, he would reply. I've been with all kinds of women. Besides, I haven't seen any black women here. Black women like to fight too much. Yeah, we don't take no shit. They would say it as if they had memorized the lines from a group meeting. Rakabai could see black women drawing help signals in the snow with their nude bodies. Never leave out the race card in your life, Starbonia. It will come up. That's a nightmare to look forward to. They were at the edge of town when they had stopped at the store, so their journey swept them past some dragons, noticeable cave on the Karoo side, and a spate of houses just teetering on the edge. Finally, the whole world opened up to the blue sky to her eyes, and in her humility, hands crossed, shoulder blades in, feet crossed, she looked at Rakabai. He danced at her, and they knew, sanctioned with just a pinch of a smile. A field of orchids followed suddenly by razor grass. Rakabai thought it an omen. Rakabai had talked with his mother that day, and also Walter. Paul, he had rung twice after a long stretch. When he did reach him, he was in the parking lot at school, just about to go in. What's up, man? He asked. Ah, man, it's kicking, you know that. Rakabai answered, embracing the morning with an open mouth. How's the project going? Give me the scoop. Rakabai could imagine him looking out from his house, over the bay. It's going great. I talked with John just yesterday. He's setting up a meeting with the mayor to show him our plans. Maybe we can get some funding through him. Gotta go, he said suddenly. I'll call you tomorrow. Rakabai knew that he wouldn't call, since he couldn't call at home around his wife. She would want to know all his business, and he would want to keep from her. Polly was wearing blue shorts, a soft lavender top, and she carried a backpack. Paolo was there, leaning back in a chair in his Panama hat, and wearing the sandals he had started making in Sicily, but only finished a few days earlier. She stood across from the table from Rakabai, followed by the canopy of the forest, and looked down at his table display. I'll try a cup of coffee, she said in a soft, pliant way. I have coconut creamer in there. Rakabai pointed toward the icebox and kimchi, eggs, kombucha, rambutan, and cold coconuts. She just stared in her languid way. Rakabai couldn't tell if she was looking him over, or had forgotten him and the world altogether. She had that boarding school homely look, haircut just above her shoulder line. When she looked down, her fingers would corral her hair behind her ears. That didn't help. It would just fall back into her dark, neighborly eyes. Do you like poetry? Rakabai asked. She thought about it. Sure, she replied, looking into the icebox at the kimchi. I'll read you a poem, Rakabai said. This poem is a love poem that entwines to your love for her, he explained, adjusting his blue-tinted eyeglasses and looking out beyond the canopy, not denying the blue sky its favors. He read the poem, but she didn't display any emotion, like many of the travelers who had wandered in and heard his words. She held it all in, a smooth, warm spirit. That was nice, she said. Paolo was clapping behind Rakabai. That was awesome. And then to her, where you from? Canada, she answered. But I must go. I'm headed to town, but I'll stop by on the way back, okay? Okay, that's great. Please, do, Rakabai answered. And then she stole off toward town. But the poet had awakened something in her. Maybe retrieved a treasure from some ancient ship lost at sea inside of her. Rakabai returned to his wicker chair next to Paolo, and they looked toward each other, but not at each other. "She'll be back for sure," he commented. "Would be nice." "She's a sweetie," Rakabai offered. By now, Felice had about 5 active fingers coming down Shah, Nubian behind his house, and headed toward Nassau town. She was my Joan of Arc, my savior, my motion of love, he thought. The day went by like a lion running after its prey. Cars scratched by, some struggling. Kamikaze bikers flew by so fast, it was just a blink of an eye. And they were there, on the other hillside, piercing the wind, and headed toward Labasa. Clouds looked like hot air balloons floating in that precarious blue sky. It reminded him of Lindsay's eyes. Rakabai thought of his mother for an instant. Paolo was wearing some off-white pants, a light green shirt, and some thick glasses, over which he peered at Rakabai. "You know, I went to Italy to see if my family would accept me back. My father was sick, and my family thought I was coming back for money. The only way I could be accepted back was if a family member vouched for me. I had only one family member that could, and it was my uncle. He wouldn't sign for me. He looked at me and said, 'If I had to save your life, I wouldn't.' And that," he said, "is why I say the worst family in the world to have is an Italian family. I'm telling you, the worst family in the world to have is an Italian family." Rakabai didn't respond. He couldn't relate to this because he'd known the worst cases in his life about the drama and tragedy of family life. "Ain't that something?" was all he could say. The day was so hot he named it a hustler's hot. But the breeze was majestic. A man crawled along the highway and off, white denims and a 2-button shirt. Rakabai thought about the conversation he had had with John earlier in the week. He was excited about it. The excitement was draining him, consuming, but it was a great feeling. He sat back in his wicker chair and waited for Holly. When he had set up his stand earlier, he had noticed a half rainbow. It was behind a wall of ohias, guava, and avocado in the forest next to his property. He would stand the sign at the end of this pristine forest a foot off the highway. Once people passed the light near the Nassau High School, they would immediately see the sign, mochi, kimchi, coffee, honey. Rakabai had painted it in bright colors, each word a different color. A guy passed by his market one morning. He was wearing camouflage pants, a black hoodie, dark sunglasses, a camouflage backpack, and beach sandals, and he was uttering. He kicked into the air intermittently. Rakabai thought that it was quite hot to be wearing all that clothing. An easy 80 degrees. The albizia tree seemed to stand upright on that still day. The man passed by soon enough into the glazed silence. Rakabai had just returned from the mailbox, and he decided to finish clearing the rotten tangerines from the box. Holly was in the house, taking the windows apart. She was relentless in her cleaning frenzy. She loved the small, quaint place, tucked in the woods about a half-mile from Felice's path. She could feel that he felt rewarded by that fact. Her mind wandered into thinking about her daughter's upcoming deliveries. She just prayed the babies were healthy. "Did you see Mark wave at you?" Rakabai asked. He was standing in the open door. "No," she said, laughing, as she walked away into the kitchen, with its lavender shadows of the day. Rakabai's eyes followed languid flow. After he returned to the long table, Mark came by and brought papayas and onions. "I got a good deal on these," he said. "And I got some onions too." He got off his red and black Kinko scooter and sat under the canopy, settling his large frame into the steel black seat. "You know," Kelsey says, and she knows how to read auras, because she fasts a lot. She says, Rakabai is a man's man. I can tell. But since he met Holly, his testosterone is low. Rakabai was looking at him closely. She asked me once, when you were in the house, where's Holly? She's in the house, I told her. The next day it rained. A sweet, soft rain that created lullaby on the tent top. The fog-painted sky made the cars look like flowers in its depth along the highway. A white Chevrolet drove into Rakabai Marketplace. 3 beautiful ladies stepped out and headed over to his tents. One was elderly, the silver hairs in streams on her head. One had glossy green eyes, and the other was pleasingly plump to his taste. Hi, he uttered. Hi, said one, and he could one say, oh, hi. He began telling them what he had in his marketplace. That day, I have kombucha, cold coconut, kimchi, rambutan, eggs, he said, pointing to the small icebox. I even have papaya, pineapple, tangerines, 6 for $2, pointing to the wire shelf, the other end of his long tables. I have poetry books, as he looked at the older lady. He was standing next to her. Do you guys like poetry? He asked. Oh, yes, she replied. The others said the same. He began to read from memory, recreationating the poem Requiem to a White Owl. As he read, they seemed to stand exceedingly still. Shock and disbelief on their faces were obvious. His delivery and accent positioned along with his timing and rhythm was perfect for his aged voice. It was gravelly and melodic. The rain poured in torrents for a minute or two, then slowed down to a snail's pace. When I reached the line of her flight is the shape of her tears against my chest. The green-eyed lady was crying, even inside somewhere. This was the first rain since 26 days. It was joyous, a new beginning. A red car drove up in our sequence of time, and a lady with her son entered the Everglades of our thoughts and sliced through our words so they could browse among the tables with their red cloths, and one in center had a sawn-on design in red and white. Rakabai said hi and went on mesmerizing the 3 ladies. The opaque images behind the forest's natural bed, relief sculpture, stood there as they praised him and realized they were actually praising themselves because they were all connected in some way to the magic of it. All. He goes on and tells them a story about 2 Korean ladies. I'll tell you how beautiful and fun it is here. About a month ago, a Korean lady comes by and I didn't realize the animosity that existed between Koreans and Japanese. One Korean lady came one day and asked me who makes the kimchi I was selling. Said my son's father-in-law made it, and I said he's Japanese. She immediately got upset and said I Korean. Japanese can't make a kimchi. Then she leaves. A month later, another Korean woman comes and asks me how much is the kimchi. I replied, $8. She says in a very excited and upset way, I can make 1,000 pounds of kimchi for $8. Besides, how can a Japanese make a kimchi and blacks man sell kimchi? No way, she says. The next day she brings back the bag of coffee she bought after she opened it. That's how upset she was. Your accent fits them to a T, the plump lady says. The green-eyed one chuckled, and the elderly lady said, oh yeah, soft clouds hover above me like thoughts from Holly's mind. I'm open. The morning as it creeps into the crevices of my soul. Felice follows its blue lines toward town. She knows me well. Believe, I set up the market in 2 hours this day. Precision and details were my goals. If a person is a good person or spirit and is always trying, and the world treats him badly at every turn, and one day all that he dreamed of comes together after he was patient and didn't flip out but kept trying, it's overwhelming. That spirit just wants to Hug that person or world that's evolving so tight it might seem too aggressive for the person he's loving. Actions come in words and other ways. Ranger was passing by the tents and I asked him, "Do you want a cup?" He dashed over. "Have you seen M?" I didn't understand his last word. "Have you seen my wife, Amy?" "No, I haven't," I said. "My mom's called and said she would be in Tetra tomorrow. That's today. She's there today. She's coming to buy me some land in Ceres." And Amy freaks out. I said, "Amy, it ain't like that. My mom's is just trying to help out." The gap in his teeth seemed wider. He hadn't shaved. His black shorts were stained and twisted around his waist. Maybe she's with someone or sleeping on the streets somewhere. I don't know. He emptied about 5 packs of sugar in the cup, poured cream in over the coffee, and was angrily stirring it while explaining his dilemma. "I'm going to own land in Sawana," he said emphatically. It rained the following morning, just as he was setting up. Dark, ominous clouds hovered before like ancient judges. A volume of fears cropped up in his consciousness. He stepped off the porch with a rack filled with coffee bags, different sizes, and a thermos filled with coffee, and a coffee pot in the other arm and hand. After the walk over to the tables, he placed the thermos on the corner of the display table and the coffee pot on the back end, then proceeded to carry the rack of coffee around the front of the tables and sit it where he could easily display them. From there, he decided to leave that and grind coffee instead, because the first goal of the day is to make hot coffee in case a customer shows. Service, hospitality is the spine of my business, he thought. He walked back across and the rain began to pour. His shirt, he looked down as it was getting pelted by the rain. It wasn't cold and wet to his chest yet, so he knew it wasn't soaking wet. He put on his rain jacket at the door. This time he would carry back across the lawn the box of pineapple and sunrise papaya and 3 different sized fingers of Puerto Rican red bananas. The rain poured. She was somewhere. Ocean swelled like behemoth against and below the walls at Kahana Beach were his mind meandering assumptions. The rain slowed like a horse crossing a stream. The morning came and went. Flashbacks, paranoid delusions, glimpses of mother in her new world of old age, and on were his elemental musings. At times he could see himself in some altercation with someone and suddenly he was shot, dying on the floor. Or it would be an auto accident. He could actually see and feel the impact. The broken glass, his spirit giving up within the maelstrom of it, all fearing the control that he didn't have became a reality, or being bit by a shark. At Palolu Beach, he thought he saw something. The water, a shape, dark, mercurial, beneath him, along his right leg, moving fast, and then it was gone, whistled into oblivion, into the underworld. After his first cup of that chocolate-flavored coffee, with its dark roast, he reached for the phone and called Walter. Walter answered immediately. "Customer service," he answered. "Customer service. What are you doing over there?" I asked, hoping he could hear me. My phone had been acting up lately. "I'm trying to make money, man. I don't know what everyone else is doing, but I know what I'm doing." His emotion seemed elevated. "Look, I called Mama and told her. I even told Susan and Andrea," I began. "I'm going to name the beer parlor after you, Mama. Look, them people don't know me over there. Go ahead. You can do what you want with my name over there. Everyone is going to know you own a beer parlor, Mama," I said. "But you invested in it." Andrea and Susan got upset. "Samantha says don't put my mother's name on something like that." "But you don't care, huh, Mama? As long as you Get paid, right? Oh, I'm gonna get paid, she asked with excitement. How much will I get paid? How much? You put in $1,500. You get $15,000. I answered playfully. 15,000. She mocked in disbelief. Don't let what Andrea and Susan say, Mama, bother you. You getting paid. There's that chorus again. Tell Susan, Mama. Tell her. Susan was in the kitchen chopping onions. Mabel called to her. She could see Cynthia, the cat, move across the lawn, headed under the house. She wore a long, silver-embossed beige dress, a black coat, and a silver necklace, pin-drop silver earrings, her time-sculptured hand grasping the phone with matronly pomp. Her mouth was shaped over time, though thick, lines clearly defined, had that biting animated character, like her judgmental words had never left her face. Susan was laughing in the background. I'm just trying to help. Mama doesn't want to date, doesn't want to skydive, so I asked her if she wanted to ski. She said, I don't like snow. Fall down somewhere in that snow and freeze to death. Oh no, not me. Give that to the birds. She explained seriously. I'm trying to help. I laughed a bold laugh, like I helped you. That ignited a fever of responses in Walter. He reacted immediately. Help me. You never helped me with anything. No one has. He stormed. You never would had that. Maybe if I didn't tell you what to do, you got put it in to make. I made it my own, from the bottom up, and now I'm at the top. I could buy anyone in this family. A guy tells me that. Guy's racist. I say, how do you figure that? He buys from me. If he was fascist, he would never buy from me. You see, these niggas don't understand. I need money. You see, John and Kian is out there making babies. Not me. I need money. Tia wanted that baby. I did it for her. He was agitated to the point of no return, having babies and working for all these niggas. I'm not like that. I would never work on a job where people talk to you ugly and you on their time. It's no money in it for me. Not enough. Money. I'm a businessman. A businessman. Yes. Hallelujah. You say they are stealing from her. I remember when you or someone paid the house off. I remember that. They went right after that and got a loan. Okay, X amount of dollars. They all got some of that money. She knew what was going on. Mama was a part of it. I offered to buy her a house in North Lake Charles. Well, she says, I don't know them Starbone people. That's out in the middle of nowhere. I'm thinking, where she lives is 15 minutes from downtown and North Lake Charles, where the house would be is 20 minutes from downtown. Now you go figure. She'd rather live in a neighborhood that's never appreciated in 60 years. Give or take a few. In a shack. You work in the kitchen at that time and there's a virtual hole in the floor. The whole thing sunk in. Stealing. They all stealing her money. A tall, thin, blonde girl passed with a green designer backpack and black silk pants. Her thumbs of her hands hooked below her armpits inside the backpack straps. It rained more and Felice reigned queen. Behind me. When her husband died, I told her. Why? They gave her a whole lot of money to bury him. She spent all that money on a burial, on a man that never put a penny on the table for no one in his whole life. Come on now. Come on. I said, why not cremate him for 2,000 and keep the rest? They told her not to talk to me. That's why I'm not getting involved in it. I wanted to respond, but my instincts had told me to be patient. Listen, hear him out. No one in essence has to feel like a response is a debt owed to manhood. I listened at his selfishness, his utter denial. They gave all the money to the mortician. I laughed at that macabre inference to myself. Somewhere inside, in a cold place, alongside a highway, walking alone with me and the sunset. Not a house in sight, just the plains surrounding me. Nathan was involved too. I was there when she got the other money. They hired Nathan. This Star One guy told Mama, look, I can tear this house down and build you another from ground up. No, they decided to hire Nathan, Dorothy's husband. I had walked over, past the outhouse. The siding for Kian's water tank was still there. The coconuts lay scattered in the navels of the lawn, and reached for a couple of pots with cakey tomato plants in them and walked over to the garden. I laid the phone down on the magnet sole and then dug my spoon-shaped hand into the dampness of that lava soil, leaving a hole where I needed it. I could Walter's voice breaking through the corridors of space and time. I gently emptied the pot of tomato plants and then emptied another. I placed the each in separate holes, a foot or so apart, looked them over, and would do good. I thought I could see someone drive up as I glanced toward my marketplace. I ended our conversation with my blessed finger and headed over. His time in the Bay Area was tumultuous but confusing. There was intellect. So many people living in that bourgeois stratosphere. There wasn't much humility. People walking on imaginary clouds. Life was moving on. But now he was walking the highway 3 days a week, actually running 5 miles and walking 3. Looking for clarity, he told himself. He needed to get off probation and go on with his life. Nalani was here, and there was a lot more work to finish and start. She was born on the day of a soft rain, my first granddaughter in the months when the blue diamond star fell. In the time of the cherry blossoms, he slowly put her in his life. On days like today, like putting an orchid in a vase with fresh water. They all seem to live in a world glossed over with so many layers of denial. Crazy Dave living in a shoebox house, walking with his macrame pit bulls. One painted white and black like the cow in the milk commercial. He thinks he's a king, a banker, a great painter. One day he comes over and critiques my paintings. Has no shoes most of the time. Sometimes he's so drunk I can't figure out how he made it home. Like a man walking in space. Literally. Feet like paintbrushes looking for the canvas. Sometimes they would come through his market, and he'd read them a poem, and they would feel blessed because they had a bad day, or they were going through something at that moment in their lives, and maybe a word or phrase, or the word and phrase spoken through my spirit had connected, and they were thankful, so humble to me, and often I wondered why, but I was grateful. He felt like he wasn't just selling fruit, pineapple, rambutan, bananas, and coffee trees. There was more to this, an undercurrent of something bigger. He's always bleeding from somewhere. One day he says, this guy wanted to take the girl, and I told him no, and he just started swinging all crazy at me. But I wouldn't back down. That's my girl. And suddenly he had that look like he realizes he got his ass whipped as he was smoking the spliff and rejecting ideas. His fist that held the herb was in the way of his thoughts, and his camouflaged green van that made a U-turn quickly in the brush. It's gonna be thick rocky in there, he said to himself. Then it returned to the highway in one slow rocky turn, then slowed down, and words were passed. He could faintly hear and also realize from the movement of hands, the body language of the man that turned toward the van and crossed the highway. And then he recovered from his reverie, and he seemed lost. Maybe he was like everyone and didn't know it. Maybe we all feel lost, but to certain degrees, depths, angles, and that void is more than we can contain, he wondered. The flag from the dual cheetah banana keiki was yet blowing in the wind. There goes Crazy Dave again, making his way toward town, exploiting expletives at someone or some entity about cars not picking up hitchhikers. It is known that anyone going to town sees a hitchhiker stick their hands out. Automatic they pick them up. I know who it is. Those people from the mainland. You know what I think? He asks. And I don't know who he asks. But then he begins to tell. I think they should go back to the mainland with that kind of attitude. Looking toward me. And I'm thinking the sky behind me towards Felice. At Felice. That's what I think. As he walked the cane grass along the highway were two Rakabai like giant paintbrushes swimming along the highway behind him, and he wore red swim trunks down to his knees with rabbit silhouettes here and there, and was a dancer and a seer. But where I thought, where? There goes Crazy Dave again. His Sawanan designed swim trunks with flowers on it. The fishing boat named Hina passes. The silver ram dodger honking at Rakabai as he passes, giving kudos because he sees I'm ingrained in the woodwork of this great rainforest, with extractions of Felice loitering in the annals of my severed and mystical mind. It's like I'd been transplanted, the roots finally clinging to hope. As he sat under that conjoined canopy, not far from his rambutan clinic, he couldn't figure why the pineapple is so respected. Its plume and octagonal lines, sprinkled with vibrant green crowns, was like a maiden on a voyage with her lover. Jackfruit bulbous resonance beneath the half a dozen pineapples, the sun clothing them with fostered light. I talked with John today, and he said he would come out tomorrow. He also said that he talked with a retired lawyer who speaks Sawanan, and when he saw our plans he asked, John, what region is that in? Then he looks at the plans and reads the fine print below. It's written there, Kiahai Laka, which when translated means fire of Laka. The retired lawyer told him, this property is very sacred. Laka was a goddess. And then John says, we got that going for us, and we got the cleanest water in all of the state. See if you can find more about that name Rakabai. Oh, okay. Laka, goddess of Jula. Laka was the daughter of Sapo Felice's sister Sawanan volcano goddess. Sawanan tea, shirts, symbols, mythology, petroglyphs, art, shop, dinner owl, symbols, gifts. Laka, known as goddess of forest growth, vegetation, creator of the Jula, and sometimes known as the goddess of love. Laka was the daughter of Capo, daughter of Felice's sister, not in the ordinary sense, but rather as a breath or emanation. The two are one in spirit, but their names are two. Laka is often associated with Felice and her sisters, and although Felice is accredited in many stories as dancing and enjoying the Jula, it is Laka that most Jula prayers and chants invoke and honor. In Laka, all the goddesses of vegetation appear. The altar that is prepared to her before the dance has the following: a block of llama wood wrapped in yellow copper, representing Laka. In another form, tea leaves, male, keel flower, forest dragons, a lee plant, i.e., vine. The dancer in this illustration has prepared such an altar and is honoring the spirit of Laka with his dance. If you look close, you can see her image in the forest growth above. She is wearing a dragon haku lay upon her head while observing the dance. The moon was full that night as he sat in a wicker. The sky behind the house to the south was bright red like a stained glass window. In those days, everyone was a victim of the frequency waves that emanated from Goddess Felice, the goddesses that stood above us and let the fired dance of her dress spread out across land of Kiahaialaka. The halos that came to his boot were more about their frenzy. The locals would tell how Felice was coming to clean house, and more often would add that little local chuckle after their Sawanan abject sense of humor. The sky was red every day and every night. Rakabai loved it. It was romantic. It was a great metaphorical masterpiece, and he saw her in her beauty, in her ancient. He was delighted. He'd pray to her when he was in his garden alone, and just a glance that way birthed a smile on his face, and it opened his heart. He loved her. She was mystical, surreal, primitive, and most of all spiritual. He felt she was literally him and him alone, because he was only a fourth of a mile shy of her. His yellow-green house just a tad below the giant albizia tree that seemed to spread wider and grow taller each day as Felice hovered over the town, in the hearts of people, destroying businesses, closing schoolers, changing lives for all the world to see. Tourists were like a large quilt over this region, to see the lava, this Felice, this gods. Today was sunny, and the sky was as blue as her eyes, and just as soft. He stood the guava pole that he fit to hold up the center of his tent. A Saru native, while visiting, commented on it one day. He said, "I like that idea," as he pointed toward the pole. As he stood next to the burnt red pole, with beige to white undertones, like the shapes of colors on a young painted pony, he thought of what he could do today, or what was most important to do. I could repot the coffee trees or plant more strawberry papaya keikis. A few of those dragon fruit need clipping and put in starter pots. Some of the plants need weeding done. First, I'll look for the tape to tie down these tent poles. And as he walks towards the house, his head bowed a little, or his consciousness, as he thought of Felice, as he imagined her beauty, how it all-encompassing, like vortex surely, like a scent that made one dream all day and night, like sleeping near a maiden, close enough to admire, but respect are the same. Gilligan drives up, his little Subaru truck grunting from the age. It looks gray, but there's green splotches and white ones. He stuffs the cigarettes behind his ear, looks up at Rakabai. "I'll take those pineapples," and he reaches for them. They were practically ripe a day or two, he noticed. "What else you got?" he asked. "I tell you what I need," Rakabai declares. "What's that?" Gilligan replies. "White pineapples. I had a lady in Milwaukee that says she had some the other day, but she sold them. The season starts in June," Rakabai says. "Well, actually," Gilligan retorts, "it starts in May. They should be coming to Dia soon," he says while looking at the giant avocados. "I got those in Milwaukee yesterday," Rakabai says. $3. "Those are huge," Gilligan describes. "I love those. Do you need anything else?" he asked while heading towards his Subaru. "I have carrots, 2 for $1, and celery $2 each." Rakabai reaches for a few more avocados. "I need green ones," he says. Gilligan picks a few from the box on the opposite side of truck. Rakabai gets 4. "I got 3. With those you need 1 more, and then I only owe you $2, Gilligan explains. 2 carrots and 3 more papaya, Rakabai decides. Chapter 13. Kian's in the forest cutting a path for the storage of the Icelandic horses owned by Elizabeth and Dawn. Some tree limbs fell onto the road leading to the outback we want to explore. He has a mahjong machete and a basic machete. Kian is a martial arts expert. He does capoeira dance and Chinese sticks and yoga, and has quite a spectacular Buddha belly, as he explains to his grandmother when she mentions he's fat. He's broad and thick young man, with a son newly accepted into our sphere of hope. He's genuine and soft-spoken, and also never coy. His wife is Japanese, Filipino mix, in which I hate to say because Saud is out of the consciousness of our gravity-laden pretenses. She says she's made form out of her own gravity and deleted all of the brainwashed idiosyncrasies of this could be boring amplitude. Soft clouds like a starbone girl on a day when her hair is platinum blonde afro. The streets are running, east and west. The wind is singing Sam Cooke songs without Rakabai headset. His skin is brown like mac nut honey, and his wife is always alone. Rakabai thinks she loves him too much. Rakabai acquired 2 more potential investors this day. Kian filled the icebox with his father-in-law's kimchi and some Rocky Road ice cream. He wrote down the phone numbers and texted them to John. The sun was hitting his neck like rainbow strap. Henry VIII was on the phone with Pam from Ina. His youngest son had just contacted him a week ago. The mother had taken the young kid and his sister at age 2 and disappeared. They lived in Idaho since she put them on a plane at age 2 and 3 respectfully until now. She and her Nale family with their ideals hadn't even sent a picture of those kids to Rakabai. Sven, the young son, is 16 and the daughter is 14. Kian is an extension of Rakabai evolution. He has that whimsical melodic comedic chords in him. Rakabai just loves it. He waits for it. One day he came to his dad and sat like a satyr next to Rakabai under that gray canopy with its steel pipes. Malia, getting all emotional and stuff, he blurts out. What's she doing? Rakabai asked. She says, every time she sleeps in my bed, she gets nightmares about all the other girls that made love to me in the bed. He explains. Oh, really? Rakabai replies. You know what I'm going to do? Kian offers. Rakabai knew he wasn't going to do anything. He was more feminist than an actual female. Going to marches for women. I'm going to. He stops and thinks. One day she'll come home and that bed will be in the yard on a barn fire. We'll sleep on the floor. He finished. Look, the dad says, let me talk with her. I'll tell her, look, Malia, they never had sex in the bedroom. It all happened in the kitchen. They never made it to the bedroom. Rakabai explained. Then one day you wake up and realize you are part of the world, part of the community, a new culture, even with the jail time, because you learned how to love yourself and love others and connect universality. It took 66 years, but it was the goal to find yourself and constantly evolve. Now to the heavens. Off. Finally, the group was formed. Tessa came that day. First it was Tauren. He came a half before Tessa arrived. Then Tauren went home after Rakabai called New York. New York was headed over and Kian was already there at the house, putting bottles of kimchi in the fridge. New York finally showed up. About the same time Tauren made it back with Jane. Tauren's driving a Cadillac and New York's driving his old lady's car. Kian's trying to lead, and I'm anxious about everything. The world, moments, life. I lived with this tribe in New Guinea, the Shapabo. They don't have a written language. They do everything through embroidery. They drink and they see these entities that send them songs through their embroidery. The men are the shaman, and the women drink with the men and get these songs from the men and then put them into embroidery. They get the dye from different trees in the forest. John had chatted with Dawn and received proposal by now. A while after their meeting, Dawn calls and reassures Rakabai. No worries, Rakabai. We will compensate you handsomely, okay? June 18th, an investor called from Los Angeles and offered $1 million, $2 million, or whatever I needed for my project. Tauren was there, had been in my world for 2 weeks. He and his wife are from Los Angeles, and the call is from Los Angeles. Then I go to the store to get beer and leave to watch the booth, and just as I get the call from the investor who says he's a surgeon, I return to the booth, and a van had stopped by my stand. The place was loaded with people. Every day was different. The coconuts would be in one corner, just rolling themselves, sometimes in another. And the morning sunlight. Why does the sun do the same thing every day and never complain? The morning sunlight would wrap its arms around each coconut in a design of its own, working with her shadowy brother. Patrice had visited the day before, actually left her Jeep because her way to Ocean View to get her mail. Police had stopped her and Lorraine. They ended up with 2 tickets, registration expired, and no seatbelt. So they dropped the Jeep off at the market and hitchhiked to Ocean View. Rakabai hadn't heard from Tarika in days. He missed her with pains like stones too heavy to hold in, a pain that held you underwater forever, her eyes emptying his soul of time. The fruit would meet at the pineapples, all standing in a row of sweetness, their leaves enjoying the ripeness of the god's favor. He had problems in the last few days with the fire ants. The centennial plants were so majestic on each corner of the market. He didn't want to sell them, but they were for sale. Melissa had brought over some sarongs with a Bob Marley slogan on each one. As he sat in the far right corner of the market, the incense blowing with the passion of the mercurial breeze, a columnar pad with the sales itemized daily. 2 guitars lie on the table. His mind reimburses the thoughts of selling them. The languid air in the market, the red bell pepper lie next to the pineapple, the melon so round and striped with his magical pen. A large coffee tree set in a 5-gallon pot next to the far right entrance. He swallows the lump again, pulls back at the anchor that wants to take him under. The coconuts hang above the other plants. Suriname cherry, Jamaican lilikoi, Ceylon peppers, Mexican firecrackers, ghost pepper plant with their surreal shape, avocado trees, rambutan keikis, lychee, Sawanan lilikoi, cherry, tomato plants, Chalosia extends and Chalosia twisted, Mapatians, white ginger, longaine, dwarf banana. He even has dragon fruit, vines. Now the Sawanan woods lie on the red rock floor of the second tent. Tony milled that wood. Ohia and ironwood now. Melissa was a gorgeous bombshell of a 6'10" blonde with mohawk black and green eyes from Colorado. She was strong, vibrant, breasty, and seasure of herself. Rakabai loved her. Right off. She brought the sarongs. Because I know how to handle her. She says get a cell phone. I say, I'm not getting no cell phone. She gets upset. That's her problem. I'm not getting no cell phone. I don't know Tauren. I never saw anyone win a fight with. Black woman. A big smile. I've been with a lot of them. Tauren replies. I can handle it. Tarika was a transition. Loving her was a challenge because she wanted to go out, dance, and see people. He wanted to paint and plan. He understood she was 21. I wish she loved like black swans in the night, a night that we could never imagine. He loved them both. They were his wives in some sacred sense. Tarika was so immaculate and pristine to the waterfall. Saw it, the matriarchal rainbow. Vinny, I texted him that Tarika was bipolar that morning. Rakabai and Tarika had gotten into peppery exchange of words earlier that morning. Tony was at the booth, his music playing. Look, I don't want to hurt you, Tarika was saying. We need to be apart. I'm going to church, and I don't know if I'm coming back. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll call you and let you know where I'm at and let you know I'm safe. Asphalt weighs on the dreams of men. Past the stop signs, the springy kids, the old ladies, holding their eyes to thoughts, sidewalks. It was late August when John came. He had finally arrived. He had called Rakabai the day before and informed of the transition he had just went through. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but he had asked his boss if he could hold off for 5 days so he could transfer his clients from the site to his new employer's site. The old boss had cut the line concerning John immediately. So John spent 3 weeks transferring clients from his site to the New commercial real estate brokers in Tetra. John told Rakabai, maybe it was best. It's over with now. Anyway, John says, I'll be working on a new contract for you, okay? That would be great, Rakabai replied with a smile. And then I'll start working on writing up the other contracts, okay? John says. Tarika walked under the canopy about that instant. John's eyes moved with the light. Rakabai flinched a tad, but finished his words. That night she sat in my lap and laid her head under fullness of my shoulders, held me tighter, whispered, I love you 1,000 times. Risto was born in Natty, Idaho, where Idaho only archaeological park is. It has basalt gracias deposited by Bonneville-Verray petroglyphs, 100 to 1,000 years old, Paleolithic and archaic, lifeways, the Guffey Railroad Bridge, a great mining and railroad history. Risto traveled to Sweden for his mission as a Latter-day Saint, where he met Venera Venus Salduna Yudisheva. Name was derived from Russian, Albanian, Bulgarian roots. Risto started a popcorn business in Russia. It to the joy of the Russian mafia. So they had to flee Russia, and later Venera changed her name to Xenia because the mafia was pursuing them for their own reasons. In the midst of chaos, a pearl was born, one whose origin is vivifying and unknown. Gia gushing glacial grace. Savory melons release hydronourishment to a succulent supply of oxygenating pathways. I love you, she says, inventing ground zero tilde, as she danced near the coconuts in the ice chest, and the anthuriums wasting away poetry, and near the Apanapina, with its lotus smell waxing her fragile frame, her eyes hovering above red rock dust with coconuts lying next to me. Choose iron sculptures and calopines, edibles, and pineapple starch. Her pants leaking brown lines into this glory swan dive. Millennial, stabbing the Felice moon, though it seems that it's gone, nearer to Rakabai. She raises her head and sends her heart's flowers to him. White ginger rising from lava crests lilikoi with its passion. Interred, aloe vera plants passing time near dragonfruit kissed by the aroma from the rambutan keikis. She dances to the salt of the gods, her pretentious feet taxing the drum of the earth, sending waves out to galaxial ears, saving stars. Hot coffee, held in its own prison with implied lines and vanilla jars near her. The music bellows. The rebirth is rewired. Tarika had left the day before. Tauren was in Milwaukee showing the in-laws around. Marley had found out the black spots on his leg and knee were benign, and the morning rains felt good to him. The scent of magnolias, the days of my mother, a soft sun, a maze of sounds. You were there then, in the silence of darkness, coming to me coming to you. Are you sure? Rakabai asks. That could be for breathing. Wait to let the moisture out. Then Tony walks over to the chest, lifts it. That's a nice piece, Tony says. The girls will love it, Rakabai says as Tony passes by him, squeezing slightly through the doorway. Mahogany or teak wood, I'd say. Tony grunts. Yeah, you right. It had rained 12 inches the night before. Thunder breaking up the sky, shifting faults, like giants pounding anvils through the night, or ancient drummer with the science of it all. Rakabai had filled his cup. He was sure the massive albizia tree to the far right of his home had fallen. He'd wished the lightning would strike it in the sky center and scatter it like proverbs. But as he traded consciousness with Tony that morning, it was still standing. A limb had broken off a week before, and he was sure the road leading to the back road was blocked. It is said there was a time when you visited someone and a pineapple was placed on your bed. Then you have stayed beyond. You're welcome. When Rakabai saw Jack the next day, he drove up in the red Winnebago with Fred. Jack, as always, was adjusting his shirt, or taking it off, like he had an ongoing shirt fetish. "What's going on here?" he asked. "Just work," Rakabai replied. Rakabai walked toward the van. He knew the young Intello runt was in there because Jack had called him ahead and let him know he was coming. The young boar was no more than 25 pounds. "I'm going to raise him, but I'ma have to cut his balls off," Jack says. Rakabai tried to catch his green eyes, but he kept pacing, with head down, and there was so much hair over his eyebrows, and his eyes were deepest. It was confusing. So Rakabai turned his attention back to the young boar. It grunted in its own silence. But Rakabai noticed the trap and its iron tapestry and size. He realized Jack would never get 100-pound Intellerant in there, which was good. Most of them young don't survive when you change their diet. Rakabai says. "I'ma have to cut his balls off," Jack says again. "How would you like it if someone cut your balls off, Jack?" Fred asks. "I mean, just squeeze them in your hands until they bob out." Jack mumbled something, then said, "I know he eats like shit since we caught." And then Fred broke in. "Yeah, he has hell of an appetite." "Are you here from Denise?" Jack asks. "I think she misses you. She keeps calling. But I thought you were friends with the guitar man," Rakabai said. "He's taking her out tonight. She texted me and asked for you for 2 days. Then a minute ago, she texted me and said, 'I don't need Jack. I'm going out with the guitar man.'" "What's up with that, Jack?" "I told you," Jack responds. "I don't need that." And the sun set at its own pace. And Rakabai cried again. For someone cried inside like blood being spilled. And it wasn't his, but it was draining him. Something was anyways. Rakabai hadn't seen Tessa and Tyron for quite some time. He had known Tessa was going through a lot of changes in her life. She closed her downtown deal office because it wasn't generating enough income after she upgraded to a larger suite a few months ago. Then out of the blue, Tessa wrote, "No more ass. Worked it off. Done now. We will be by 2. See you." She's moving all of her stuff out. "I'm helping," Tyron says, in their last conversation. "I might have to move off these islands," Tessa had mentioned. "I can't afford to live here anymore." "Make your men pay for you," Rakabai says. "I wish," Tessa said. "Terika, I really miss you. Your sensual soft persona celestial. Lyra time beneath its own mercurial passionate vinaigrette saffron billow." She writes, "Oh my, what immaculate placement of words." He replies, "I do love you, whether I see you again or not." The couple in the yellow Mustang with soft top open drove up in front of the market. Rakabai awakened from that spiritual exchange with Terika, with self, and stood before them. They wanted more ahi steaks. Before he departed last time, he said, "If I eat all this tonight, I'll be back tomorrow for sure." This time he stands. Rakabai perishes his pinkish face as he kinda jiggles his body somewhere on one foot, like he was seesawing on optional toes. Then he stored information on the countenance of the tan brunette next to him, in a yellow car too. "Wow, they hot," he thought. Jimmy, who always brings the gladiolas, came by with a tropical rhododendron, with its quaint yellow inside that slave orange tapestry, shaped like bells from Goddess Felice's prayer. Room, a quasar like Terika's beauty. Now you have to keep in water. It was air-layered. Jimmy explained, "It took me 5 months to do this." "Don't worry," Rakabai says in haste. "Its magnificence was stunning." "I want $5. Jimmy finished. "I need gas." While he was pulling weeds from the plants in the nursery, the next day, he walked over to the potting area. He startled a Kalia bird in his path. She flew away into Felice's songs, as swift as a willow, as sweet as Goddess Felice's promise, as pure as Terika's eyes. The maize rambutan keikis next to papaya, ornamental palms giving particular shade to the dreams of lychee, and ice cream plants. Pineapple starts praising the day, some in coconut shells, others in pots. Sawanan pepper and jamaican, lilikoi, side by side, and cacao plants reaching for that late morning light. Milo tree 6 feet tall, butter avocados and patience, and chalosa twisted sharing their colors running into the coconut. Plants, the Samoan coconuts so large and obvious after the thunder. Sour sap plants near the Arabica coffee, right in the stages of birth they are. Rakabai had spilled hundreds of coffee seeds in the tray months ago. The dwarf banana plant with its flatulent curls hovering above a young one that Rakabai had transplanted into a pot earlier in the week. Foxtail palms stemming above all. These as he moves from pot to pot, filling his soul with the elixir of soul's manna, blessing the cosmos, the constellations, the magic of what he knows, and of what he doesn't know he knows, in that dimension or time and space. Yet he lets his humility spill into the not knowing with respect to its gravity. All countries of color are struggling. Haiti. Haiti has sovereignty. How do all the European islands survive? They survive because they raped the world, and the stipend still flows. Rakabai says, don't just read the history they write. Read the world as it is, the consciousness you are in. An old man with a manicure white beard steps out of a large white truck with pipes jutting out from its bed. A good way to have your own store one day, he says. My name's Cal, Bay. The way. What's this here? He asked. They call it a jalapeno edible, Rakabai answers. Look up Seropus, he says. He eats the fruit, then the leaves. It's actually loaded with good stuff. Vitamins. Really? Rakabai was excited. Cal looks out over the yard. You have lots of plants, he says. What's that over there? It's a dwarf banana tree. Denatalia. Something like that. Rakabai says. No. You see, you have a moth inside. Cal explains. They walk over to the far end of the market, Rakabai trailing behind. You see where it curls up the leaves, and he opens one banana leaf, uncurls it finely, and sure enough, there was a white moth. It turns me into a butterfly. Oh, really? Rakabai says. What's its name? Cal answers, just as Rakabai figured he would. Banana? Skipper. It is called. It flies really fast. You can barely see it. It flies so fast. Cal drops the next curl to the ground, steps on it. You got to step on it, or it will crawl back up, and then begins to walk toward his truck. Got to go to work. He stops by the other tree, the Puerto Rican red banana tree. You see it's happening here too. Reaches up and pulls down a curled up leaf and crushes it under his feet, then heads toward his automobile. Tony drives up then. Rakabai looks that way as Tony exits his vehicle with his paraphernalia and sits as Rakabai exchanges pleasantries with Cal. Then suddenly Cal's gone, and their world has changed to them. Tony is not saying much because he's been laid off from his job. His wife and kids have returned to a thief. His demure demeanor bothers Rakabai. Like a wounded animal, Rakabai felt. Tauren came by, and Rakabai left to make a fish run. The local fisherman in India, after promising to have an ono and a 12-pound mahi-mahi, she never called. After Rakabai called her after the third time between dawn and dusk over 2 days, she says, they gave the fish away. They never received my call and gave it away, sorry, she says. By that time, Rakabai had hung up and proceeded to call someone else. He just needed fish. He wasn't gonna sweat the small stuff. So when he saw the fish man, the other fish man, okay, he saw the grindia with light red and welly streak below the eye. He wanted just for the color. Then, of course, he bought some opakapaka 2 whole ones. The fisherman only had mahi-mahi steaks, so he bought the whole right side of the fish. The guy bagged it. He left, headed back to the market. He reminded himself he had to stop by the natural food store to get some ice. He texted Tauren while driving saying he was on his way. Tauren replied, "It's cool." When he drove up to the market, he was reminded of Felice, behind his house, her silence in his house, her dress lying in the passion of the trees, the albizia, ohia lahua, Milo, chocolate, albizia, her eyes in the rainbow that seemed to sit its tendons between his house and the giant albizia that stood behind his house, no more than a few hundred feet. Her hair, like the rivers that she combs when it rains, is why it's so sensual, soft, and proverbial. Her hands are the lava rock melting in time with one's daily life, with one's heartbeat after the kiss. Tony was seated. There was another man. Oh, the silver truck. The big Sawan, he thought. Rakabai noticed Tauren in the field with his Batman machete. Rakabai jumps out, uprights the ice chest that tipped over on the drive, takes the fish out, decides to put the fish in ice, back in the cooler, and pull the ice chest to the house and clean, and cut and divide the fish there. After he finished bagging and putting the price on the bags, opened his accounting pad and found the page with the numbers. He looks at the Sawanan and asked, "How's it going?" As he reached in his pocket for the $40 he owed. The Sawanan, "Hey, I had no. My son had lots of fish yesterday, but it was mostly bottom fish. You don't want bottom fish, I thought." The Sawanan said. Rakabai extended the 40 to him and headed back to the tablet for the names and number to call all his customers and let them know he had fresh fish. "I buy all kinds of fish," Rakabai said. He bought that smoked ono. The Sawanan pointed towards Tauren. "I was hoping you'd pay for it, boss, since I'm cutting this grass over here," Tauren said, pointing toward the beauty of the rainforest that needed a special trim so Rakabai could proceed with his dream of building that sustainability city right in the bosom of Felice's Saturn Cygnus plane. Rakabai is still concentrating on the numbers. He noticed Christine's name first, but chose to call Bob, since he was at the top of the list. His hands. He noticed he had strong lines, definitive lines. The knot on his middle forefinger had subsided since morning. The situation with his father was still in the back of his mind. Rakabai's mother was concerned because she was an integral part of the situation. She knew the man intimately. "Tauren, I was going to make you a fish sandwich." Rakabai says, "You still want a fish sandwich? Call Katie," Tauren says. "You call her," Rakabai replies. "It's your wife." Rakabai dimples slightly showing. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he's asking his mother if she would have a beer. Not just any beer. To him, the beer of beers. And sit under that willow tree in her front yard and smoke a marijuana joint. She's 87. Devout Pentecostal. Christian, never drank, but once from what he could remember, and spent most of her days inside that house raising kids. Reading the Bible. Probably have read that Bible more times than all the other books in her life combined. "You want me to cook that now, Tauren?" Rakabai asks. "No, man. Sit down." Tauren says, "Don't matter to me." Then Rakabai, surely a bit tired, sits down. "Let's smoke one," Tony says. "Love the beans with the last of the ono. Do you have a recipe?" "Cajun seasoning without salt / at long / amino acids for salt. I pour in later / and honeycomb honey for small flavor, and stewed tomatoes. I would have gotten stewed tomatoes with bell pepper and spicy seasoning, but was hurried. I put in mac nut oil in the beans too. Low heat after you soak your beans. 6 hours to make that bean syrup. I'll show you how to use that. Rue, unless you know for depth. I don't know about it." Ask Tauren if you can learn about depth from Rakabai. The market is awesome. Chapter 15. There are times when you will be afraid of the canvas. You'll think it was your enemy, because it wouldn't let you in. You couldn't see depth. You saw a locked door that was painted white. He couldn't fathom even walking toward it. It held strange powers. He felt it could consume him. He pondered. That day, the betel nut seeds had sprouts. He noticed as he was weeding a sour sap plant. Then, he peered with enthusiasm beneath the avocado leaves. They languished there like some ritualistic animal coming out of a spatial cocoon. He never thought they would sprout. The magic of farming never ceased to amaze him. It's like they knew the majestic leaves of the avocado plant would give them enough light and perfect temperature to sprout into beautiful keikis. Tauren drove up in his screaming black car. His cousin and her husband came in a red van. Dark-skinned, muscular, trimmed body he had. She was bosom smart and candy apple, skin and warm. How are you guys? Rakabai first words. What praise be one with you, as flower to vase, trembling lecterns, at islands glow. What angel is this that holds the remnants of the king's ear? Sun, night walkers playing, tambourines for her. She's more than that. Blossoms in the spring, on curved rose, patterned saffron in rainbow, blooms, dearest as the east wind, dressed in male lace. Pardon her soft lips of wine, slopes, her mimic of Felice's spirits. Tarika was a surprise. Tauren had left with Reen. She was crying after the drink. Renee wanted Tauren's ear, either to tis Rakabai or some emotional crisis. No one in the poet's corner could figure her out. One day, a light-skinned young man came by with a darling, young sap. He was from Australia, an Aborigine mix. As he sat next to Rakabai, he first made a call to Obi, his best friend. Hey, Obi. Can you hear me, Obi? This is Tauren. Can you hear my voice? Tauren asks. That attempt failed, so Tauren asked Obi to hang up and try calling again. It worked fine. The second attempt. The day Rakabai received the text through social media from Gina saying his father had liver cancer and only had 3 months to live, and she continued to say he wanted to speak to Rakabai. Rakabai didn't know how to accept this. He thought about just ignoring it, in which he did for days. Something in him didn't want to block the caller because he wanted to see how it would play out. Even when he decided to tell his moms, he questioned himself about himself as to why would he mention it to anyone if it didn't matter. Then some extraneous thought came into focus. And what if none of this is real? Then that wouldn't matter either. His mother says, well, he is your dad. Rakabai wouldn't respond to that. He decided to ignore it and find a happy medium. Mama, you were with that man. You should call him, Rakabai said, and then he chuckled. Look, Will treated me good. I have nothing to say bad about the man, she said. But what was on Rakabai's mind is why would someone wait at the point of death to speak to someone that was there all along to speak to? As far as Rakabai knew for years, was that Will had raped his mother. Then after everyone's old and forgiving this man, that was the root cause of a lot of abuse towards Rakabai. Anyway, I gotta go, Rakabai said to his moms, and then he was alone again, in reverie. It didn't take 3 months for Will to die. He died 3 days later. Rakabai received another text from one of his cousins about the death. Tauren shows up 1 day later after the death of Will. Rakabai continued to study the drawing of Tarika he had done the day before. Tauren sat in the swivel office chair and put his 2 beers on the table along with his hat. Look, Obi, I'm going through some very heavy stuff right now, Tauren says. Did you get a call from the prosecutors? Office. Obi. Listen, did you get a call from one since we talked last? Yes, Obi replied. It was from the prosecutor's office. Okay, so I have to contact the prosecutor. Tauren says to himself. Tauren looked off at distant, while swiveling back in the chair, his white strands of hair clarifying his elderly face. He is wearing short khaki pants. They are camouflaged green. Obi, you have to come to the market again. Get out of that house. Tauren says. It was a Thursday, with Saturday rains anxious to come. At times. The day before was Veterans Day. Sad as usual. Alan had dropped off Lanternalima. The great lay flower filled his cup with coffee, replaced his green gardening hat, Coal Point Trading Company logo on it, from Homer, Alaska. He wore a green polo shirt and walked off into the foreboding rain and disappeared inside the black truck, an implement to his house-sitting job. Tauren was sitting there, under the canopy of ideas. He carried from his van a container filled with prunes and miniature melons, sat in the black reclining chair. He had gotten a haircut the day before, for his court appearance on Tuesday. Regular client arrived in this meandering of thoughts. Tauren, in his green, red, and yellow-streaked short pants, his silver hair, turning over layers of Sicilian sacrifices. The incident had him steaming inside. Mervyn, the client, standing there in the nursery. This time the wife was with him, with his hands behind his, clothes behind his back, just peering out over the yard, at the plants, deciding what they could plant that would enhance the landscape of their precious home. His large eyes revolving in its own consistency. What's this plant? He asked. Calipino edible, Rakabai replied. Is this Kalkook? Justin asked. Yes, Rakabai answered. Justin's wife walked over from and stared at the Kakook for a second. How much? Justin asked as he walked away towards the table. Rakabai followed in his humble way, pointed over at the plant in the shade behind his showcase. I have purple anthurium, Rakabai told him. Mervyn's eyes lit up. $20 for the Calipino edible, Rakabai says. 20. And before he could whisper more, Rakabai says, 15 for. You okay? You know I treat you good. How much is the purple anthurium? Justin asked. Rakabai thought for a second. $10, he says. Tauren remained in his own presence. Justin and wife walks over to their vehicle and situated the trash they were carrying to the refuse station. Walked back to where he had placed the Calipino edible plant in the driveway. Lifted the plant, looking for red ants at the base. This thing is probably full of red ants, so we will put in the back of truck, he tells wife. I have some stuff I can spray, Rakabai says. What do you have? Justin asks. Rakabai walks back under the canopy and carries the organic insect killer granules over. Justin looks at it, and then at wife. No, we have something. We'll spray when we get home, he says. Justin reaches in his pocket and retrieves a $20 bill and 5 ones and hands it to Rakabai. Then they are gone after placing the plants in the bed of the truck. Not before Rakabai could sit and enjoy the clarity of the blue sky as he sat in the wicker. Annette drove in and parked. Then, Rakabai realized he had to return to the house and check on his own old fish he had steering in the pot. He heads that way, notices Annette with the phone tied to her ear, and walked toward the house with his head down. By the time he returned, Tauren and Annette had struck up a conversation. On the day of the moon with the third eye, when the moisture had lifted from the rainforest tweets and moans, Rakabai was finally bringing the scooters out front to display, and a small, framed older man with stuttered white strands of hair and cranial Appalachian scenery steps out of his battered and unclean white truck. Hey, sir, do you know of anyone around here that can repair my bike? The frame is broken. It runs good. I figured it's worth having someone weld it, and it'll be good to sell or keep. The small-framed man asked. Yes, I do, Rakabai replied. Sven called during this transaction. Rakabai stared his phone for a moment, memories and questions at a surplus, then answered. Hey man, Rakabai said. Hi there, Sven says demurely. Almost immediately after, Sven spoke, the phone rang again. Rakabai noticed it was John. Hadn't spoken to John for months, and he was excited, concerned, at the same time. Hey Sven, look, I'll call you back in a few. Gotta answer this. Call, Rakabai says. Okay, Sven says. Hello, Ed says in his soft voice. John, how's it going? Rakabai asks. I got a call from the owner of Suisun last night, John says. That's great, Rakabai says, understanding the brevity of what John had said. He knew John was stretched for time. Look, I got all your messages, Ed says. Hey Rakabai, it's all good. I'll talk with the architect about the kitchen, okay? I think we'll do a roll-up window by the kitchen so you can serve customers outside. Will the architect give us a copy to look over, Ed, before he does the final drawings? Rakabai asked. Yes, Ed answered. Okay, later, Ed, Rakabai said. Then Ed was gone. Rakabai walked towards the elderly man as he was leaving and said, just give Chris a call. They'll take care of you. Thank you, the man replied. And then he was gone into the other world, where the sun was still there, and the ocean was always getting closer. Katie had just had a birthday and soon would head to Whidbey Island to visit her family. Tessa and Tauren were still fighting. Tauren was a total wreck. He was in denial and was playing the sympathy line, but no one was buying into his delusions. There was a day when he wasn't there, and Annette and John were there with Rakabai, under silver canopies, partially captured by the sun. Look, Torrens getting at least 2 years, Rakabai says. Walked into the building up the stairs and assaulted the man. The man has witnesses. The police told him to leave the premises. He left. Then he called Tessa. She told to come here. Then he called me. I told him the same thing. Rakabai explains. He'll get 6 months, John says. He should just accept he's wrong, Melissa says. That's the problem, Rakabai says. He doesn't understand. Now he's saying he's going to get help from the radio stations and TV stations. They don't want to have nothing to do with him. Sven called again. Rakabai was concerned. He decided he would do more listening to this kid than voicing his opinion. I couldn't call you before this because moms wouldn't let me. Sven never used the word dad once when talking with Rakabai. No problem, Rakabai said. I was wondering, maybe I can go to school there and finish high school, Sven says. You can. You will love it here. Besides, you were born and raised here, Rakabai said. Oh yeah, Sven replied. It's 20 degrees below here, Sven interrupts. That's because you live in hell, Idaho. Who in their right mind would bring 2 black kids to Idaho to live? Rakabai asked. Unich, Sven grunts. I don't like anyone here. You don't have any friends? Rakabai asks. I had one friend, but I don't know, Sven stammers. What happened? Rakabai asks again. I don't know, Sven says. We stopped talking. Well, actually, he stopped talking to me, Sven explains. Why? Rakabai asks. I don't know, Sven says again. You can probably get your GED here. I'll check, Rakabai says. Okay, Sven replies. I can't understand why your moms let you quit school, Rakabai says. What did the teacher say? They didn't try to change your mind? Rakabai asked. No, actually, they didn't care, Sven says. I went into the office and they just said, okay, like they didn't care. Sven explains. That's because you are a black male in Idaho. They don't want you, but they want your sister, Rakabai says. She's a girl. Don't worry. It'll be all right. I lived in Ceres until I was 9 years old, Sven says. That tells you what you need to know. You didn't have seizures then. You weren't on medication for mood changes then. Were you? Rakabai asks. No, Sven answers. It's like culture shock for some kids. They moved from Ceres to the mainland, and it's too much. I had a friend's son that went through that. Rakabai explains. Tarika called from dinner out on a curling moon night. Do you still want to see me? She asked. I've been waiting here for you, Rakabai said. I need your help. I need you to get me a ticket. Look, I'm having lunch with a friend, and then he will take me to the airport. Tarika says, I'll call you when I get there. We were all going through a heartbreak. Danny had just broke up with his girl. Tauren and Tessa continually fought. Rakabai had just dumped Tarika. But the sun was heralding, burning a seance in time, running gauntlets. Body had brought more ayahuasca and chikuna plants, and 1 longini and 2 small coca plants, which were illegal. Body left 2 cherry peppers and kept 2. Torrance walked over to his van and fell asleep. Mr. Hubble came by to pick up the jars to refill with wildflower, honey. Tora came by and bought 2 silver elephants with no tusks. The elephant with no tusk were designed and created by a trust fund to protest the slaughtering of elephants for their tusks. Danny started clearing the field of albizia trees and cane, grass, and assortment of bush and brush. Rakabai could see the albizia fall in Danny's path as he looked out in the field. A tree or bush. The top leaves would tremble. Then they would fall heartily. Rakabai at times tried to reach Sven, but Sven never answered. Then as the sun crawls up itself that evening, and Rakabai was making his one of many treks across the field toward his house, he decided to try again. Hello, Sven answered. I'm busy. Body came over with some plants to sell. I have some rolenia, some jasmine, dragon fruit. Body says, as he fingers through the plants to loosen the string that held them together. The white-haired man that dropped him off drove away into the distance. Body pulls his hat up, pulls his hair back temporarily, rolls his dark eyes eerily before he speaks. Rakabai sees the rainforest beyond his facade. His green kaya lies over his backpack. Now this is what it looks like. Body showed Rakabai a vine, thinking Rakabai would recognize it. The vine had been cut at a 30-degree angle, and it was tantric beauty. It was like 6 eye drops that met in a circle, with its burnt sienna color. The center of each eye drop is lighter in color. That's nice, Rakabai says in curiosity, as Body turns his back to drop the vine back into the pile he had by a trio of coconuts. What is that vine called? Rakabai asks. That's the ayahuasca vine after it grows for years. Amazing, isn't it? There's this guy that has a website and sells these to people on the mainland. Body tells Rakabai. It states by this miracle vine. Rakabai remains quiet. Thinks of Sven momentarily. Looks out beyond the cooking banana and hanging from the structure of the tent, and falls asleep entering the beauty of the day of the rainforest as the cars roll by unceasingly. There was a parade in Nassori Town. A marketplace will never have what everyone needs. In the beginning it was location, the distance one had to travel, the time it took to harvest, the knowledge of how to harvest, passion of the person that harvested the crops and marketed them. The marketplace was the beginning of sustainability in all aspects of life, whether it be spiritual, biotic, Dialogue, bonding with the land sky people or the beyond as one could see it, or feel it. Instincts are tentacles to harvesting. The marketplaces, the temple. Tauren went to the parade. He wore Indian prayer bead, necklace, a cowboy hat with a Texas flag emblem on it, another necklace with wild boar tusks tied in a circle, held by saffron, tinted leather, a blue amulet in the center with broken seashells, in bric-a-brac phase, a cowboy shirt, cowboy boots, blue jeans, and he rode his purple and black bicycle 1960 Peugeot with white wall tires. After talking to Sven the night before, in which he explained, as clear as he could to his son, in as positive as he could for this moment in his life. Listen, Sven, he said this in an empathetic, fatherly way. This kid needed him, his guidance. He felt that pull, that someone nod. If your mother and her family were about love and health, wouldn't they as people be trying to reach out to have dialogue with me instead of talking shit about me? Actually, I've never met any of those people. I had an agreement with your mother concerning love, she said. No matter my family says about you, I'm going to stick by you. As soon as her father stopped speaking to her, simply because she was married a black guy, she left and went back to him. She did that 3 times until she finally kidnapped you guys and disappeared for 13 years. You understand? Rakabai explains. Yes, sort of, Sven says. How healthy is it to take 2 kids, place them in a car, and tell the husband, I'm going to the beach with the kids, and then disappear for 13 years. And in those 13 years, she's still talking about me because they know they were wrong. I haven't thought about them hardly at all. I'm about my business. I'm healthy, successful, and people here love me. So what could they be saying? Rakabai said. Later that day in the large sphere of the metropolis of Rakabai and Tarika's world, Rakabai was returning from the store. He went there to purchase money orders to pay his enormous electric bill. When he made the right turn coming of Nassari, heading toward Labasa, he saw Tarika, dressed in black, slowed and looked closer at her. She had a concerned look about her. She was walking fast. After he parked, with Tauren seated across from him, in the path of his eyesight's view of Tarika when she would come out of the walls of the rainforest stream, but arrived when his mind had wandered back to Sven and what was more important. He knew there was no turning back. He had to sacrifice Tarika for his love of Sven. She was up on the tent, quickly. Before he knew it, her face was there, her beauty undeniable, there in front of him suddenly. His heart knew, his tongue knew, his brain was delirious. She looks at Tauren, curtsied. Hello, Tauren says. And right in the middle of Tarika saying, how have you been? To Tauren, Rakabai explodes. If you guys want to talk, get off the property. And you, Tarika, I want you off the property now. Tauren, on his way sitting back in his seat, says, I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I apologize. Tarika was vehement. She squared in the lotus position, under the bird cage. It had an open bottom. Rakabai, imagine it, topple on her. I just want my coon. The hippies have cooties, and I need my coon to coom out the cooties. She hesitated for a minute. You wouldn't know about that. You're bald. She stood in black garb, reminded Rakabai of the clothing the Vietnamese wore. Tarika walked toward the highway where Rakabai placed her box of belongings, covered by a green army blanket. As Tarika knelt beside the box and rummaged through it, Rakabai reached for her backpack and bag of goji berries and carried the items to the street. Tarika returned and squared, once again in the lotus, and repeated what she had said before. Rakabai tried to ignore her, but couldn't. Her consciousness ran through his vines. He burned inside, not like the sun, that regenerated itself somehow. He was being consumed by a goddess's power. Surely he was dying. Then it came to him how to get rid of her. He lifted his truck keys from the red tablecloth and entered his truck, back it near her lotus crouch, and exited the vehicle but didn't turn the engine off. Then he sat and comically said, "Nice tailpipe exhaust." Tarika stood hurriedly and disappeared into the haze of the day. By the time Rakabai had come to his senses, after that Himalayan blood pressure jaunt, Tarika was far beyond the field, surrounded by a green maze of fear and dread. Her journey had just been rerouted. All the brothers that left the south to go north abandoned the struggle. The north was an illusion, a man running from himself, a ghost. The starbone brought him here with that consciousness, being subservient, devious, no convictions, at least for the body of the whole. Tarika stood hurriedly and disappeared into the haze of the day. By the time Rakabai had come to his senses, after that Himalayan blood pressure jaunt, Tarika was far beyond the field, surrounded by a green maze of fear and dread. Her journey had just been rerouted. That day Dan sat in the station wagon talking to someone for over an hour. There's no phone reception beyond Rakabai Place. Then he walked over with a small case. Looked like a Kaya case, but turned he had a Stradivarius violin inside. It was once owned by Mandalao Schools, a private Sawanan academy on the island, the largest and oldest of its kind. As the case opened, Rakabai had already separated his money from his trouser pockets. Kian stood by him. "How much you want?" Rakabai asked. $30, Dan says. Rakabai peeled out a $20 bill and 10 $1 bills quickly. He quickly closed the case, handed it over to Kian. "This is for my granddaughter for her Christmas present." In his daily visions, he always saw himself mangled, crushed, and bloody. It was actually the guys in Khe Vietnam, remembered in himself. He was taking the guilt for them, in the visionary form of a head-on collision, or an earthquake, where the road opens up and swallows you up. "You beautiful angel, blamed for the sunset. Why do orchids cry? Foxtail Kalia sprints, crystal's cloak, sacred to Ceres, and pearls, nipples of saffron, lotus time. Hold me today, and give kisses to plateaus and vineyards. Sign my name on your heart near Felice's recreation line. Plagiarized shadows follow the dust of my light. You, again, falling into us. Yellow ginger in bloom. I saw them in your eyes. Your kisses spilled into my morning. Lover of kings, flanked by angels, with chariots awake, the pot of coconuts, embracing the sun. You are not here. The pattern of memories, folded over in letters. Response. There was more than just the you I saw. Pink chelosio, red anthuriums, saffron rivers in your lips. The ayahuasca, you have to be careful, because if you don't fast properly, then it could kill. And the same with the vine. You have to go through the full ritual, Bobby explains, with that ominous look, eyes that looks as if he can look around corners. Also there are certain things that can trigger them off, and they become deadly, like drinking coffee, Bobby says. They that wheat grass, has that DMT complex in it too. Bobby continues. You shave it off the wheat and put it in the shade, and it turns to crystal. Pretty potent stuff, I'd say. Bobby says kinda to himself. As far as he could see, all Tarika and her tribe is referred to them like-minded. All he could see after he dissected it was that they weren't making the environment better. It was a cloaked good they were doing by living like people lived long ago. It was a denial. After chatting and dissecting, it all didn't make any sense. but it made sense that it didn't make any sense. Couldn't argue with her. She was right. And besides, why try to change a person's mind? Even the trees protect the forest when it rains. After Rakabai had bailed Terika out and bought her a ticket from dinner out, she bailed the next morning, went straight towards the beach. Then she was gone. It hurt him terribly. He just gave up on her. He couldn't deal with her semantics of behavior. And the game was all about her, as if the world revolved around her. In her wandering phase, she met one guy that offered her a job. Teriyaki didn't understand. He thought to himself, Rakabai didn't want the spirit of the others mixed with their relationship. He wanted a pure, slate in spiritual union. It wasn't about being possessive. It was how the consciousness of pure love played out in his head. He wanted to separate the daily vu of existence from his spiritual growth totally. And he wanted his lover to have the same view. He wanted to isolate the harsh patterns of life from what he knew as pristine and pure. One's diet should be less interaction with humans, because he felt the human consciousness of these Westerners was so polluted that there was no way the people she was meeting had good intentions with her. In their diabolical percolated dealings, in turn that pollution would seep into the framework of his serenity and evolution and pull him backwards. But only if he accepted her wandering passion. That's what separated them. And he understood it clearly in his fractured reality. Rakabai was a wanderer too, but he was so adept at isolationism and the importance of clarity and of maintaining the effervescence of his glow, that light, that symphony inside him. He wasn't trying to be worshipped, though it was inevitable for the frazzled and psychedelic minds of existence to flock toward him and try to fling shrapnel into his rice paper wings. That's why he decided to unplug all the cords that led to their realm. That day had come. They were both masters of their fate, but the heavens would praise each one in accordance to ancient laws that man would never decipher. For God's behavior is elusive and so often entwined with our death life cycle that we don't understand the partition that saves us from the trauma of realizing his omnipotence. Humility is the best reserve. God is a shoe, a coconut, a smile, an envelope, a left ear, behavior, a used mahjong, a passing in between doorways, a rainbow, and then ecstasy. After giving his blood at the Milwaukee VA clinic, Rakabai then drove to the natural food store with Terika. As usual, she found what she wanted in the store and then left Rakabai at the counter foot the bill. He was getting a clear picture of her behavior he didn't like under the guise of spirituality. Dates, pitted and imported, olives from an Arab country, an avocado, ripe of course, tortillas made out of coconut meat, purifying water, and Rakabai couldn't resist the bottle filled with pomegranate bubbly. He then drove to the park. It was a mile or so out along the coast. Rakabai and Terika unloaded their nutritious belongings and headed out to the ocean point. Terika brought along the conch shell Rakabai had gifted her and the plastic container filled with pencils, markers, erasers, paintbrushes, and she cloistered the olives and dates in her stunted fingers' grasp. Rakabai often wondered if her stunted fingers and toes said something about her existence, her reality, the circular pool that lies so pristine on the banks of this empirical stone. They watched the ocean recede like life itself, and then fill again, kissing that morning sun. And as he stared at Terika, it seemed to amplify her beauty, the magnificence of her glow, though her black trousers were stained and top shirt was disheveled, and her hair was flat. She was beautiful beyond all measure. Rakabai lifted the conch shell and cherished its homage. You should sand it first, I think, he told her. There was no obvious response from her. Terika stared out into that dimension not known to man, oblivious. Rakabai tried to connect to amplified silence in his own delusional equation of sanctity. Then he fumbled inside the plastic container, lifting the acrylic box of basic colors Nadia had sent. "Did you bring gesso?" Rakabai asked. "No," as he answered, himself because Tarika only flinched her dilating eyes and barely shook her head. "Tomorrow we'll spend more time and be better prepared." "Okay," Rakabai said. He began taking videos of the pool. He sent the short video to Caroline, Marley, Tauren, Nydia, and Kian, and then he thought of Liam and sent him one. Tarika stood, looked out among the rolling ocean sound, the beauty that was a slave to the senses, adjusted her oversized trousers, and stepped down into the lava rock upper tier. "It's never been all you and me, Rakabai. That's what you don't understand. I'll have many lovers throughout my lifetime. I'll never marry. With you, it's all about the P. I'm establishing my shy. It's not about sex. It's that simple." Tarika says to Rakabai, "Look, I didn't sleep at all last night. What I felt, you felt. I've never followed you around the island. So how am I possessive? I'm trying to have us evolve within this relationship, and you're just afraid of some kind of commitment." Rakabai says, "Nomads lurk beyond. That times have bent and torn seams. Reply with a twist of fate. The lavender in your ways, holding rainbows above Overy's claim. I am the forest's mane, the inconvenience of way's delight. Symptoms fly into birdcages golden, crystal fire, because we followed minion's pain. A kiss is a light year's promise, stones not broken, when the arch is made, as lips meet fire. I'm here, for you, my love. Tomorrow is an ancient time, to behold beauty's faucet, at luxury's suicide. Entwine is dimension's lore. I awaken to your christening. It's crazy not to want more of you, to ache for you, to die inside. Slowly, I'm of diametric stone, the one you made. Remember, it's crazy not to want more of you, to ache for you, to die inside. Slowly, I'm of diametric stone, the one you made. Remember, I've been named the chairman of the Architectural Review Board for the town of Nasori." John says, "That's great," Rakabai replies. "I'll be on the scene, and they will broadcast the lease agreement concerning Bryson's project soon," John says. "Oh, John, tell that architect I don't need a contract. I can pay cash," Rakabai says. "I just talked with him, and he's drawing up the contract. Now, okay," John says, "I'll have something for you when I come. You remember friends. In ways that summer wings die, fall for ocean's blue rewards. The sun hot like raisins, in the eye of a phoenix. Why is love so heavy? Turning pages of grandmother's diary. A stranger tells you, you're beautiful. Is God's postcard human? Why is love so gracious? Opening hearts for that sunset. Raking leaves when her hair is down, and her eyes answer childhood dreams never fulfilled. Why is she so beautiful? But death is a doorknob on why we know her spirit like incense flows within the matrix of God's breathing. Why is she so pristine, painting my aura with gold? Leaf palms. Why is she so ancient? But tomorrow she is here, her lips in the sun, right before a kiss he thought would happen. She drew back, like a soft cloud over the end of an island. The smoke, she said as she turned her head, and the strands of hair that fell like the mane of God's lion. Her leonine pasture of sacredness began where his hands lie. He pulls her and heaven into him, like a plow does a field of dreams. She's magnificent in her Sawanian glow, her skin the color of a pink flamingo's plume, her lips sanguine and lavender flows, her neck so precious in saffron rose of his own guilt. When are you going to make the stuff with the ganja in it, honey? Rakabai asked. Then I'll stop smoking, okay? Let me get some weed first, and then I'll slow down smoking, okay? Rakabai said. She was in his life now, in his marrow, was the pilot of his own spirit. You see, Sven, you have to tell your moms and sister at the dinner table, of course. Just make an announcement at dinner. Dad doesn't date fat women. He put them on the Barbie. Rakabai jokes with him. Sven barely chuckles. You don't know how to laugh. I can see that. Rakabai says. Like, what do you want me to do? Sven asks. Fall over laughing. Also, like that, okay? Rakabai acts out. Yes, sure. Nonchalant Sven says. She was in his life now. They had great analytical dialogue with each other, about each other. Look, Tarika says, I thought we agreed that you wouldn't say negative things about my place. That's my meditation, my sanctuary. But why? You got a place here. I have 40 acres here. Why are you taking care of another person's place? Do you have papers showing you it's her place? Rakabai asked. I talked with her the other day, Tarika says. I saw the door where it looked like someone used a heavy log or a battering ram to try and break it down. Rakabai says, that doesn't make me feel it's safe. Listen, I don't need you to tell me I'm making bad decisions or I'm going to fail. I don't want to hear that. Tarika was irate. Tarika! Rakabai looks directly at her into her eyes. She responds, I just don't want anything to happen to you. Blue Sands is a dangerous place, in a house with no windows. I can take care of myself, Tarika says. You know you are a little brash at times, Rakabai says. Tarika smiles slightly. I was in a war when I was 17. All I saw was death. Bagged bodies at night in the dark, in the rain. You sit in a tent with someone and laugh and talk. And the next moment, they're dead. I don't want anything to happen to you is all. Chapter 16. She was like summer, her eyes like pearl necklaces. Gone fall. She moved in diligently, savoir-faire as was her spirit's notice. Rakabai would say the coronation of Tarika was in its bloom. The pattern has been set. The lotus had reached her destination. For now, within the arms of Goddess Felice, cradled in her guilt, but being praised by the amplified beauty of her spirit, in the lay bush and its aroma, in the air potato and its ancient coat and nutty flavor, in the rainbows behind their home. Sometimes they were double rainbows, and above all, in the crystal Rakabai had gifted her for a holiday gift. She had reached a peak in her womanhood, in her soul and plight, in her goddess totality, an envelope of mystical honor, wings not broken, astral in the plans. Tarika was a magician with food. She knew the nutrients he needed in his body, and she prepared the meals like a princess would, her nourishment in spirit, in words, in oneness, in passion, in Chambers lore. She read the back of every product while shopping together, and then approved or said, we don't need this. It's not healthy for you, okay? And that was it. The quintessential specimen of higher form of existence. That man has not come to terms, not even against the current. Tarika only reacted to light and colors that were auric language from her someone existence. Kian came that Tuesday to help Rakabai put up the tent for Sven's arrival. Tarika had been gone 2 days. I haven't heard from Tarika for 2 days. She said I could call her. She would leave her phone on, but it's been off for 2 days. She said she'd be back in 2 days, so I probably should be patient. I'll probably drive there though while you put this up, Rakabai explained. Kian wide-eyed, Kagi struggling with words from the back seat. Okay, Kian says. The place was desolate in its pastel colors, which seemed to be done by the hands of different persons that lived there. There were no windows. Rakabai blew his horns and got out of the truck. The gate was open, and when stepped up on the step, he noticed toilet paper at the doorway. The rain had soaked it, but he remembered that Tarika didn't use toilet paper. The door was unlocked. It all seemed strange to him. He perused the place. No one had been here for a few days, he felt. The bed had a film of dust over it. There was nuts on the unfinished counter in the starter kitchen. She wouldn't leave this, he thought. What did she say on the way to the airport? Did they kiss? You? Rakabai asked. Yes. They gave me a hug. Sven answered in his demure way. I bet Kai misses you now, Rakabai teased. I don't know, probably, Sven answered. Tarika had left Rakabai residence 6 times exactly. How does Rakabai deal with the misery? I burn my thoughts and figures of you. That raise claim to the burden of self. I shovel the hearts of other spirits chosen. Flower. But to the glance of this distant mime is an onyx, like tears on a leaf, is a stallion with mane, like a Swanayan lay, the blessings of Lilikoi. Her eyes at saxophone glaze. She had been gone 5 days. Rakabai was hurting inside. On the 7th of that month, John sent him the contracts from the architect and from the engineering group. I'll be back in 2 days, is all Tarika said before she left. Think about the marijuana thing, okay? She had given him an ultimatum. Stop smoking marijuana and eat it raw instead. Then you helping the ozone is her thinking. When Sven came, it was like Rakabai's mind was in a vacuum. Reality was a wishbone. He didn't know if the time span for him, not seeing or hearing from Sven or about Sven was some omen. Rakabai sat beneath that Saturday morning glaze. The sun's a camera, he thought. Tauren's birthday was yesterday. Who gives a F, he thought, and chuckled underneath. His new plant was amazing. Bob sold it to him on Friday. It was as rare as Tarika in morning light. That lavender prescience, the vines, hung from the tent pole in its muscular tent style next to a rack of apple bananas. A bowl hung within this, filled with an earthly mesh. Rakabai had flowers in this. The growth was rolling over. The edge, its stem, yellow prizes, is wonder. The day is filling up, is a feeling Rakabai has. Tarika's mom's texted him the first thing this morning, first in reference to his project getting off the ground. Happy for you. That's a huge project to keep you busy. Good luck, she wrote. Have you heard from Annie? Rakabai asked. No. She turned the phone off for good, Svetlana answered. Wow. That's about her only protection, Rakabai replied. But we will wait. Tell her to call me if you see her first, please. Lana begs. I can find her, but she'd be angry at me. Rakabai replies. I'm waiting too. I really miss her. My friends bought her holiday gifts. She still hasn't seen. Or your box. Most of those people like Tarika are mentally ill. They stand on the side of the road hitchhiking for hours. They smell the fumes from the cars. How's that healthy? They buy food twice the price because someone wrote organic on it. All that food isn't organic. They walk barefoot everywhere. Look at their feet. Can't they see? Goddess invented shoes. What's wrong with shoes? LOL, but I love Tarika. She's so special. Tarika returned on a blessed Sunday. The magnificence of the rainforest exploded as she stepped from the vehicle. Rakabai couldn't believe his eyes. Her beauty was like a crescent storm. The wave's tumultuous beginning was evident. He remembered seeing vividly in his meditation last night a sacred glimpse into a partition of spirit. And now she was before him. He held that sequence to his heart. It would be remembered. She was focused, above what he had seen. Her eyes weren't floating around. Aura, so boisterous in its screaming glow. Then Brad came, after he blasted me on the jail time. Brad is a bulldozer operator. He bulldozed Rakabai's place back in the time when he was dealing with the system. Early part of January, John emailed Rakabai with the contracts from the architect and engineers. On January 12th, Tarika's eyes healed. It was late afternoon, right before closing, right before they had words concerning her space being respected. I should like for 2 hours and just go somewhere, Tarika said. Were you alone the whole time you were gone? Alone? Rakabai asked. Yes, Tarika replied, her eyes asking for help, their passion pouring into his heart as he stepped away. He was walking backwards. Moments later, she came running across the field. As she came closer, Rakabai could see she was crying. The perimeter of her eyes were blush red. She ran to him and held him in a furious way. Rakabai was startled. Then a car drove up. It was a customer. She walked away looking back all the time. I'll explain later, she said. Okay, honey, Rakabai answered. The seance you did last night on me was amazing. You know what I think? I think I'm connected to your heart, Tarika says as she stands in the cross light of the morning foyer, naked, with only her beloved gray blanket over her shoulders. Her eyes are pleading with him through the struggling light. She lays her head, left ear flat against his chest, and listens. He holds her head, too, the strands of her hair savoring the guilt of his hands. Slides his right hand down to the lotus of her angelic curves, her carved hips, smooth as a mango slice. She raised her head. It was a beautiful sound, Tarika says, holding him, her eyes still pleading. I love you, she says. I'm still having problems believing a princess as beautiful as you would love me. I want to marry you, but you said you would never marry, Rakabai says. Ask me in my dreams, Tarika replies. I'll leave you now. Enjoy your day, Rakabai says. One day later, Rakabai mailed a stipend off to John. The next day, GQ came. Rakabai, send your idea of how the interior of the cabana will be laid out. I will do the same. I suppose you're going to have an espresso machine with the ability to make multiple cups of fresh, ground coffee. Would a small roaster fit? This would satisfy the concept of agriculture processing. Should plant coffee trees for effect. John, the next morning, Rakabai awakened, rolled over, reached for Ceres. His left hand met her hip. The pantomime of hillsides, the settling of blackbirds on cinder, he thought. He then rolled over, his white sap-branched frame finding her space. He turns like a shaman, devoid of sanctity. The night before she made her claim, Tarika revealed to him in clarity her intentions. I want to tell you how I feel, Tarika said. I love this place. I love being able to go to the market and use my juicer and my blender with fresh fruit and vegetables. I love this doll house. Like you said, it is a doll's house. I love watching you awake in the mornings and get ready for the market. I love being around you because I learn a lot when I'm with you. Rakabai remained quiet. He was in awe of this beauty that transplanted herself in him. She went on to say, I love my shrine, my crystal, being able to water the plants and watch them grow, and look at the stars at night. It's like this is a special time in my life. Rakabai began massaging her back, the lower back, following her spine, her trail of tears laid out in leaves. He slows his thumb down and applies pressure to her mid-back, then reaches for her neck and the rim of the shoulder. She was tense, all knotted up. You all tense in here and in your neck, honey, Rakabai says. She nibbled at a word, barely audible. Rakabai massaged her right buttocks. He found it a cramped area. Then he returned to her back. She partially rose after a while, like the sun was doing, and said, I appreciate you. Then she covered her body with her favorite gray blanket, and then she rose, stood, and walked toward the kitchen. I'll meditate for a minute outside, Tarika says. Then she surprises him again. Rakabai. What, honey? I love you. Hey, John, did you get the drawings I sent you? Yes. I got all the drawings and studied them. Look, I found out that you can put a small brewmaster in your restaurant and serve beer. Once you get it, it doesn't cost anything to make the beer, so you make straight profit. It's a new law. A lawyer told me about it. That's a great job. But I still won't put the brewery in. I know people that are waiting. John said he talked with a guy. You remember the so went on guy that was talking about how sacred that land is. He said, point the doorway up towards the lava flow. You right. But John, the road. Did you see how I designed the road coming in and going ways? Rakabai. I mean, we won't have to worry about the Department of Highway. I have legal rights to drive in here and to drive in on the other side. John, you right. Now I see. I'm thinking light meals like fish sandwiches. I'm only eating fish sandwiches. Now, by the way, Rakabai, espresso bar fish. And I'm thinking I can turn this market into a fish market. The kitchen. You know, you can cut costs by putting in a smoke blocker and not pay so much for a certified kitchen. The fish place in town uses that method and Subway does too. Rakabai. I'm not worried about the cost. I want a nice kitchen, but we'll look into that. That building is going to be Kian's building, so you are not going to run it. Oh no, I don't think so. That's why I want to let him run it. How can we lose? We have a market now. Besides, Kian's wife is local. They're family-oriented. She was born in this area. It'll be great. Rakabai, I was just talking to the lender. Are we going to do this separate? How are we going to do this? I can get an SBA loan. Do you have that connection with the bank? John, yes. But also, I'm thinking about doing that brewery thing here on my property. I like that idea. Rakabai, okay. So I want to put in 3 buildings. John, don't put in 3 all at once. Don't come out too strong. Let's see how they accept the first building, okay? Rakabai, okay, I see what you're saying. So John, are you going to give those drawings to the architect? Or do you want me to put it in with the check? John, no, I'll let him know what we want. I'll show him. He's going to do a preliminary drawing first. Rakabai, great. Okay, let's do it. Thanks, John. John, no, I'll let him know what we want. I'll show him. He's going to do a preliminary drawing first. I'm not concentrating on desires. I'm wanting total peace. In the images outside me, I need to go sit with my teacher ASAP. Monday, I want peace for everyone. My boys in Australia are rioting and fighting with the Muslims. It's bad over there. And everywhere, this is it. I had an ex-Cha agent send me videos of so many things. I know it's all an illusion, but it needs to stop now. It's been long enough on the wheel. The world had changed. There were wars upon wars, starvation, pollution, climate change, and more wars. Tarika had wars inside of her, wars of ignorance, Rakabai thought. She had left again, traveled north along the highway. That was the last he'd seen of her. Loving her was painful, but elevating experience to him. The agony and ecstasy of it all. Days passed slowly until he decided to text her moms. Yesterday was different because Tarika had gone. Yellow finches came by the thousands, like the tail of a wedding gown for birds' dawn. She had gone to mountains beyond. The sign and Felice through a banquet with lofty skies and poet. Scenes derived from callings. Memories are like Mapeche dreams, stained with sacred remnants of torn clouds. Their sensual escape near noted temples. Woofers and saints. Even clipped saints roam with vanguards of demons' trails. Rakabai sat in moments of mixed comet's flare and watched his consciousness roll off her last sigh. Tarika had left, and Rakabai never came to grips with her exit. It was so sudden, graphic, celestial, but painful. He could not let go. She was so deep in his soul. The sails on his yacht. She was. Yet his days and nights were also filled with the memories of them. We are all each limited to our own time. Today's when dying cats roamed the sky, and dreams were like boulders in our heads. A draped vanity song, twisted in the memory of itself. She had left, but she was not gone. Stars were mere cutouts in the sky. I followed the darkness of my own creation, purple sage whispering, the silk songs of Honu tides, the red road that leads to nowhere, the body of nightmares, overlapped with her. Prescient gravity, now that it's gone, the distant blue sky tills the soil inside him. The streets are lathered with cars. It's like the workings of a brain, the meanderings of schizophrenic ablaze. Maybe it's him, Rakabai mind, how he perceives the day. It was only morning. It hadn't filled him up. It was crisp, but the stories soiling out from the public radio made gravity less pleasing. Tarika was gone. 1 month, 15 days, 7 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds, and counting. Counting pain. Struggling to come up for air. Yes, he was dying for her, because of her. It's when one faces struggles and how you face them. God can only give you clarity when you earn it. I don't want to die in the dark. I want her naked and open. A valley laid out in springtime, hovering above me like a saxophone, savoring my insides, implementing my tears. The tide of tomorrow is the wish of today. Your beauty has evolved time, remnants of artifacts, emptied into seashells. The tide recedes at your presence, like a prescient tongue from God. You entered into my life, like a soft wind, a lotus blossoming within its own passion. I raked autumn leaves in afterglow. You saved this time, as saffrons would a pearl, your hands lifting my heart out from a lonely room. Kalia birds imprint rice paper with the sacrifice of your beauty. I know the sunsets. Void follows your shadow. Sanguine and beloved art thou. Ceres knows. In the darkness of my mind, I can see the velour of your same. Your feet made for the heavens. Your skin like an elixir from another dimension. Your hair, avalanches of gold, embroidered in flame. I remember you from the last time when our eyes were each other's rainbow. Felice's love song, when angels meet and white owls let us go. I will hold your numbers in fantasy. I carry wars with me, but you let wild stallions run into your eyes. Along vineyards roll. Only a princess, a sacred leaf in Felice's garden. The denizen of the right, the open market dredging of children's lives. The Rastafarian craze like an elongated fad. The Black Lives Matter movement. The slow drip reaction from the first black president could very well explain his own fears. There was a pattern here, Rakabai thought, from the storm that was brewing in the Middle East, about the globe for that matter, the oceans being homogenized, humans evolving into another species. Rakabai had balanced himself away from self-aggrandizement, away from pleated shadow of decay, to a pure enlightenment, to a path within himself. Tarika was filtered and shredded into a catacombs of waste. he would know her in existence. She would be piled up with the bones of other beings with sliced consciousness. Felice was like a replica of Felicia in spirit as the Kalia bird that was sufficiently named Felicia. Was he connected to them? Rakabai didn't know what he was connected to, but his instinctual sensitivity did lead him to believe he was connected to whole. The whole of the matter didn't have to explain to him where he fits in, and most of the ones that screamed for an answer were spilling out some intellectual paranoia when they blast the government for being secretive. Even the goddess Felice is secretive and answers you in riddles. Even the goddess is racist, he thought. The need for you is never too late, like waves from Suriname, complacent and pure. Saffron from Bedouin claims, I saw your eyes. Return the letter. Felice with the sweep of spirits. As your hands fell, when will you come again? When winter is a pink swan. Like before, the wind glazed your beauty with the incense of Felice's spirit. When will I see you again? My heart weeps willows. You in stained glass windows. Your wings as real as an eagle's flight. Lavender's twin. My princess, claim yourself for sacrifice. When waters run through edges turquoise, more lovely than the craters of Ekapati. On Ceres, you are, fawn of existence's twin, struggled from the fading of the moon. Black Starbonian still trapped in that angry glaze, like yesterday never left. Finally, Rakabai received a text from Tarika in the form of an apology. Can one apologize for anything? Nothing will ever be the same, he thought. The market was thriving. John was. Well, the days were full. There was a drought this year, and once in a while, the bog would creep in. Mornings mostly. The day was flawless, as if we're swimming together. He looked as he swam from the veneer of lacquered verdant wall of senseless beauty. The green sand and the reflection from sun rays hit the golden glass of her aquiline face, from the point of her nose like an arrow in flames. He saw this as the ladies on the beach seemed to all dance. Rakabai didn't think it just because they were sitting in the center of this green crystal lake. Ask her. He thought even the goddess that had a cat paw tattoo of different colors all over her body, even her face. The bronze goddess wore a flower-designed G-string, but she kept bending her derriere toward Rakabai each time he encountered her. There were people on the ridge. They wanted to see it from another perspective, he thought. Rakabai swam a little further into the depths of the ocean. It had been a while since he relaxed. This was great. Then he looked toward Chris sitting there on the beach, a luxurious specimen of purity, he thought. Then he dove into the emerald sea and kissed the ocean's floor to thank the womb of Felice for this princess from Cali. The sky angling toward him as he couldn't help but notice this one guy continuously trying to climb the wall of emerald stone as the passive ocean climbed his back and rose to minors than his chest. And there she was, her legs like columns chiseled out with rodent's chisel. Then, Rakabai found himself walking towards her, the emerald sand circling his legs. A euphoria engulfed his mind because of her. Chapter 17. It's nice, isn't it? Rakabai asked her as he situated his black t-shirt. It was favorite shirt. Kristen slightly raised her eyes and looked at him. He noticed her green eyes. Her skin was bordering on a bronze lacquer from the sun. It's amazing, Kristen replied. Thank you. As she moved her face, Rakabai saw her not as he saw her. Her aura illuminated his consciousness. He was burdened with drawing her. Do you have a pen or a pencil? Rakabai asked. No, she replied, but she began to rummage in her burgundy bag to see if she had one. No worries, Rakabai said. She didn't find a pen or pencil. Somewhere within the flaked shadows of that emerald sand was within the line that runs from Felice's neckline to her pineapple-flavored shoulders was just a notion of beauty as he thought. You say it too much, Kristen once said. It's the level of the bird's wings that someone might say. Here. Kristen leads with her pristine hands. She leans forward. A little. Rakabai neglects the road for a moment to fall with her. Into heaven or Vara. He turns the wheel in the direction of her. Arms output. A little to the left. Kristen says. Easy. I see it. Rakabai replies. The tires of his truck borders. Right on the edge of the embankment. A needle's width away from scraping the wall of off-white Sawanan chalk. There, Chris sighs as they will drive another stretch and hope that in this maze of torrential pocket holes, where soft, flaky dust has no cohesion, an island of green grass just floating above the earth as they worked as a team and missed the most challenging of road. Even as he lay in the quilt of glistening sand, when she moved, it was like my Olympus turned. As he drove along the upper road, after the shadows of the Mandalao quilt had turned, Fortuna was in the light. She had slowly let the gates to dam open, and Rakabai could see the substance of her tears. She was letting him in with words. Once and a while she would show ghetto flames with the movement of her neck and the gestures he recognized from the world he'd known. His sisters implemented those theatrical moves of angst, or maybe it was like the porcupine's needles flowering when it feels threatened. Is there something wrong with your neck? Rakabai asked. Fortuna laughed and bowed her head. The sky rolled and the Sawanan road passed away into its own vortex. Fortuna brought a peace into his life, her beauty and wisdom, even the street logic, which mostly Fortuna wouldn't need here, could be salvaged as she moved here. The clouds covered the sky above again. A chill was in the air, a hint of despair, but it quickly passed. The steps going down to the green sand beach were challenging. Rakabai took the safest path, while Fortuna decided to try the route that was exciting but dangerous. She wore those pancake slippers. The strings were touched with gold leaf. Rakabai felt she could slip and be tumbling down into the green blades of rock that jutted out from this magical hillside. The beach was in a culvert, shaped like Dali bowl, the wall like the mantelpiece for a goddess, the ridges, cerulean, compressed tears, morphia, erotic, but open, with clarity torched into its seams. Fortuna in her blessed paranoid blue jeans. Rakabai noticed that she never undressed and relaxed. He could see she wore a bathing suit, her hair sandy blonde, and because of the sun, the ends were soft red tinge. She leaned back into time, into the green hillside, into its memory. That's when he realized the vortex had consumed. The miracle of this jewel she lay within had become her. She was consumed with its ecstasy. As Fortuna was frozen in time. She had inhaled the scents of this magical helm. The hillside was like the mask of giant ship that had oxidized its shape into its memory. Fortuna. As they approached the angle of the road, where the tables were filled with tourists sitting in awe, letting the beauty of the wall fall into their existence, sending the embellishment, the Timbael's crystalline message back to their offspring. Isn't joy shared immediately? Enlightenment a radio wave? Fortuna decided to take the most dangerous path down to the base of this Dali bowl. Be careful, Rakabai told her. The angle from where they stood was in 45 degrees, tilt layered with wind-laden sand, constantly changing, ephemeral and onyx. Passionate was the jutting shapes with morphic layers set so naturally, savoir faire. In Felice's necklace, Fortuna was entranced. She had become the hillside. This was their trinity. The market, the dance, this beach, this monument. Fortuna was frozen in time. Why would she speak when she could inhale its luxurious climb? The steps, going down were formed in time by travelers to this place, each individual stepping down towards its recline. The sand would sandpaper each footprint until in some areas the whole fit like a shoe. Then there were islands of soft sand, and as he stepped into its glory, the green aroma would lift and cover his feet. Fortuna realized it was right about being safe and headed into his direction. Getting behind him, there were figures on the wall, on the cliff, in the liquid of its pleasure. There were travelers constantly, arriving and leaving. The clouds were cumulus and stretched over these nomads. Fortuna was like a princess visiting her own lair. She drew in these souls to her foyer. They reached the blanket of sand, and Fortuna let go of her backpack as Rakabai threw out his red-yellow Sawanan towel, undressed, letting his slacks fall, dropping his hat in the sand, pulling his black t-shirt over his head, and running in the water, into its calling, into its symphony. Fortuna was taking photos with her camera. This place had answered many questions for her at this time in her life. Sometimes the euphoria of emptiness, when we climb into ourselves, and the next turn could be wolves at your ankles, or the christening of your faith, her hair flowing against the emerald sand, the emerging flames in her sandy blonde hair, her eyes like jewels hidden in Nefertiti's tomb. "You have reception?" Fortuna asked. She was texting her friend to tell of the magic of this place. They wanted her to bring back portions of the green sand. She was afraid of stealing from the goddess. "Yes," Rakabai replied in haste, until she said, "No, it says no service." Then he acknowledged. The problem for each of them was trying to imbibe the power, the majesty, the fable, the implosion, and its existence. "This can't be real," Fortuna said to herself. The men seemed subdued at the green sand beach. The women were in their prowess, dancing and floating above the sand, like in a ballet. They all told of a fable within the captivity of this magical being, and Fortuna was sitting in the exact center of it all. The running lines of hues of green from dusty green, pearl, green, Sardinian green, lilac green flourish about this place. It thrived from her heartbeat. The lotus got sit in the center of the river. The square can turn the wheel of life. Fortuna expressed. "I have friends. They say, you can visit us, but bring your own food." Oleg says, "I see those people. I'm speechless." He throws his head to one side as he speaks and pulls and twists his goatee. As he speaks, his eyes blinks at a faster pace than most people. He wears a blue rain jacket with a white streak across the chest. The shorts he wears are the same. Alexei is from Lviv, Ukraine, migrated here from the turmoil of the ongoing war there with Russia. He came with many other refugees to this island. One day Alexei walks up to the poet's corner and asks Rakabai if he could rent a bike. Rakabai looks at this haggard-looking man. He looks him up and down. Alexei salutes Rakabai as if he's at a border crossing. His clothing is filled with the lava dirt of the island. Rakabai could tell he hasn't bathed. Then Alexei reaches in his pocket. "I have money," he says. "No problem. No worries," Rakabai says, as he thinks of this strange being. Rakabai could tell he was in the age, the gray hairs filled, his beard like specks of sunshine, nomad's quilt. The light of that day was rift, blotches contained. "You sure you don't want to buy it? 2,500, 2-year warranty," Rakabai explains. "How much to rent for a week?" Alexei asks. 200, Rakabai tells Alexei. "That's what I want," Alexei retorts. "That's what I want. That's what I can afford right now." "You sure you don't want to buy it?" Rakabai asks again. "No, I want to rent it." Rakabai started out toward his house to get the green box with his files in it. I'll get the papers. Rakabai tells Alexei. Okay, Alexei replies. There was something about Alexei that Rakabai noticed. Alexei seemed like a wounded animal, discarded and thrown out from his own kind. Rakabai thought of how he could give this one man the confidence back, the trust in man. Rakabai had known this feeling when he returned from Vietnam. Rakabai was the same way, and now Rakabai could see Alexei's mental state as his own. Alexei was like a mirror image of Rakabai paranoia at that time in his life. Alexei placed the money in Rakabai's hand, signed his signature on the contract. Rakabai walked to his house again and printed a copy for Alexei. The deal was done. Rakabai had explained everything in detail about the transaction. Felice was a witness. You drove a bike before? Rakabai asked. Long time ago. So long I can't remember. Alexei replies. Rakabai could feel the curvature and passion of the most fortunate of the world, the bowels of the earth that enjoyed the pleasures to extremes and filter nothing. Vera turned out to be like a lot of lost souls to Rakabai. Rakabai also was dealing with his own evolution. He had transformed himself into someone unique. He didn't relate to Tauren or Kofi. He felt that they weren't on the same frequency as him for many reasons. The morning of the killing of the wild boar, Rakabai had awakened again before the wicker had split. This had happened 2 days in a row. He jumped up anyway like a rabbit in a field, running from sound. Rakabai found his black slippers with his feet, not his eyes. He flicked the bed light on, distinguished between what he should take to the market and what he should leave. His box of chocolate filled with hash and marijuana, and rolling paper and his glass pipe. The pipe was shaped like a teardrop. He reached for the box. Then the red lighter caught his eye and then his dental toothpick. He was practically raised from the bed, then reached down to retrieve his phone charger cord. Rakabai headed to the wicker bar chairs in the living room kitchen border and placed his items next to his car keys. He found himself leaning in the shower, turning the water on, and adjusting the sprayer so it wouldn't drench his floor. As he looked at his sleek frame, he caught himself, and then he took a long look. He had sadness in his face, but he had good definition. His experiences had taken control of his definition. I'm up for the challenge, he thought. While brushing his teeth, his health made him more eager to take more time, and so brushed them twice, then gargles in mouthwash. The shower was just right. As his body moved into its space, the warmth was an awakening in itself, like the time the squad bathed under that waterfall. In Vietnam, the sun was there that day. This crossed his mind. Then she was next. His grandmother, like when the goddess Felice appeared, you see them as emblems. Childhood blanks of tempest, storms. Night was the turn of the century for his empire, for his consciousness. Aliyah was the embodiment of beauty, clothes in the sanctity of palm trees, dressed in the wigs of Ansawanan. Summer. She saw his eyes. He saw her catch his dream. It was fluid consciousness. In Sawana, Rakabai felt that starbones could not encroach upon your consciousness with their superiority frankincense. He had just moved the giant vermilion to another location within his realm. He then sat down in his wicker and parleyed with the fin shui of his spirit. He had become the Buddha of his ideal, the hopple with the buds. One had sprouted out into a magnificent sprig of follicle green, emptied into its own verse. Alicia, though not his, he did own her beauty. He captured by time and circumstance, by just being, as much as she had denied being physically seen with him. She was more than open to the advancements and the idea. Alexei and Cal had arrived, and it broke his concentration. The morning was a virtue in itself. His clarity had returned. He had decided to start a fast. The vanilla plant was growing in leaps and bounds. The bananas were so ripe they were melting from their stems. The tear at neck of the fruit leaves a passion somewhere inside the memory room. The lessons learned from life, in what was repeated in the torment of our own souls. Rachel was crowned in retrograde. Tauren had irritated a situation that was already reaching its limit of Rakabai patience. Winston was meeting Hecate in the shadows. Behind her red sedan with its trunk open, Dave sat at the table like he was oblivious to her actions. The sun was setting. Somewhere beyond here, John had visited a week earlier. Rakabai thought of him in an instant. The young Muscovy ducks played. Within all this, Elizabeth had broken her wrist walking along the coast in Labasa. On the day of Thursday, he would go to the heart of town and enter said bank and follow the lead to the teller. Teller had a face like a mask in a painting in La Juno restaurant in Sirocco Square. Hydrangea blossoms against the blush-colored facade of the building's north-facing frontage. He remembers the restaurant because everyone cheered when he entered the doorway. The consciousness is building this into an artist's Shangri-La for writers that want to publish works written about the puns area of the island. Short stories, poems, plays, dance choreography. He sat that morning in his beige wrap, corduroy, with upper pockets, crumpled from wear and weather, unwashed, the cuffs sprinkled with the goodness from the earth where dark dirt-covered stones that rose from beneath the belly of the ocean. He loved the essence it held when it wasn't washed too often. And this day as he sat under the canopy, Cal was moving around at intervals. Corner of his eye, he noticed him. He was looking east at the ribbon-taped road, following its own dissolution. Somewhere in there, he thought was Stephanie. But which one? Sven had left, flew back to his mother's insane derivative of Starbone clan consciousness. Sven had gone. Stephanie was in Berlin. Then there was Rachel in Portland. Rachel had piled up, like Viagra pills one hadn't used, lost in a drawer of wits. Marley was content with slowly firing from a host of ailments. Mikovsky had prostate cancer. Pop didn't know what he had, and he didn't care. TJ was an alcoholic, and Chuck died a week ago. Rakabai. Mother was egging him to visit before she died, but he didn't believe the standard rituals of this wax museum of domesticated horrors, as he would put it. Tauren visited the night before. Time with him alone was always awkward, contentious. Behavior in Paper McSebo. The conversation went from topics concerning wife spending behavior, or her interest in visiting the banyan tree. Most times Rakabai would blot out the conversations he didn't want so he could steer the night into a poetic reference of consumption. The blades, the fury. The region is growing so fast at an enormous rate. The county truck passes slowly this day. A man departs and walks across the highway, looks up at the trees that can be a danger to people driving the highway, especially in a storm. He flashes an orange spray on the asphalt so the work crew will know which albizia trees to remove. This will enhance Rakabai project tremendously, he thinks, now that he's latexed his land out and the coffee trees are in, 10 feet by 10 feet apart on both sides. Clarity, he thought, as he sat under the gray canopy. An old Soanan came by today and offered to eat my coffee field. I'll pay you something, I said. He shakes his head and says, nah, you no have to pay, you Akamai Fahuna. It made him feel something beyond special to be accepted in a foreign land by a special people. Wow, that is amazing. Congrats, Rakabai. That's a pretty big deal actually. You are so right. That's exactly why I love you. Because we connect, totally. How did you just do that and express that if we are not from the same visionary clan? It's not what is seen. It's the unseen forces that Man has camouflaged to confuse the mess. Natural instinct. 4. 1. Nostradamus. Rasputin. I live within their shadow. The Sawanan just moved a tree from my place to build canoes. I gave the trees as a gift to them. This weekend they will build 7 canoes from the trees. That's why I have so many hang at my farm and actually do work and feel disrespected if I ask to pay them. Because I tried to be giving to those in need, humble to the cosmos plan, and greatly to sit under the light of the goddess. Night lamp. That's what I'm doing. Sustainability is a spiritual connection with the community by avenues of respecting culture and accepting vortexual inference of the goddess and the mass of the cosmos to be balanced in the fervor of existence. You see them as emblems, childhood blanks of tempest storms. The night was the turn of the century for his empire, for his consciousness. Aliyah was the embodiment of beauty, cloves, in the sanctity of palm trees, dressed in the wigs of a Sawanan. Summer. Rakabai loved her at doorway pride. She saw his eyes. He saw her catch his dream. It was fluid consciousness. Roadside is lined with its own eyelashes. The clarity of it is, Rakabai would never know the plants, but the plants knew him, like the forest that surrounded him, the rainforest that he dissected from itself after 3 years. 3 years of sitting out, quiet mornings, having the sun spray itself, though the patterns of the tree's response. His life was headed into a vortex, to the end of a twister's tail. Sometimes one's life get twisted, churned like butter. You can feel it evolving into another time. I see why the sky is a window from this time until tomorrow, when I can't follow roads in their illuminated promise. The field is bare with dreams from eucalyptus patterns and Hoyer implants. The vines to impetus, the kiss with no lips, and flamingo moons as fingers fall. I was you when you were me, and lamplights fled from hunger's bone. I was the builder of cobblestone streets and painted churches, Bermuda grass, tokens of robin swalls, and magnolia's empathy is why I can't forget your footsteps, symphony above the lotus you carry in your heart. The second night, the same wild boar came, stood in the exact same spot as the night before. We heard a gunshot that night. It was a shotgun, Rakabai said. Sounds like it, Winston says. The sky was falling blue. Sven was behind the house with Cal. They were looking at the retired chainsaw David left behind. They were checking to see if the blade would fit on Sven's chainsaw. Sven had other trees he planned to cut for clearing the land to plant coffee. Rakabai was in the kitchen cutting papaya for the ladies. Olga, Winston's wife, had returned. Red's wife had just arrived, and they walked over to the natural spring to peruse. As soon as Rakabai stepped off the concrete and looked up, he saw him and rushed to find Sven. Sven, he said as he hurriedly walked to the back of the home. Cal came into his vision first. Sven, look! And Sven stood like a giant, tall and massive. Cal says, what happened to last night? I thought someone killed it. Sven began to run across the veldt. The Bermuda grass had grown and filled the land with a glaze of green. He ran. Take the knife, Sven! Rakabai screams. Take the knife. He retrieved the knife quickly and began to run again. Quicker steps than Cal, who traveled behind him at a quicken. The black boar's head shook towards us. Rakabai could see. Rakabai ran towards the boar from the northwest corner of the property. Sven, with Cal trailing behind him, holding his snips, would reach the southeast corner to block the boar from entering the woods and disappear. Since the boar was now in an open field, far from any cover of trees or shrub, Sven did reach the corner, but something happened that amazed everyone. Even Olga and Winston sat on their station wagon and watched. This was the first time in a long time that Olga had visited the market. The boar ran. He knew he was in danger. Sven ran towards him, both trying to reach the cover of the forest. 30 miles, an hour and maybe faster. The boar shot past. Sven so fast. Rakabai feared if they would have met face to face, the boar would have harmed Sven. Rakabai was relieved on this day. Rakabai knew Sven would for the next day. The boar would want to graze on his land. Sven would not let it go. Wreaths in their circular humility. Subliminal photos of you. Papaya stuff in bowls, yellow paws of galaxies brush. Wood chunks spitting out lines. Closed books asking to be read. I left my heart with you overnight. It was like wombat cubes the day. Lanterns hung with Chinese alms. Ochre struggling to be mature. With your immortal kudu face. Chairs where they sip words from strangers. In alchemy prose. Arguments whited out like the men that scrolled history with sculptured iron. Anger in capsules. With fire in their lungs. Age is their turntable's lisp. You keep beauty like a stop sign. Your lips like rainbow runners. The sax seamstress of the morning brings in favor from the goddess. She raises her gown with notions of orchids and seashells. Glimpse of some augmented vision of what I wish for, like a passing flame. A floating lantern as an ocean's passion. You stuck against walls like a poem. Mother's whisper as sweet as morning sugar cubes. You miss her, but she's there. Her eyes your eyes. Her dialect your eclipse of same words follow. The forest cries. I cry from grandmother and turtles. Sad eyes. Or why am I here? In this cradled dream stuccoed against. Lost time. I was afraid of the darkness. Until you came into the light. The world needed us to be together. It had stolen our time. It had pried away our secrets. The world needed you to find me. Someone had replaced the signs that life gives us. The ocean curled up like a wheel from gravity's passion. The spring flowers gathered a blanket with all dimensions as soldiers. Coral 5 pink tea leaves. The world needed me to ask for you, as I have, with tears that float to the ceiling. 3 pieces of life. Sizzling wolf's moon. Mother diminutive with shakes. Songs and lyrics forgotten. Voices pure as a baby's first. Umamau like an Indian scout. Barefoot in dark holes twine. I need you to unplug this drain. Let your hair fall and enter my soul. Like a Carrie's kisses water lilies. After Shakta's pause, you were the first flower planted. Before we found ourselves. At night when the cups lay still. Suffocating each other's rear end. The rain's chocolate drops fall on coffee field's belly. And ohia lemon honey fills jars in silent jazz lines. The scale that weighs the catch of the day. Japanese lettuce. Apple bananas. Bok choy with its leaf afro. Even barracuda is weighed. Just because we can. Mapech. Ono with its Catholic wafer persona. Ahi like Kobe steak, when fresh cooked in olive oil sprinkled with cayenne garlic powder and salt and seared on both sides, till the color of his back hands appeared. The banner with the poem, Stephanie's spirit, engulfs the light of the pink moon over this Sawanan calm. Nothing's been moved. The jewelry is still there, in its ancient secrets, caressed by hands and thoughts out of times of misery. The holiday lights run amok under the canopy of this dream. The southern corner blinks. Cow plays jazz sides. As Rakabai notices the tip jar sitting above the coffee pot. The cars running with the night, they pass with an ignorance of light. Year's hope. The rhododendrons painted on red clothed in white. Silhouettes. The tomorrow that lays beyond this night. In Felice's foyer. Night soldiers delirious from Chakra's broken promise. Stereo from the early 40s sits above an antique desk behind Noni's painting of Sawanan birds on the endangered species list. Cups hanging from nails on an ohia pole that holds up the weight of the silver-painted canopy. All sorts of priceless products hang from the implanted poles that reach for each other, like lovers, arms in absence fury. The night is right for them. Winston hides out in the light of wicker chairs and Galleria walls next to Cal. One simple lamp with its lighted face pushed down into the carpet of this off-white plastic convention table. The Muscovy ducks pass under their chairs, and they pass the spliff as time passes the night. The women are gone. Stephanie left for home to continue the drudgery of looking after her aged parents